What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, doomy, not so sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today's a wonderful day. Special day. Bro looks like a Fed. Thanks. I don't know. Are Feds fashionable? Is that a Hank Green has cancer? Yeah, I saw. I don't know why you were like, hey man, it's Immaculate Friday vibes today. Okay, that's right. I'll say it right away. Okay, it's motherfucking Friday, and it's Immaculate Friday vibes, hear, right? Which is why I don't want to hear about cancer right now. Okay. It's Saturday, Sunday. Quick, look at Kaya. It's Friday, then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? She's sleeping. Look at Kaya. Look at Kaya. Look at Kaya. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Fucked Up Friday. It's Freaky Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. It's for the wage cucks to feel like they got a little bit of autonomy, a sense of direction, purpose. That's right. We're fucking live and alive. And I am early. No, I'm not. You said you're early. I am not early. Almond Joys, I'm actually right on time, because it is currently Friday, May 19th, 2023, 11:15 a.m., and I am perfectly on time, as a matter of fact. This is literally the right time. I just found out today I finally got a job with a livable wage. W's in the chat for you. Hasan, I got a job paying $15.50. What is happening? Why is everybody getting jobs this week? Why is everybody getting jobs this Friday? This is Get a Job Friday. You know, a lot of motherfuckers online should also learn from you and, you know, do that thing. Do that same thing. And just get a fucking job. It's a new moon. It's Manifest Friday, okay? I am manifesting. Got to raise to $28 per hour training dogs. That's awesome. We do have legit dog trainers in the chat, which is cool to know. So not all the backseaters are. I thought every single backseater was Cesar Millan on different accounts. When we are already about jobs, I passed my 6 months probation. Nice. Oof. Folks, it's Friday. I'm feeling good. It's time for parasocialist. It's time for parasocialism. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, what's going on in the universe of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period that I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And last night was no different than other nights. I ended the broadcast a little bit earlier than I usually would. I did a half day, if you would. When is Alex Peter coming on? Who the fuck is Alex Peter? What? Oh, it's Lol overruled. His name is Alex Peter. I did not know that. I knew his name was Alex, but I did not know his last name was Peter. I have a friend whose name is Alex Peterson, and I thought like this dude was trying to fucking say his name. He's coming on Sunday. I know him as Lol overruled. Also, you shouldn't have told me that his name is fucking Alex Peter. Because honestly, that means he has two first names, which is kind of weird. Since we're talking about Alex's, when are you having Alex Press on again? Soon. Well, two things. I will be, of course, attending once again as my champagne socialist ass. I will be attending the new YDSA call, hot labor summer shit. Okay. And, you know, Alex is heavily involved in that. And then also, listen, if SAG-AFTRA also fucking strikes, she has to fly out here. I've told her she has a place to stay with me anytime she needs it. You know? But I guess it's about Jacobin at that point. You going to TwitchCon? Yes, I am going to TwitchCon EU, obviously. But, like I was saying, so listen. This is part of the broadcast for the parasocialists, okay? Just let them have their fucking moment. Let me tell you. I ended the broadcast last night. I went and I balled up. Did some great cardio. Okay? Some great cardio, a little bit of basketball. Shot around. Ran some fucking drills. And then, going to EDC? No. I did something that I've been trying to do now. I've been trying to crate train Kaya, as you guys know. And it's not been very successful. Part of the reason why it's not been very successful is because she is an escape artist. She is the queen of jailbreak. No jail can contain her. No cage can contain her. No shackles will bind her. You should look up a black creator's take on iDubbbz. This is one of those moments. Sure. I mean, are there black creators that have talked about it? Rage liked my Rage, who literally shit on iDubbbz and Ethan a couple months back, or I think it was Kai who did it, talking about how like they used to get famous just by saying the N-word. Liked my tweet about how iDubbbz took accountability. Like, I think it was Kai and Rage both that said it, but yeah, look, a lot of old iDubbbz, I said this last night, this morning, a lot of old iDubbbz fans online are upset that he has changed for the better. I'm proud of him for taking ownership over the toxic and racist aspect of his old content. I'm glad he's grown to have a more empathetic outlook. There's a real resistance to change in most online spaces. Edgy fans will now cynically try to prove that he hasn't changed at all by clipping his new content out of context, by reposting his old stuff. Same people who cry about cancel culture at SJW, he's behaving exactly like that. So, you know, as always, obviously replies, my blue check mark reply guys are like either this kind of shit, like exactly proving the thing that I'm like presenting, this fucking rat bot, which I'm finally going to block. I think I'm so annoyed. It's like I'm tired of seeing it in every fucking response. It's just literally when I have like a normal, it bots my replies. You know what I mean? I could be talking about like some fucking sad shit. Yeah, it's either like I don't know. He's just like they're either, my blue check marks are either like kind of decent, but the rap bot or just the most awful shit. Every fucking reply. Get the blue blocker? But I have fucking Twitter blue now. What am I supposed to do? There's a lot of people that Elon, literally in an effort to stop the fucking block the blue shit from going in, he gave a bunch of people like myself Twitter blue without me asking for it. Is Musk still paying for it? Fuck yeah, he's still paying for it. You think I would pay for Twitter blue? What are you, fucking crazy? So I just usually manually block the freaks. Will you watch this on stream? Yeah, I'll watch it on stream. Anyway, what I was saying is back to Kaya. Okay. Kaya is a bit of an escape artist, but also she's a really good girl. And what I mean by that is this is the second time in a row now where I left her in the crate, but I also locked the pen outside of the crate. And I literally like put the door side of her crate to the wall, hoping that she wouldn't be able to like get out of it that way. She still figured out a way to get out of it, but she was in the pen. But I also took out the pee pads. I'm done. I'm done with the pee pads. I think enough is enough. No more pissing inside the house. We're only pissing outside the house, right? So she fucking got out of the crate, but she's still in the pen. She can't get out of the pen, luckily. And honestly, she didn't pee. And then last night, I didn't have a pee pad in her pen. And she didn't pee at all. Now, of course, I'm an anxious father. And what I mean by that is, like, I was obviously up a lot. Last night, I was really worried. I didn't want her to, like, fuck up. So I basically got up periodically. I got up, like, 3 or 4 times to let her pee, but it's still good. So my people escaped the cage literally every night. He was a puppy. I had to put literally combo locks to keep the cage completely shut. They are magicians for real. I just don't understand how she got out of the fucking crate the second time. Because, like, honestly, I feel like I couldn't get out of that crate. You know what I mean? If presented with the similar situation, Kaya, I think, is smarter than me. Straight up. I'll admit it, you know? No memes. What are the macros on the flaxseed milk you get? It's like some Whole Foods brand, MYLK milk. And it's like 35 for 4 ounces. 8 ounces is 70. Milk. Yeah. Well, anyway. Set up a security cam on her cage. That'd be great content to see how she escapes. That could be funny. Anyway, yeah, I'm wearing my Aka Inu shirt again because I'm not defeating the Aka Inu allegations. But other than that, yeah, I played basketball last night. I've been eating good since I came back from England. I ate very poorly in England, as you guys know. And when I came back, I weighed myself the first day. And I was like, oh, fuck, this is real bad. This guy, do you know where the next writer's strike is going to be? Like, me and my friend live like mid-Wilshire, Miracle Mile area, and we're trying to go. Bro, what do I look like the strike captain? Go to the WGA website. They do them every day. Did you watch Charlie's response to Ian's video? No, but I really hope it's not fucking cringe and lame, because, dude, as much as I like Charlie, he does have the capacity to sometimes, he does sometimes love those like edgy fucking weirdo commentary channels. Like it was horrible. Oh, fuck no. Really? No. Did you gain any weight when you got back from Japan at all? Fuck yeah, I did. Anyway. We'll do all of that. We'll do the waterway sucks. Oh, yeah, anyway. Yeah, I shot back up. So after England, I shot back up to 256 pounds, which is crazy, right? Because like I was, you know, I had finally broken the 250 barrier. It took months and months and months. And, you know, my body composition is changing. I can see it. And I feel better. It feels great. And I had finally broken the 250 barrier. I was down to 245 on my lowest. And then I, you know, got back up. I was like swinging around 245 to 247. So then when I come back and I got some fucking beef wellies in me, bruv, right? Some English scranier. I was like, oh, fuck, this is really bad. 6 days, almost 10 pounds. That's crazy. Weighed myself this week after, you know, 5 days of working out, eating good. The boy's back at 247. Let's fucking go. They call me the skinny kid still. Charlie is a citizen of the internet 100% of the time. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't like that. Did you see Ackman's tweet to Ian? You're inspiring me to not give up with weight loss. I've lost 24 pounds, gained a few back, got discouraged, but we got this. Yes, don't stop. Did you see the new Misgive drama? No, and I don't care. Am I crazy, or I feel like, or has this platform been like going down a little bit? Low key, Twitch has been like kind of mid. Content wise has been kind of mid too. I feel like people are trying to manufacture drama because they're just like, because there's not enough drama happening. I've been doing content and viewership is down across the board. Yeah, I agree. You're watching the wrong people then? I don't watch people. I am people that people are watching. And my numbers are down, but so is like everyone else's. It's kind of crazy. Like XQC is like a fucking 40K Andy, which is wild to see. You know what I mean? I haven't seen this motherfucker have 40K views since like 2019. You know what I mean? Like, or early 2020. Rust is a dead game. It's possibly because of Rust, but like they got drops and shit too. It's final season. Yeah, that's probably it. Everyone's playing Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, they just like stop watching. No one has mentioned X in here like a week. It's wild. Yeah, he's doing his own thing. We're all doing our own thing. I don't know. But yeah, we'll figure it out. There's always highs and lows. We'll still keep going through it, baby. Let's blast off. Crazy how you literally chewing in the mic and I can't hear it. Hell yeah. Summer is going to be a pain. All the take kitties will be flogging here to be annoying. Wait, why? Kind of how you're looking right now, not gonna lie. That's fucked up. What the fuck? I like a nice little, you know, button-up shirt with a sweater over it. You know what I mean? It's a good look. Blend it up. Yeah, I have that psycho, the gun psycho there. Don't worry. All right, let me blast off real quick. Let's do it. Little Rhonda continues to be absolutely Rizless. Yeah. About to run. Little Rhonda about to run. Debt ceiling drama. Bike Karen drama. iDubbbz apology. Backlash from the right. Conservatives are mad. They are turned on by Sports Illustrated again, and more. Get in now. The Bike Karen / bike races was actually justified, for the record. Yeah, for those of you who don't know. I mean, I saw like a brief snippet of it. I didn't really like engage with it at all. Crank Gameplays mentioned you on his and Jacksepticeye's podcast. What did he say? Yeah, she literally had receipts. I really think that it is a normal and good society, and a healthy one, when we have, you know, every like minor interaction will make it to the fucking news, will go viral on Twitter, and will make it to the fucking views. Aiden also sent a message your way. I haven't seen anyone be annoying about it. What kind of message? That he's gonna sue me or something? He has my phone number. He could just like fucking, you know, text me. Hello, Vibus has in the chat. Hasan has heard the bad news about Hank Green. Stop Kramering in here with that shit. Yeah. I heard Hank Green has cancer. It's very sad. I mean, he's a nice guy. I don't know what else to say about it other than cancer sucks. And Hanky Panky's a good dude overall. I mean, I have disagreements with him. That chatter was lying, by the way. Charlie agrees with you. He was shit talking iDubbbz haters. It would be very strange if Charlie fucking worked with iDubbbz, did the creator clash, and then turned around and was like, I actually don't like that he doesn't say the N-word any longer. I, Charlie Moist Critical, think everyone should be able to say it. Like, I don't think he's going to do that. You know what I mean? Because most of the haters revolve around basically that. I'm sure he said he shouldn't have apologized. Which is fine. I even thought that he went too far with his apologies, because I think that like a lot of his commentary was actually on point. It was supposed to be isolated. I don't want iDubbbz to stop making content cops. I don't want iDubbbz to stop making content. I don't even want iDubbbz to stop being edgy. I just personally think that when you look at his stuff, and I did it later on. I never actually watched iDubbbz when I was younger, but like a lot of his commentary, with the exclusion of like, I am going to say it for the sake of saying it. I'm like weird libertarian about you know, fucking saying edgy racist shit and edgy trolly awful things. The content and the victims that he chose were oftentimes very valid. You know what I mean? So that's how it goes. Like, usually that's the reason why, you know, when you look at fucking Larry the Cable Guy, his commentary or his comedy doesn't hold up. Right? But when you look at oh my God, I can't believe I'm like having such a hard time with my brain today. Like Ron White, Larry the Cable Guy, those guys' commentary doesn't hold up. George Carlin, his commentary holds up. Why? Because regardless of like some of the, you know, cultural differences or timeliness differences, you know, there's a reason why a lot of iDubbbz's content held up, because like his fundamentals were solid on a lot of issues. His take was that iDubbbz went too far and was too hard on himself. Like, I think it was appropriate for him to apologize, though. I think it was good for him to apologize. I think it was brave for him to apologize. More people should fucking apologize. More people should take ownership over their actions when they have wronged people. And more importantly, I guess, for the broader audience, we should all be more receptive to those who are eating shit and apologizing. You know, gay Hasan online. Yes. React vid currently being edited for your main channel. Good. I think his apology was very good. And maybe, perhaps even a bit too harsh on himself. If you missed the last time I said it, Ethan was just talking about how he has bad ADHD shit and he was tuning into your stream. When he did that, he saw how you're knowledgeable about tons of shit and can spit it out relatively well. As a HasanAbi head watching that, I was thinking, oh, if you only knew the ADHD Hasan suffers with, that's the context in its entirety. Yeah, no, this stuff is really hard. It's very, very hard. I wish you found the best Ford tweet. Oh my God, I'm selling my Ford to a queer. Oh, the Ford stuff is hilarious, dude. Yeah.
Well, folks.
Ben Shapiro's losing his fucking mind about how trans stuff. For someone who was there at the peak of his content and saw the effects it had within my peers, I think his apology was right on the dot. I don't think it was too harsh on himself. I think he should have also, like, the only thing that I would add on to the apology is that, like, I would stress the point that, you know, like, I'm not going to stop making commentary videos. Like, I mean, I guess he kind of did. He did mention that kind of stuff. I guess his apology was really good. I'm just being hypercritical. He literally, I don't know. I feel like when I was watching it, the only criticism I had of it, genuinely the only criticism I had of it, even though, like, I have no notes for the most part, the only criticism I had of it was that he, like, didn't do, I think, a decent enough job of, like, separating that the solid fundamentals were there for the content cop, and some of the, like, he didn't do a good enough job of being like, no, these were good victims, these were the good villains that I fucking came after for the most part. I, of course, went too far. You know what I mean? With some, but overall, like, the fundamentals were solid, but I think he just didn't want to come across like defensive in any way. And maybe he doesn't agree with that. Maybe he just legitimately does hate the idea of, like, being mean and ruthless and awful. I don't think when you have that level of regret, you see things in that way. Yeah. From someone who's watching from the outside looking in, no, he didn't enjoy the audience bullying them as a result. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what it is. I think he, like, that's the vibe I got. The vibe I got was like, oh, I hated that, like, we were doing mass harassment on these people. But it's like, it's fucking Keemstar, dog. Like, there's a difference between normalizing saying the N-word and having a bunch of fucking shitty, like, edgelords repeating the talking points that you were cooking up that they could have fucking heard anywhere else, let's be real. But still, normalizing that and like atoning for that and taking ownership over that versus being like, oh man, it really sucks that I went too hard on Keemstar, huh? That kind of thing. But fuck Keem, but it doesn't matter. Just because it was Keem, he's acknowledging a pattern of behavior, which I think is enough. Brother, I don't know. When you talk about like Leafy, that chinless fuck Keemstar rice gum, there's like plenty of fucking people who haven't learned from their past mistakes and still are doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on like their shitty fucking behavior, regardless of like his criticisms over it. Like, that's crazy to me. Anyway, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of Ian. I think he did a great job. I'm proud of Anissa. Like, they're doing great. It's awesome. I admire it. I think that's what being a man is all about. A real man. If you want to use toxic masculine references, a real man takes accountability for his own actions, okay? A real man leads by example. And I think what Ian did in this regard was very good. You were doing stream of Rice Gum in 2022, bro. I don't know if you know this, but I didn't know anything about Rice Gum. And when I found out about his stuff, through Content Cop mostly, I stopped. That's the funniest thing. Like, that was literally the thing. Like, I didn't know anything about him. He was like talking shit about me or whatever, but I was like, fucking, I'll ball up with you. But I did not know like how far that well went, you know what I mean? And then I watched that fucking Content Cop and I was like, oh God. Yeah, I watched it on stream. Come on, Haas. You know better than to say it's just Keem doesn't make it right. The right say the exact same thing about you. It's okay to harass you because you are you. They are obviously wrong and use the same logic to harass. Brother, there's a difference between harassing someone, okay, doxing them and shit like that, which I'm sure Keemstar receives as well, some of that, versus like, shitting on him when he says some idiotic stuff. Do you understand the difference? Like, if you cannot comprehend that like right-wingers like Keemstar, mind you, who have played a role in these like mass harassment campaigns against me, my family, you know what I mean? People in my life. If you can't, in your mind, find a difference between like why they're doing that, what the ideological reasons for why they're doing that, because what I'm doing to like invoke this kind of harassment, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like, my biggest controversies and the worst things I've ever done are either things that people have clipped out of context and then like made YouTube videos over, not correctly predicting that doxing doesn't exist. Yeah, no, totally. It doesn't. You're right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm imagining it when it happens. He literally did harass Tana Mongo though, which sounded, yes, I agree. I don't know enough about what he did to Tana Mongo, and I don't know enough about who the fuck Tana Mongo is. I just know like the TanaCon stuff. You know what's funny? I found a clip of you reacting to the Rice Gum Content Cop years ago, like before the last time you reacted to it, but Rice Gum is such a boring, mid-ass, irrelevant person that you forgot. Wait, really? There's something wrong with my brain. Deadly Dog, it's all public info. It's not illegal to know where people live. Brother, I should know where you live because where you live should be an institution, okay? You should be institutionalized. Like, the state should come to your house and put you in a fucking straitjacket and forcibly put you in a padded room, okay? If these are the kinds of fucking takes you have, Of course, deadly dog with no fucking, with no information, with no relevant information about who he fucking is, can get away with saying dumb shit like this. How about you fucking post your address and your fucking name in the chat then, idiot? You can't, because you're banned for 2 weeks now. And also, I would literally get banned if you did that, for the record. But I hate that. I hate when people fucking say this dumb shit. When they're like, oh, dude, doxing is fucking not a big deal. It's public information. Then don't use a fucking anime avatar or this avatar, whatever the fuck this is. Like, I find it really, really fucking funny when a dude whose name is Deadly Dog, it's not his fucking, government name, with a monkey avatar is over here talking a big game about how doxing shouldn't be that big of a fucking deal. It's just public information. Like, suck my cock, dude. The fuck do you mean? Anyway, does anyone have a thing for me to post? Oh, I'll use this Zelda one. This one's a beautiful work of art from T. Banu Tiama. But I can't tag her in it, unfortunately. I tried to tag her and it said, you can't tag her in photos. It's what people used to say about the paparazzi price of fame dog bullshit. Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man. People should have like a reasonable expectation of privacy in their own fucking homes. Like, that's crazy, especially if you're like someone who people want to kill. Jesus Christ. Oh, there was a Republican guy who was, why are you like this? Wait, what are you talking about? Why are you like this? Like what? A person that's like anti-doxing? Wow, that's crazy, man. Yeah, real weird that I have this perspective. I wonder why a public figure who's live all the time, who has like a bunch of fucking Nazis who want to kill him, would have this kind of perspective on doxing. You know? Where would that come from? That's weird. Why would Hasan have a take like this? Bad take, Hasan. Sorry, guys. Anyway, very odd take. Getting mad over someone not wanting a bunch of right-wing extremists to know where he lives is crazy. Yeah. The artist for this is Tia Bonu on Twitter. Unfortunately, I could not tag her in it. I tried, but she doesn't allow people tagging her in photos. Did you react to Charlie's response? No, I haven't. Okay, we'll start off with bad news, and then we'll get to Charlie.
I've got lymphoma. I don't know how to do this. So I had some swollen, like my armpit was swollen. It was weird. It turns out I have a bunch of really swollen lymph nodes. They're mostly under my pec muscle, but I didn't notice them because my pecs are so strong. But I can feel them now. And so I went to the doctor. They're like, probably not a big deal, but I got some scans. The ultrasound was like, this does not look good. We're going to get a biopsy. We're going to cut you open, take out a whole lymph node, and then do a bunch of science on it. And once that's done, we'll know what's wrong with you. and it came back for Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is the Cadillac of lymphomas. It's the one you want if you're going to get a lymphoma. The cancer doctors are like, the prognosis here is amazing. And I'm like, well, compared to what I thought my prognosis was a month ago, this is not great. But I appreciate your perspective is different from mine. But one of the most treatable cancers, responds very well to treatment. The treatment does suck, though. I've talked to some people who've gone through it. I'm gotta start chemo soon, everybody. So I just wanted you to know that might not be making as much content, or I might be. I don't know how.
Dude, honestly, what the fuck is happening to the world? Where like we got like, oh well, everyone's gonna get cancer anyway, so you might as well get the one that's treatable. Is crazy. That's where that attitude comes from. Like, I feel like there's no, that's what the attitude is indicative of. Is just that like, and I get what the doctor is saying. He's trying to have a positive outlook on the situation overall with your patient. You're probably supposed to do that as a doctor, but it's literally like, hey, everyone's probably going to get cancer at a certain point in your lives. You know, I don't know what the fuck we're eating. It might be what we're breathing. It might be what we're eating. It might be all those things. It might be a combination of everything. But hey, listen, you know, if you're going to get cancer and everyone's going to get cancer, doctors sometimes don't realize how they sound when they say you have the good cancer, but they genuinely have good intentions. Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to feel. I love making videos. I love communicating. I feel better when I'm doing it. Even in this period of time, the stress has been really intense, and actually doing the things that I'm good at and that I like has been very good. Once I start chemo, though, I likely will not really feel like it, but I'll try and set some things up for myself to do so that I am not just laying around, because laying in bed and feeling sorry for yourself does not feel good. Because I tried that for like 4 days so far. Not consecutive, but like individual. I'm like, maybe today it will feel better to just lay in bed and hate that this is happening to me. But none of the days did that make it better. If you're thinking it would be nice if I could do something for Hank, you can do something for Hank. I've put a link to our newsletter in my bio because I want to keep making stuff that if I can. And, you know, like if I'm pretty sick, so like chemo's minimum 4 months for me. If I'm pretty sick for that period of time, I might not be wanting to make podcasts and videos, but writing a little something to put in a newsletter seems more doable, probably. So if you can sign up for that, that'd be great. And yeah, this sucks. I'm sorry it sucks. It sucks worse for me, though.
Damn. I mean, you know, what can you say? It just fucking sucks. Not really too much you can say about it other than shit sucks. Hope you get better. You know what I mean? Have you read his book? No, I don't read books. I'm so bad at like consoling people. I just can't do it.
Hi.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how other people do it. I want to do it. I want to say something. I just don't know. I'm like, that's bad. It just makes me feel weird. Ham odunsun aynen. I am. Isn't his brother the one with the book? I don't fucking know. Most empathetic leftist, empath, by the way. No, man. What the thing is, you know what it is? What motivates me, at least, is like injustice. Okay? I can't stand that shit. It really frustrates me. It really pisses me off. That's what motivates me. It's not even like a sense of empathy overall. Like, obviously, I am empathetic to people who have less, people who, you know, don't have those same opportunities. But what really frustrates me about it, what really motivates me about it is not necessarily that, like, I want to fucking help every single person because I see that they're downtrodden. but it's instead a profound sense of justice. It's probably weird. I don't know. I'm being very honest about it. Nothing pisses me off more than that. Anyway, speaking of being pissed off, we are going to take a look at, like I said, the iDubbbz video. We watched it yesterday. We talked about it. It was very productive overall. I think a lot of people were understanding. A lot of the black and brown chatters in this community that originally were like very aggro against Ian whenever I said like, hey guys, Ian is a different person. He's like a much nicer person. Like, a lot of you turned around and were like, actually, this was a fire apology, straight up, respect. Like, he did it. I respect it. I saw people thought he was overdoing it. Maybe a little bit, but it's not that bad. I mean, his apology got 111,000 likes and 66,000 dislikes. So, luckily, there's more likes than dislikes now. 103 quotes. Oh, no, Lamau. Of course, dude, of course. You know what this is. It's all... I haven't even clicked on this, and I will not be clicking on this toxic fucking waste of shit. But it's probably someone whose like username is like autistic N-word with a fully written out N-word, saying with a fucking anime avatar, who just calls me a cockroach F-word. You know what I mean? It's probably like cockroach, 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 cockroach. I will kill you with a Raid spray. Cockroach photos of cockroach, because like that's all 4chan has. It's funny because the QRTs are both a mix of leftists and conservatives. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. All right, now I'm going to look at it. Fuck, now I'm interested. Yeah. It's the saddest motherfuckers, man. It's the saddest motherfuckers. Like, you really want to hear from this guy? Like, look at this. ANCAP, Valentian, Rothbardian futurist, hyper atomist transhumanist, 25 trans, bi. Enjoy Hop and Rothbard. Anarchism equals property. Attempting to quit Twitter. With a fucking, like, what is this, like a brony avatar? Hasan talking about empathy is a joke. iDubbbz didn't grow up, he grew down. I don't care that he's a cuck. That's whatever. His choice despite how weird it is. But his rejection of comedy and talking down to people for finding comedy enjoyable is not an improvement. Empath means being a literal cuck and apologizing for stuff that doesn't matter. I didn't even say he's an empath. I'm not one of those people. He hasn't grown to have a more empathetic outlook. He's just another paper skin douche like you. Now, these are permanently online people. These are permanently online people. And then you have the leftist version of this, okay? Like, look, you want to know? Yeah, because the change is you whiny rape victims trying to police people's fun. Yeah, you better fucking believe I will fight that change and would rather die than accept it. What? It's about iDubbbz saying the N-word. Like, you're going to die to fight for iDubbbz to say the N-word? Also, he used the rape victim as a pejorative. Like, he's like, he's like, dude, you're a rape victim, dog. That's crazy. LARPing is a combat troop about a guy saying, I won't say the N-word anymore. Yeah. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Now, the point is this, okay? The point is this. Like, people that say stuff like this are fucking sad, okay? Newsflash. They're really sad. They're really, really, really sad. And they basically want to ensure that everyone is just as sad as they are. These are the guys that turn into fucking David DePeepees later on in their lives, and they get arrested because their brain has been broken by too much online shit. Okay? Or they start taking mood stabilizers and inevitably realize that like what they were doing on Stan Twitter, like this other person, was silly. Okay? And they grow up and they get a fucking job. Patting a former Nazi on the back who was one of the founding fathers of the alt-right pipeline that terrorized black kids 2016 and 2020 for entering his right-centrist era. Just words cannot describe how much I hate HasanAbi. To the founding father of the alt-right. So, you know, just get a job, okay? Job application. Lithium. I recommend lithium. Like, straight up, you need a mood stabilizer. If you're tweeting like that, you need it. You need it real bad. Indeed.com, but also like before that, you know, lamotrigine is better than lithium in my opinion. Yeah, betterhelp.com. The reason why I'm looking at this shit is not because, first of all, it doesn't even piss me off. Oh, by the way, speaking of good news, I just got word from Lindsay Doherty, second generation Teamster, originally from Detroit, who is the Western Region VP and motion picture director. And she is down to come on the broadcast. Yeah, which is pretty awesome. So I'm gonna line something up with her. She's fire. She's so sick. They won't go through the admission phase like iDubbbz. Instead, they'll turn into the toxic purity test Andes, isolationists, the socialist movement. What? The reason why I looked at the QRTs is to show you like there's different spices in there. You know what I mean? There's a variety of different kinds of seasonings, and all of them are irrelevant. In the normal world, if you had a family member or a friend who like went fucking crazy online and like started fucking hurling slurs or whatever, and you no longer could be their friend because you couldn't change their minds, but then they inevitably came around, you would recognize that change as a good thing. Okay? A normal human being would look at that and go, wow, that's growth. That's change. I love that. That's so awesome. I have personally experienced people that went through that fucking radicalization phase and then snapped back, okay, in my life. So, I don't know. It's just something that I always tell people, but be fucking normal. Be normal. The leftist version of unhinged gatekeeping is so annoying and weird. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Those people are fucking losers on the left, and the people that are mad on the right for iDubbbz changing, that are like cynical and think that he's doing it for like financial gain or whatever, when like Steven fucking Crowder just refused a $50 million contract, are delusional idiots, okay? Like people are like, dude, you went woke and now you're gonna go broke. Or, dude, you had to go woke so you could make money. People say these two things at the same time, and it makes no sense. That literally is just inherently contradictory sentiments. Is the right making more money? Or you have to be woke to fucking make money. And that's why there was a financial reason as to why he made this decision. Which is it? Doesn't make sense. Make up your fucking dumbass mind. Yes, because you weren't affected? What do you mean? Me? Affected by what? Have you seen Charlie's take on iDubbbz? Yes, we're going to watch that. A lot of people are hypercritical of moistCr1TiKaL's take on iDubbbz. I don't know. I don't know if they're correct or not. But listen, I am never going to shit on... I'm never going to shit on someone who genuinely, authentically changed. If you are cynical, if you are skeptical, if you think that like this person changed for, material reasons, one thing you can look at is why they did it. Are there more opportunities when you actually change? Or are the online left not exactly receptive to a guy who used to say the N-word all the fucking time, and also on top of that, very fucking gatekeepy regardless, while the half of his fucking audience is like literally ripping him a new asshole. Law tip. I used to be a Ben Shapiro stan. Went to his events and shit. Big into 1350 memes and internalized so much hate. Now I'm a public defender and trying to do better. Change happens. Exactly. Exactly. He looked at the 1350 memes and he was like, this ain't right. We gotta make sure we have to make sure that these dudes don't go to jail anymore. It's fucked up. Which, by the way, origination of the 1350 memes is not actually clearance rates. It's just arrest numbers. So that doesn't even technically matter. That's a, statistical, that's a little bit of numbers massaging that like dumb racists use. But law tip, that's a 1350 reference for you to understand. Those are not conviction numbers. 1350 just means arrest numbers. Anyway, not to be too much of a fucking annoying little nerd about it. So yeah, I used to be a no jokes libtard before the HasanAbi doctrine got me. Yeah, that's what I like to do. Racial bias plays a huge part in that. Your point is right. Point is this, folks. I'm a firm believer in change. If I didn't believe that like bad people could be rehabilitated, or people that have the wrong opinions, people that have racist fucking opinions, people that have even done like racist actions could be inevitably rehabilitated and become like anti-racist, then I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Okay? I'd be just fucking looking at random YouTube videos and making jokes about it, or watching TV fucking shows instead of constantly talking about this shit over and over again. So much so that I forget to run the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour and run it 8 minutes into the top of the hour, and then tell you that there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, and that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We're moving on to the iDubbbz situation and Charlie moistCr1TiKaL's take on the matter. But remember that you always should believe in rehabilitation. Don't be super cynical about people. And if you're going to be cynical, remember, like, is there genuinely a financial, there's a financial component to this? Because, like, is it better if you start off as a right-winger and then, like, become a left-wing person? Is it ever better to become a left-wing person than a right-wing person if you want to make money grifting? No. We live in a world where, like, the money I make is a lot, but I'm a singular person on the left. There's not that many HasanAbis out there that are, like, super fucking rich. Oh, my God. Rich socialism, lol. Right? There's me. Not only that, but also, for every me, there is 100 right-wingers that are making significantly more. And they're not getting funded by individual $5 a month subscription givers, okay? That's my funding mechanism, is voluntary $5 a month subscriptions that help you avoid the top of the fucking hour ad break. That's it. You don't need to do that. You don't need to subscribe at all. Most of you use certain things that I can't say anymore that I'm contractually obligated not to say anyway to avoid the ads. Remember Hasan Minhaj? Yeah. So understand that. They say you're able to get more money because you're marketable by woke companies. Yeah, dude. That's why I do so many fucking sponsorships. Thank you, Sakura Gore, for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Evil Ass, for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, let's get into the Charlie take on the iDubbbz situation.
iDubbbz posted a YouTube video that's become extremely divisive. I haven't seen people this divided on a singular topic since the red and blue dress debate. The video he posted was basically an apology for the content he made in the past, apologizing for it being hurtful or damaging, and a whole myriad of other things that he wanted to come forward with, and talking about how he's changed as a person and thus his content will be changing. He goes over like insecurities of his past, and overall he just invites the audience into the back of the kitchen to see how the sausage is made and meet the chef. And for a lot of people, they didn't want to meet the chef. He's being very open and honest about his feelings on his older self and now his current mentality, how he feels better and healthier and doesn't like what he did in the past and didn't like who he used to be. So it's a whole apology video for all of that. He releases more feelings in this video than Pandora's box, and I kind of want to go over this whole situation because I have a lot of thoughts on the topic, not only as it pertains to iDubbbz in particular.
I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, Charlie. What the fuck is this? Every fucking voice critical video gets like 700 million views, and every single one has that fucking thing just in the bottom of the camera. I'm losing my mind every time. Ah! He has it every time. He has it all the time. Oh my God, I am so fucking autistic sometimes. It's you guys do this shit to me and it makes me so mad. Holy fuck. I'm chatting. I'm just chatting. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing this thing that chatters do. I'm literally doing the thing that chatters do. Straight up. I literally never noticed. I notice it every time. I'm like, ugh, ugh, why? Yeah, well, guess what? We're all in it together now. So suck my dick, you dumb bitches. Yeah, I bet none of you fucking noticed it. Half of you motherfuckers didn't notice it until now, and now you can't unsee it. Now you have to deal with that brain rot too. Okay? There you go. Have fun with that here. Let's put the captions back over it. Maybe for a brief moment you'll forget that it's there, but you won't. You'll be thinking about that for the rest of the video. Anyway, this is so unrelated. It's so unrelated. This chat is an autistic Ouroboros. Yeah, it is. Let's continue.
Particular, but just in the general creator space. There's a few things that I want to talk about here.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value. But I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, run my channel and live my life.
I'm sorry to immediately come in here with the Phoenix Wright objection, but I completely disagree with the sentiment that it's weak or passive to change your content and expect people to see that as a reflection of yourself. That's pretty much the optimal way of handling any kind of situation in which you're not comfortable with either your audience or the content you've been making. By changing the content over time, you're changing the audience over time.
Nope. I disagree with Charlie. I mean, Charlie's talking about best practices. That's why he's the fucking commentary guy with 13 million subs who, each of his videos get like 700 gorillion views, even though this is in the frame. It's in the frame. Why is that in the frame? Okay. Anyway, but but I disagree. In an ideal world, that's fine. It might work for Charlie, but I think iDubbbz did not want to do that. I like that he apologized for that. Like, I like that he came out and apologized. You want to know why I like that? I think I would have probably had a similar take to Charlie maybe a year ago. When I first started recognizing that, like, Ian's attitude was very different. When I first met him, actually. Because I always thought, like, after watching some of his content cops, like, I always thought, like, first of all, I knew Anissa, and I knew that she was awesome. I knew that she had, great politics overall. I did not know that she was also like Charlie, or not Charlie, sorry, like Ian. But that was the reason why I thought, like, Ian can't be too much of a fucking edgelord. You know what I mean? Because of her. And no, literally, like, I was like, he can't be this much of, like, he can't be what I have seen in his videos. But I was a little apprehensive when I first met him. I thought, like, this is the guy that fucking says the N-word a lot. You know what I mean? He's the N-word guy. But then I noticed, like, he did feel very uncomfortable about it. He did feel very uncomfortable about, like, the things that he had said. iDubbbz literally said that people came up to him expecting him to be transphobic. Even after changing his content, people still thought he was bigoted. Clearly, that didn't pan out. He has evidence to prove he just can't change his content. He expects his audience to change for them. I don't know why Charlie's ignoring this part. I think Charlie doesn't care as much. I think Charlie doesn't care as much. I mean, he's a lib. Charlie's definitely a lib, but like smack dab in the center on a lot of issues, but definitely hypercritical of cops every now and then. I've heard him fucking aggressively advocate for workers' rights. He's just very Florida, but overall, I think, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I think, he's just a guy. I don't know. I don't hate Charlie, but he's completely Reddit adjacent. Yeah, I mean, he is. The only criticism I have of Charlie ever, even though I think he's a very kind person, I think he's a very nice person. I've met all of the people around him. Loved all those guys at the moistCr1TiKaL factory, right? I balled up with them. They're great. Having said all of that, the only thing I would say about Charlie is that like I think he capitulates a little bit too much to some people who are like very clearly edgelords. You know what I mean? People who do definitely cut racist content, or at least people who are very familiar and very friendly with people who cut racist content. Maybe they're not like overtly white supremacists themselves in a lot of instances, because there's a lot of like weird T channels and commentary YouTube spaces that are very center right, but he is a pretty good normie barometer. Cough Muda cough. I mean, I'm friends with Muda. Like I talk to Muda a lot of times. I don't think that's not what I'm talking about. When you think that that's what I'm talking about, you're wrong. That's not what I'm talking about. But Muda, like Charlie, also has some friends like that. Anyway, my point is this. I don't care what you guys' opinions are on the commentary space in general. I'm just going to finish what I'm trying to say. I think he's like a little too welcoming for my taste, but it's fine. I still watch his shit. I don't care. I can get over it. If you can't, that's fine. Yeah, I'm talking about the D tier Keemstars and drama YouTubers, yeah, who are like just awful for the most part.
As well, obviously, right? The people that subscribed for your previous catalog of content might not stick around for the stuff you start creating when it goes in a different direction, and that's a totally fine thing. I don't think there's anything weak about just making different content and growing individually without having to come forward and share that growth with your audience. At the end of the day, your subscribers aren't your friends. You don't know them and they don't know you. That's the brass tacks of it. Sorry to blast the cold water in your face first thing in the morning. You don't owe them an explanation for why you're changing your content. You're welcome to tell them. I think that's totally within your right to do. But I really disagree that it's weak if you don't explain why you're changing your content. You can just make...
Damn, motherfucker heard what Ian was saying and was like, is this about me? Like, what? Everyone has a different way of doing shit, man. It's fine. Like, I think Ian's way of openly admitting that he has changed his mentality, he's changed his content, and addressing his past is perfectly valid and actually very good. I will say this much. I think that was more so for like a lot of like black and brown marginalized people that felt differently about the impact that he had. I think for those people, he did that for those people. He was like, I'm acknowledging it. My content is different, and I apologize. Like openly saying that was I think something that people had to hear. There's a difference Charlie's missing. This is not Donkey moving on from League. He's moving on from the N-word. Yeah. iDubbbz wasn't saying he was weak for not explaining the situation to his old fans. He was saying it was a weak move to move on without apologizing to minority groups. I think so too. I think that's what he was saying. I think, well, I think partially that and partially that like he was not. Gonna be real. Charlie doesn't seem like he's ever addressed his fans directly. Wasn't this video for the victims of the harassment and the idiots who don't understand he has changed? Yeah, I think the reason why he said that, the reason why iDubbbz came out and said that is pretty obvious. It's because people still didn't fully get that he had changed his mind. That's it. That's why he apologized to people from marginalized backgrounds, but he felt bad about all the pain and hurt he had caused them. He recognized that. He didn't want to be seen as that person. And he also wanted to tell people in his audience that are still like that, that like that's not a good thing to do. Not good to do.
Different stuff and go in that direction where you're happier without ever really needing to come forward and like really lecture on why.
I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel. And I've also created a culture of apathy and I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel.
It sucks to hear that this is how he thinks about his old content and his old self. It's always a very difficult realization when you look back on, you know, the you of a few years ago disappointed. Like, I used to be 5'6", and I still am, but it sucks to realize that I was then too, and have been for a long time. Point is, he wasn't happy with the content he made or the person he was, and now he's trying to apologize for the videos he made. And I, once again, have to completely disagree with the way he looks at it. I feel like his perspective on it is very warped by the way the internet has evolved over the years. The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to fucking murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme. I very much would consider...
Bro, come on, Charlie. He was fucking screaming the N-word at people, dude. What the fuck? Okay, I take it back. Charlie's not the normie barometer on this, okay? Nope. He's the barometer for what, like, the internet center is, but no shot, dude. You fucking show iDubbbz to, like, a normal guy, like a stevedore, you know what I mean? Like a black stevedore sees the fucking iDubbbz video because his son's watching it. He's not gonna go... What the he's not going to go, oh, man, that's, like, not as bad as killing a puppy. He's going to be like, what the fuck is that? What are you watching? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. No, you show what iDubbbz was doing to, like, a fucking normal human being out there, out and about. They're going to have some opinions, okay? They're going to have some opinions. Like, it's not like he was killing puppies, yes. It's not like he was doing race crimes individually, but like it's straight up. Like it is straight up probably like the most openly recognized unacceptable action. You know what I mean? No, dude, normies don't care about the N-word, at least rural normies. Yeah. Brother, no, you're wrong. Nope, wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Also, black people do. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, like saying that was not okay back then either, for the record. Charlie's literally doing the shit that every 32 but mentally 14-year-old in the hate comments in this video are doing, Lamau. Come on, man, it wasn't that bad. It was the glory days of online, bro. Come on, exactly. It's like, I don't think Charlie knows the cultural impact iDubbbz had. Either he's coping hard or he's actually somehow oblivious to this. No, I don't think he's oblivious to it. I think he just doesn't think that what iDubbbz was doing was like that bad. I think he thinks that the iDubbbz apology was like overboard. The irony, of course, is that I don't think Charlie would do that. I don't think Charlie would do that. If you don't think it was that bad, didn't you agree with that earlier? I agreed with certain components of that, but not this. I would never in a fucking million years say that like an apology wasn't warranted for making videos and defending saying the N-word and saying the N-word all the time in public. That's crazy. My point was I would have differentiated between the harmful actions and the harmful toxicity that was caused versus like, some of the shit that actually stood the test of time. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? I quite literally said, damn, iDubbbz is apologizing like he was fucking Ben Shapiro. Like he wasn't that bad. Okay? But having said that, I would never in a million years say that like, man, it's, it's good that he shouldn't have apologized for that kind of stuff. No, it's very good that he apologized for that, and it was totally warranted.
Consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory. That was entirely the brand. And for its time, it lived peacefully. All four nations, water, earth, fire, air, lived together in harmony with all this edginess going on. Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s now. In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to...
Lamar, I didn't even pre-watch this? Yeah, that's crazy. Bro, that's wild. Nah, maybe this is where I differ because, like, in 2016, I was an online figure on the left. And I was getting my ass beat in the QRTs from day one, even as like a young, not all that famous content creator. I still had my fair bit of stalkers from the 4chan, from the groiped up shouty community on 4chan, many of which were probably iDubbbz fans as well. And no. That shit was not good. And it was cope. It was just bad. It's just not funny. It is so obvious that, and Ian even recognizes that in his video, which I really liked. You were doing that because you weren't fucking funny and you desperately wanted to be funny and you wanted to get a reaction out of people and it wasn't fucking funny, but like all of the unfunny fucks loved it because they also wanted to be funny and they thought, haha, this is how I get reactions out of people. Lol, we're just owning you. And they still do that. They're doing it in the QRTs right now. In my fucking QRTs where I was like, Ian did a good thing for apologizing. He was right. And we should celebrate that. We should cherish that. And he's very brave for apologizing. There's still people doing that in the fucking quote retweets. Like, look. Like, look at this. This is funny. Howling Mutant says, empathy and growth is when you celebrate the 9/11 attacks and try to blame it on English being your second language. Yeah, dude. That's what happened. I celebrated the 9/11 attacks. I'm willing to bet if I fucking looked at this dude's account, there is some horrifically racist nonsense on there. Why do they virtue signal so much? Why? Just like, you don't give a shit about that. Like, what do you think? I was on the fucking New Jersey rooftops, you dumb bitch? Like you always say, they are ironically acting so liberal. I know, they're so fucking stupid. They're so dumb. Ugh, it's so sad. Like, all because a dude apologized for saying the N-word, man. I agree with what you're saying. What bothers me what bothers people here is that Ian was making it sound like all this content was about being racist and spitting racist rhetoric, and that was never the case. Bro, that is the case. You got banned for saying slurs like last year. Lamau, shut up. This guy's talking about cracker, by the way. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, these people, dude, these people are so mentally stunted. Like, no one is ever going to, no matter how many fucking times you tweet about this, no one is ever going to be on your side, brother. Only the other mentally stunted, super fucking insane, extremely online weirdos will give you that reaction that you are looking for and warp your sense of what is normal. Okay? That's it. Get a fucking job. Get a job. Like, go ahead. Explain to people that you're mad that someone apologized for saying the N-word all the fucking time and like every other slur all the fucking time and defended the right to say it all the fucking time and how that's wrong. And also on top of that, you know what's the real N-word? Saying cracker. Like, go ahead. Please explain that. Go ahead and explain that to a normal person. Go talk to your fucking mom and dad about it. Like, try to get a sense of how the world works there. No, mom and dad is not going to agree on that, man. Get the fuck out of here. Like, C-word incident 2023 retake. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. It's so sad to see some douchebag like Hasan pull someone like Ian to the worst side of internet culture. You know this idiot would have gotten a content cop with a gorillion views too. You know it's that bad when Hasan supports you, an Armenian genocide denier. Like, it's so pathetic, dude. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. If you personally think that growth is fucking incapable, like no one is capable of changing, and then like apologizing for like fucking creating a toxic culture and saying the N-word and whatnot is actually a bad thing, and that you're constantly going to hold people to like what they have done, even though you would want people to be way more open-minded to you if you ever changed your mentality. Okay? You are no different than the fucking SJWs. Okay? All of these like weird, edgelord accounts online who are like, oh, fuck these cringe, soy, gay SJWs and the way that they fucking behave are doing the same shit. They're doing the same shit. You can't change your mentality. You think it's impossible, so you're terrified that like other people are able to do that. You're doing the same shit that like SJWs are doing. Anyway. Let's continue.
You just be spamming slurs for shock humor. I don't find that entertaining, and he doesn't either. So it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that. But I don't think it was a mistake that he made those videos. Like, they're not hurtful, nor do I really think they're damaging. Now, you could make an argument that they were hurtful to the people they were about, like...
No, they were absolutely hurtful and they were absolutely damaging. Charlie, I think, is just like looking at Content Cop. I'm going to be super charitable here. I think Charlie is just looking at Content Cop in and of itself and saying like Content Cop wasn't hurtful and damaging, maybe to the people, but that's not what Ian was talking about. Ian is talking about the things that he said in those things.
The Content Cop on Tana or Leafy.
Also, why doesn't he just talk to Ian? Like, this is what I don't understand. Like, bro, come on. You literally did the fucking creator clash with him. Just DM him before making a video like this.
Or any of that, you could say like, he hurt their feelings or sent harassment their way, which may have been a mental burden on them, and you could feel bad about that, I suppose. But at the end of the day, I don't think the goal of his content was ever to be hurtful or damaging. He was just trying to entertain and using edginess as shock humor, which for its time was acceptable online. Now, whether or not you think that's okay that it was ever acceptable, that's a different argument for a different day. But the point is, the point of his content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it. So I just don't think that the apology is really warranted. You can explain, like, I just don't like making that content anymore, so I won't. And be
What
like,
the
hey, I
fuck?
even regret making that content.
Making this video while iDubbbz getting a fuck ton of hate is fucking weird. I know, especially because he knows him. Like, come on, Charlie. I hope he turns this around and like talks about all the people shitting on him for changing at some point. It would be very nice. Like, why are you debate lording someone's fucking apology for saying the N-word all the time? Oh my God, dude. Like, especially weird because, like, you're not like that either, motherfucker. Why? Why are you saying this? Why are you saying this? Is there something wrong with my brain? Because when I see Ian apologizing, I'm thinking about what he apologized for. Okay? Maybe in my mind, I'm thinking, well, there was a lot of valid content cops out there and it was good overall and it stood the test of time with the exceptions of like all the fucking slurs and shit. You know what I mean? But he is very clearly apologizing for the culture that those slurs created, the culture of hate and bigotry that it justified, normalized. Okay? But I'm sorry, like, your intention being, I just wanted to entertain. That's why I kept screaming the fucking N-word is ridiculous. Like, that's not a good defense. And Ian doesn't think that that's a good defense. He doesn't even agree with that. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I don't know why people think that's him being a pussy. He's getting ass fucked by every corner of the internet right now. Some, in like insane ways, right? Like, how are you going to sit there and be like, oh, it's just, I don't know. There's so much. There is so much going on here that like blows my fucking mind.
Because it's kind of cringe now. That's all fine. But to think that it is this huge, massive problem, like you made an unforgivable mistake, is a little weird to me.
So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to.
You want to know what it is? I get where Charlie's coming from to a certain degree, not about the N-word shit, obviously. Like, oh, he just wants to make people laugh. But, like, this video does have, like, a super negative slant to it. And to a degree where it's like his actions were really fucking gross, like old Ian, right? And he had to take accountability for that. So it was always going to come across as like, like kind of sad because it was like slurs. It was slurs galore, right? But I think like a lot of people looked at that and went, dude, what the fuck? Like, but there's a lot of content that you made that was great. And even I had that takeaway where I felt like he didn't differentiate enough. But I personally realize that like he probably personally made that decision not to add any defense of his content at all in here. Like, because he wanted to make sure that people understood, like, he's not defending anything. Like, he's here to be truly just apologetic. You know what I mean? Do you think this may be projection to some extent? Like, is it defense of any past behaviors Charlie and others might have done that might have fallen under the edgy umbrella? No. I don't. You want to know what it is? I don't think Charlie fucking sees. I don't think Charlie's ever been on the receiving end of that harassment. Ian has been on the receiving end of his own fucking community and the harassment that they engage in, okay? That's it. That's it, 100%. He knows how fucking shitty it is when you have the most psychotic losers that spend every fucking waking moment online be up your fucking asshole. It's embarrassing. You're protecting Charlie. Wait, what? Charlie is 1,000% racist and very... I'm not protecting Charlie at all. The fuck are you talking about? I'm criticizing Charlie. Yo, some of you just need to shut the fuck up sometimes, okay? Like, if you can't comprehend what I'm saying, the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth, then, I don't know, just maybe try shutting the fuck up for like a little bit and just listen, okay? Yeah, I think Charlie, given the nature of his commentary, hasn't really been on the receiving end of like this kind of this kind of like biblical amounts of harassment, like cyber harassment, cyber stalking. That and I think that's the major reason why he doesn't fully understand it. That's why he literally was like feeding the fucking trolls over and over again. And I was like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? Like, stop responding to people who are like not necessarily trying to criticize you in good faith. That's when I realized, oh fuck, he doesn't get it. Like, this dude has been online for as long as he has, and it genuinely feels like he hasn't like received a lot of like ill-intentioned weirdos that you know, watch him specifically to hate watch. I think a part of why Ian knows how bad this shit got with his own audience is because his own audience turned on him. Kaya, have toys. No. He's just eating the fucking, just straight up eating the shelf. To be honest, Charlie would be pretty boring if he were just a hate watcher. He has a pretty positive reception. Yeah, no, you can turn anyone into a fucking villain online. You just need like 50 to 100, you know, 50 to 100 neurodivergent edgelords in a fucking Discord server. Bitch, you know how fucking positive my reception was? Even after like the 8/21 9/11 shit in 2020? I was literally celebrated and cherished in every fucking corner of the internet with the exception of like the fucking bowels, okay? Now look at the way people receive me. Come on. Jesus, you're ableist? Yes, I am! That was the funniest thing. Someone, there's like a video of me saying the fucking R word like 3 years ago or something as I'm popping off on a fucking chatter. And they're like, Hasan, you've said worse things than Ian. And the worst thing I said was calling someone R-worded. Really? That's what you... No, it wasn't the stairs incident. It was another one. It's so funny. Like, they were like, yeah, dude, that's definitely worse than saying the N-word, dude. For sure. Like, and defending it, too. He told you that on the pod. He doesn't see anyone as 100% disingenuous. Yeah, because he hasn't experienced it as much. Because a lot of people like him.
To acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons. And, you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end.
You shouldn't have to apologize for criticizing someone or something. Voicing...
Yeah, this is... Okay, look. This is what I mean. This part is the only part that I also kind of saw where I was like, man, I don't really get it. Like, I don't really know why he's like... I don't really know why he's like kind of shitting on his own content cops. Like a lot of the content cops were like valid. You know?
Your opinion on a subject is a totally natural thing to do. I get criticized, I criticize others, people criticize movies, games, music, all of that. And to try and vilify the idea of criticism being evil, I think is a little dangerous because then you just create these echo chambers and no one ever really grows from that. I think it's totally fine if you regret the way you criticize things, the way you approach the subjects, if you regret how you handled it, that's okay. However, I wouldn't necessarily say that you were picking apart people for lackluster things. You seem to really look back negatively on all of the content cops, but whether you like it or not, you did make good points and good arguments against people who did deserve criticism.
Yeah, no, that's a straw man. I don't even think Ian said that, but I do think that it left it out. Like, he said things in a way that you could absolutely see it like that. Okay? It's not... Does Charlie not know Ian says slurs, lol? No, he does. I think he does. I think he just thinks that, oh, he was just doing it to be, like, funny. And he wasn't doing it because he was, like, ideologically right-wing or a Nazi or whatever, which I don't think he was either, for the record. But I do think he was racist. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just be like, yeah, I say the N-word all the time, and I make an advocacy for saying the N-word all the time and not, like, be racist. But do I think Ian now is racist? Absolutely not. I don't. You know what I mean? Charlie got famous in the same way? No, I don't even think... Was Charlie's old content even close to how fucking edgy iDubbbz old content is? No, you're wrong. No, you're fucking wrong. He's done this the whole time. Yeah. He's never done anything but this. What you're watching right now is how Charlie was, like, it seems to me, like, fucking 10 years ago. Yeah. You're wrong about that. Yeah, his shit was just like piss and cum and dicks. That's it.
I feel like the main pain point of those videos he used to make is the slurs in them. Like, his catchphrase was two slurs strung together, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's not exactly something to be super proud of. I get that. But to go back and say, like, all of it's shit, all of it's, bad and cruel, I think is going way overboard, because it's not. I don't think any of it was cruel. I don't think the criticism was unwarranted. But it's fine to just regret the way you handled it to a certain extent without saying all the content was...
Bro, I like that the first half of Charlie's criticism is either directly what Ian said, okay, or just things that he didn't say that you made a false inference over. Like, the fuck? Bro, I don't think iDubbbz was like, every single thing I've done is so wrong. It's so bad. He didn't even do the classic, like, over-the-top white guy self-flagellation shit that I fucking despise. You know, the whole, like, I found a black person whose shoes I will clean on camera, please. Like, I put shackles on myself. You can whip me, black people. Like, when white people do that shit, it's annoying. It's transparently fucking selfish. It's so self-centered. You're still otherizing black people. Just be fucking normal and be anti-racist, okay? Ian didn't do that. That would have been fucking performative. He didn't even do that shit. I don't think Ian regrets his entire career, and maybe he should have differentiated that a little bit more. You know what I mean? He should have probably differentiated a little bit more and been like, I'm not saying like everything I've done is wrong and everything I've done is bad, but I think the reason why he didn't even factor that in is because he first and foremost wanted to like genuinely present an apology. And when you're presenting an apology and you turn around and say, I'm not saying all my content is fucking bad, all of a sudden that comes across like you're defending some of the content. And people will make up that shit on their own sides. Just like Charlie is currently filling the holes with his personal biases. If he had ever turned around and said, in my opinion, well, a lot of the content I made was actually pretty good and it stood the test of time, which I think it did, okay? If he had differentiated that somehow, then the people who he most wants to apologize to, okay, would probably see that and go, oh, dude, what the fuck? in my mind, I think maybe you're talking about saying the N-word that you're proud of. You know what I mean? It's hypercritical to a dude who's getting ass fucked online that you know personally. I don't know. Maybe I'm different. The reason why I'm, the reason why even if I do have disagreements with Ian, and yet, I still am fully in support of what he did and what he's saying, is because I recognize that like people are unjustifiably shitting up. They're attacking him in a really, really fucked up way.
Damaging or cruel or bad.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on. And I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes. And, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on. But it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave. And it's not.
I feel like there's a chance he may have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer and had his memories rewritten of what that content actually was. Because...
yeah, everyone that looks at this who is like an old fan of Ian is not thinking of the N-word stuff. They're thinking of like him shitting on Keemstar, which is super valid. They're thinking of him shitting on Leafy is here. They're thinking of him shitting on Keemstar. They're thinking of him shitting on fucking, what do you call it? All the villains, like Rice Gum. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what they're thinking. And they're like, what the fuck? What are you saying right now? Like, why are you saying this? Why are you apologizing for like criticizing Jake Paul and Logan Paul? That's what they're thinking. So they're just filling the fucking holes and not understanding the intention that he had. That's it. Partially because I don't think they see how warranted an apology was in this circumstance. Because they personally were never like fully impacted by his commentary. Yes, ultimately because they're white. Okay? I'm white too, but at least I understand it because I was also, victim to a lot of the harassment campaigns as a liberal content creator or a liberal presenting content creator at the Young Turks at the time when the battle lines had been drawn online. Yeah, he had content that was specifically about saying and justifying slurs. Not hard to see. It's wrong law. Exactly. Like the whole, it was just edgy. It was a different time back then is crazy to me. Charlie's vid dislike ratio, 10-1. The apology is ridiculous and is almost as bad as Rogan's apology for using the N-word when quoting other people. Wait, what? Charlie's vid dislike ratio is 10-1. Yeah, dude. What's next? Are you going to tell me that like you read all the YouTube comments as well and they agree with Charlie? Wow, I'm shocked. Yeah, just because something is agreeable with like people who spend all their fucking waking moments on YouTube doesn't change my perspective on the morality of the situation. Maybe you should, I don't know, have a fucking backbone and, learn to think on your own without being completely motivated by what other people think on particular matters. I agree completely with him. You agree completely with what? Charlie? I get it. I know. You already mentioned that. You're a LOLW user or a LOL user already. We know that already, dumbass. We know. But thank you for informing us. Yeah. YouTube comments are definitely a good marker for normal behavior. Yeah, that's what I like to look at. It's not Charlie's place to say if iDubbbz needed to apologize as a straight white man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Charlie himself agrees with that shit, which is why it's crazy.
I never got the impression from those videos that he was morally grandstanding or that he was trying to pitch himself as superior to them morally. He never really tried to make himself seem like he was better than them. In fact, he would multiple times point out, like, his problems as well, and even give them advice on how they could have attacked him better in response, giving them ammo if they wanted to use against him. It all seemed very self-aware, not from like a moral grandstanding perspective, but just you were lending criticism in a goofy way to entertain your audience as well as provide legitimate points for why these people are doing bad things or have done bad things. For example, making a content cop on Leafy and bullying him the same way he'd bully the people in his videos, right? Like, that's not exactly the most cruel thing in the world. It's just making a point and making that point entertaining to your audience.
I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I, kept making this hurtful content. You do interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing.
Now, this subject right here is something that extends beyond the iDubbbz situation. It's the insecurity, especially with a creator who's found a lot of success with one branch of content, that fearfulness to try other things because you don't know how to be perceived and you're a little worried about your ability to even deliver something that's not the norm that your audience is used to. That's a very honest look into that mentality, and you see it all the time on the platform with people that have found success in one niche and they never leave it. And that's because there's always that fear that if you do, you'll lose your audience or you'll just not be good at it. So most people live in the exact same style of content.
How do you explain to a grown man that saying racist slurs is racist and warrants an apology? Tap to have sex with me is dropping a lot of truth bombs in the chat. Thank you, Tap to have sex with me. I never in my life did I think iDubbbz would get in drama in 2023. Dude feels guilty. It's obvious he really regrets his behavior from the past, and I understand his desire to distance himself. Yeah, I think a lot of people are understanding. Look at that. People are recognizing that this was a good thing. I think it's very important for him to reflect on this openly, considering how there are so many people that do that genuinely misses old content and enjoy it for less than ideal reasons. It's very weird to critique him for the act of saying, yeah, this was bad. I mean, this is cool that... Wait, am I looking at newest? Is that why? No, I'm looking at top. He didn't make an apology to satisfy some angry mob. No one was trying to cancel him. He did it because he knew it would get rid of the type of audience he doesn't want anymore around. Yeah. Okay. I like that. People are actually, recognizing what iDubbbz did was good. Man, it fucking makes me happy. It actually does make me happy. It's not even fucking drama. It's a dude owning up to like bad shit that he did. Bro, your chat is on dick. I'm sorry. I don't know if mentally people are switching up or I'm selectively looking at shit. Wait, what? What do you mean? Fans are mad because they can't stand to accept the behavior that he's apologizing for is wrong because that would mean they would actually have to do some self-reflection. I think people who don't even agree with the fucking slurs probably have a lot of emotional response to, they remember how much they enjoyed watching Ian in 2016, and those feelings remain with them. So when they hear Ian fucking say, like, that stuff was bad, and not exactly specify in detail exactly what part of it was bad, because he kind of didn't. He just wanted to do an apology, which was warranted. They think, wait a minute, am I bad for enjoying Ian in 2016? What the fuck? Am I just as racist? What's going on? And to be fair and to be real, some of the people are just as racist. Okay? Some of them are. You know who they are. They are the ones who are literally fucking going wild on the timeline, losing their fucking minds, re-uploading all of his old videos that he took down, and putting it in his replies everywhere, or even in the replies of people that are defending him and calling him a cuck and a pussy, right? I don't think Charlie's one of those people, considering that I've met him, I've hung out with him. I don't think Charlie is the type of person in his many, many years of creating content. He hasn't done any of that shit. When he could have easily done edgy shit, he never did. I mean, he's been edgy in the sense that, like, he's been edgy in the sense that he has, talked about piss, shit, and cum, but, he's not making, I've never seen any fucking videos of him where he's making like racist ass jokes or anything like that. So I think Charlie's in the second category of people who are like, well, I liked your content, and I didn't see it as like really all that bad. You know what I mean? He's edgy like the Ouch My Balls show on Idiocracy. The edgier fans are replying to the pro-apology comments, lol. Yeah. He did have some bad Gamergate takes, but you're mostly right. I'm so understanding of people who were saying insane shit in 2016 as someone who was on the receiving end of all of their fucking harassment. Because, when someone is like kind of pro Gamergate, but they haven't been like, just like Ian saying the N-word and F-word non-fucking stop and like engaging in doxing campaigns, I'm like, okay, you're not that bad. Okay? Because I was there. It was shitty. It was awful. It was like, the internet was an awful fucking place. It still is in many respects, but it was significantly worse. Sure, there weren't top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour. Okay? But goddamn, dude, I fucking ate a lot of dick. Okay? I ate a lot of dick, shit, and piss back then. Holy fuck. And I did not have the resources to deal with it. It's much worse now because my platform has grown dramatically since then. But for how small I was back then and how much harassment I was receiving back then, let's be real. The internet was a fucking way worse place back then than it is now. Okay? But yes, if you no longer want to see those ads, for the record, all you need to do is subscribe. That was the sneakiest top of the hour ad segue I've ever done, I think, in my career. That was an all-time great. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Demi-Urge88, Nestor Perez, and Tardis Nerd, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
And forever. And that's how I was for like the first 8 or 9 years of this channel, doing nothing but gameplay and commentary videos, spouting the word nipple and titty and cum as much as I possibly could within the first 2 minutes and throughout the rest of the video. But eventually, you do take a risk and you try other things, and I always think that's the most fulfilling thing a creator can do, which is branch out from their niche. At least to try it, dip your toes in the deep end of that pool and give it a whirl.
I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were...
On as recently as The Last of Us 2 launch, Charlie was like, why are trans people in video games? No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. I don't believe that.
We're going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say.
This I completely understand. That is totally normal to look back on that and cringe, right? In your 30s and really any age over 16, you're not exactly going to be getting a hearty ho 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 belly laugh just hearing a bunch of slurs being spammed. Real life isn't Call of Duty lobbies.
For the record, like, at no age do you get that hearty belly laugh if you're black or gay. Just want to point that out. Like, I think this is like lost on a lot of people, right? Like, a lot of people don't fully comprehend that part. Like, you're not saying slurs for, a multitude of different reasons, right? Like, one of them is that you don't want to be, you don't want to hurt people's feelings. I think that's important. Like, you don't want to ignite systematic oppression, systemic forms of oppression in a fucking normal conversation, in a person-to-person interaction. But even if it's not about that, it could be about, for example, not looking like a fucking racist douchebag. That's a good reason to not say things like that. But, you know, I am understanding. I'm white. Part of the reason why I can be understanding. But I'm a little bit more understanding than the average person on people who have done that in the past, especially if they are no longer like that. Okay? Ian is the perfect example of this. But I wouldn't say it's just someone doing it for the lulz and cringing because it's no longer giving us the lulz like it used to when, you know, when you were, I don't know, fucking 17 years old and edgy.
I don't think many people in the real world are going to be like laughing and fist pumping hearing you just shout slurs as comedy.
Like, normally I get mad whenever chatters say, oh, you should hear from a black person on this subject. Like, what the fuck is your white ass saying? Like, fuck you. Normally I get mad at that because I'm like, dude, I'm a white guy, but like, this is what I do. I do political commentary. Like, go watch a black content creator then. Like, what the fuck? I can't be black. You know what I mean? But in this situation, like, it does kind of, this is one of the moments where it's like, no, it's actually pretty fair to say that here because, like, it does seem like, you know, this is lost in, you know, this is getting lost in the discourse, lost in the sauce.
So that makes sense to look back on that and cringe. However, none of your videos came from a place of hate. At least I don't think so. I don't think you were ever a racist or a bigot or anything like that. You used those words for shock humor. That was the whole goal, the edgy shock humor of using those words. And you made it pretty clear that that was kind of your drive. And he does mention it in this video with the it's either all okay or none of it's okay mentality. But I really think most people were able to recognize that the things he was saying weren't coming from a place of legitimate hate. Now, you can of course still say that it's unacceptable that he was using slurs for shock humor and punchlines in his videos for the jokes. That's a totally fair perspective to have. But it's still, I think, a little ridiculous to make it seem like it was this big of a deal that it warranted a whole apology video in which he makes it seem like he'll never truly find forgiveness and he'll never forgive himself.
Okay, I disagree, bro. What the fuck? Yo. That's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. Dude, what the fuck? Charlie, you don't even agree with this shit. Why are you saying this? Like, this is what I don't understand. Okay? This is what I don't understand. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, did you do that video? Did you do videos like that? No. What the fuck? And to the people who are saying, like, Hasan defends Cumtown, like, no. There are indefensible shit that Cumtown has done, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. The fuck do you mean? And even then, they don't, you know, say nearly as edgy shit as Ian does for the most part, or Ian did for the most part. Like, there is no like in defense of the N-word version, okay, that he was doing regularly. No, I don't think this part I don't agree with. That's Florida talking. I don't agree with Charlie on this. And I don't even think he agrees with himself on this. His personal actions show his personal actions quite literally fucking show that it's not like he thinks that it's acceptable. Because if Charlie thought that, you know, it was just shock humor or just edgy, okay, he would have dabbled in similar kinds of commentary. He was around in 2016. He was around in 2015. Why didn't you do it then? Charlie defending this is also part of his personal actions? No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. You'd be hard-pressed to find one person whose feelings were genuinely hurt by the way he was using it. That's why it seems so overboard for a lot of people. Bro, you are out of your fucking mind. You were just basically saying you do not have a single fucking black or brown or gay person in your life. That's all you're saying. Are you crazy? Come on, man. What the fuck? It's not racist if they shock you when they call you a slur, lol. Yeah, like what the fuck? I don't think people understand that. They like, that's so weird. It's like yet another classic fucking, well, you know, what about the academic sense of saying the word argument? It almost feels like that. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you know, you can use slurs in an edgy and shock humor kind of way. It's just a little cringy. Like, no, you basically present yourself as like a hateful person when you do that, okay? To like most people who that kind of language is being directed towards, most people who are like victimized by that word, they think you're like a fucking, they don't think you're just like doing edgy shock humor. They think you're a fucking racist. There's like very little ways of distinguishing between you saying that and like a Klansman even. You know what I mean? I'm not saying iDubbbz was. Like, that's it. The intent is baked into the word. If you're fucking dropping it like that, and then it's over. You know what I mean?
Self for it, for saying the slurs in the videos and making the content he did. Because again, like, he's talking about it like he's a fucking reformed racist. Like he was actually a racist and now he's not. When I don't think that was the case. He was an edgelord. And that's it. I feel like this whole video could have just been summed up very easily like, hey guys, it was fucking 2016. I was edgy and now I think it's cringy, so I don't want to do that anymore, and we're closing the book. That, you know,
yeah, if he fucking said that, that would have been, yeah. If he said that, that would have been a shit fucking apology. Obviously, you would have liked it, but you're not the fucking target of the apology. You're friends with him. You already know who he is. You already have seen his change over the years. That apology is not for you, man. That apology is for, I don't know, black people and brown people and gay people and trans people. Like, people that were in the fucking periphery. Maybe they were fans of iDubbbz. Maybe they liked that he was shitting on Rice Gum, but we're like, what the fuck is this racial bullshit? I gotta take Kaya out real quick. Also, 2016 is not like some magical time when like saying the N-word was like totally valid. It was fucking gross back then. I remember. I was there. You know? It was pretty fucking gross. If you make the kind of apology Charlie is talking about after meeting a fan who thought you'd hate trans people because of your content, all you'd prove is a lack of soul. Exactly. Exactly. Where the fuck did this guy go? He said some insane shit. Some Turkish dude in the chat was talking about how he wants to kill me. Anyway, well, missed it. So I guess it didn't happen.
We're shutting that chapter down, putting the kibosh on it. Now we're doing some other stuff. And that would have been a totally fine explanation. A lot of people would have still would have been disappointed, of course, in his audience that liked that content. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel like a prisoner to your audience. You should make what makes you happiest to create. Like, I don't think you should have felt obligated to make this video.
He said, you're like a VIP, you're tall, handsome, and you're in America. I want to fucking murder you. Charlie's message feels like we don't hate minorities or want a white supremacist nation, just want to capture your attention for the top of the hour ad break. That's funny you say that because I already ran the top of the hour ad break, you fool. That was 12 minutes ago. So that was bad. Exactly. Boo.
Yo, like, I don't think this situation was so damaging that it warranted this kind of, like, fucking presidential press.
It absolutely did. It absolutely did. It absolutely did. Wrong. I would love to talk to Charlie about this. I don't know if he would be down to do it, but I'd be 100% down to talk to him about this. I think it would be significantly more agreeable. No, this is nope. Nope. Kaya. Come on. All right, I'm gonna run it right now. I'm gonna keep running the video. I'm gonna go take Kaya out to pee.
Conference here over it and apologizing for the content you made back then. You know, I don't think like you ruined lives because you made content, cop. I don't think you made an entire generation of racists and bigots because you use slurs for shock humor. I think that's a very bastardized perspective of how people digest content online. Now, I have no doubt that his audience did cultivate some weirdo losers that probably were real racists somewhere in there that didn't really care about his message and just liked that he was saying the N-word. I have no doubt that that existed in his community. But I don't think that was his goal, and there's always going to be weirdo losers. Of course, you can do your best to mitigate those people from feeling welcome in your community, but that all starts with just changing the content over time. Again, that's not a weak thing to do. That is not a weak or passive approach. The vilifying of your own audience and your previous content, I don't think is the right way of even looking at the content you used to make or the audience that you had. Of course, there were bad actors in there, but not everyone was. And to make them feel like they were if they liked your content is a little weird. And I don't think that's the goal of this video by any means.
This is crazy, okay? Hold on, I gotta run it fucking back. There's so much going on here. Okay, first of all, Kaya does not have the capabilities of walking outside on her own volition to do a pee-pee. I learned that the hard way because I couldn't get her to walk outside, and she walked over and immediately started peeing. That's number one. She's just like, is still a little too stupid for that. Okay. But it's all right. Quick summary of Charlie's take. It's okay to use slurs and you should never apologize for it or encourage others to use them. No, he's not saying that. I mean, it is coming across like that. I don't think he believes that. Charlie interpreted Ian's vid so off and all good. Kyle will slay anyways. Ian's own audience threatens him in his wife's life because she's a sex worker and he loves her. These are sick people. Yeah. No, like, bro, like, there are, I guess, academic usages of the N-word or the F-word or whatever, and it's usually when you're talking about, like, the etymology of the word or something. And even then you can get away with not saying it because everybody pretty much understands it. You know what I mean? It's like, this is not one of those instances. Like, there's no like Mark Twain defense here. You know what I mean? He's just like, he very clearly was pro saying the N-word and was giving people the arguments to say the N-word, and that was bad. He's not like trying to make you feel bad about it, okay? But I mean, I don't know. I just don't understand it. I love how you use himbo as an escape mechanism. Quality stuff. Wait, what? What is this? How is this related? What are you saying right now? What does that even mean? You could do it in a play or a film script with a racist character. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are utilizations of it that, can be contextually appropriate. They're few and far between. And this is not one of them. And iDubbbz apologizing for it is like perfectly warranted, and it's very good that he did that. Look, you quoted a comment I saw on a Clips channel yesterday. His content for years swayed a generation. I went to pretty much all white school and was the only black kid. The amount of slurs that got called directly because of iDubbbz' comedy and pathetic reasons he slurs. It's like the little white kids in my school ate his ass up, and all I say is someone who also watches content cops. Yeah. That's what I mean. I also don't understand why you're criticizing another person's apology. Like, what's it to you, man? What the fuck? That's weird. I thought he was gonna like defend Ian against people who were like fucking hurling insults at him and saying like psychotic shit. I did not expect this. It's not as bad as chatters made it seem like, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Like, I don't really understand. You shouldn't feel guilty for consuming his content. It's not like your output was identical to Ian's back then. You know what I mean? I don't know why, like, he's taking it so personally. Like, this part is, like, very interesting to me, where he's making it seem like he's like, oh, Ian made me feel bad for liking his old content. You shouldn't. I watched his old content recently with my current brain, and there were parts that were, like, insanely fucking cringe. You know, the N-word, F-word, all the fucking slurs. But they literally feel out of place, even with the rest of it, because he's shitting on a guy who says the N-word all the time, like Keemstar, for example. You know what I mean? So, like, it unironically felt out of place at that time, even.
For shock humor. I think that's a very bastardized perspective of how people digest content online. Now, I have no doubt that his audience did cultivate some weirdo losers that probably were real racists somewhere in there that didn't really care about his message.
Come on, yes, dude, yes.
And just liked that he was saying the N-word. I have no doubt that that existed in his community. But I don't think that was his goal, and there's always going to be weirdo losers. Of course, you can do your best to mitigate those people from feeling welcome.
Okay. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I don't know if Charlie doesn't recognize that, like racist Nazi fucking losers hate Keemstar too. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. When you're shitting on a guy like Rice Gum, like, there's gonna be plenty of fucking racist Nazi losers who also are like, yeah, fuck that guy. I don't understand. I do not understand why he's saying this kind of stuff. Especially because, like, Ian was 100% correct and is now getting, like, an insane amount of criticism for it from all of the worst parts of the internet, whether it be the annoying fucking radlib SJWs who are like, well, it doesn't matter to me, fuck you, you're, like, literally a Nazi, you kill yourself, whatever, or the actual fucking alt-right dickheads who cannot let go of the halcyon days of you know, the golden days of content for them when they were in the internet forums and they were young and actually their dreams had not fucking crumbled in front of their eyes yet. So they're like, let's get back to that. It made me feel so fucking good when I could just say the N-word and F-word freely and watch the iDubbbz videos, and it made me feel great. And, like, how dare he speak out against that? Like, you know, those guys are now fucking 35 years old, okay? And not a lot has changed in their lives from back then. And that's not a very good thing, okay? Ultimately, those are, like, the worst people that are shitting on him. He needs your he needs your understanding and help. That's how I see it. I'm a content creator who believes that people can grow and people can change. And I will always be welcoming of people who have demonstrated rehabilitation, demonstrated that they have changed their minds, demonstrated growth. Okay? I think a lot of people in this audience have done that personally. If you're not doing that, then you're a fucking freak anyway. You're like a loser. That's cap. On God, the hypocrisy is giving me internet AIDS. That's cap. Why is it, by the way, what happened? Why does every Nazi online nowadays, I guess maybe because of, like, Kanye West, every Nazi online, like, literally talks like they're a fucking Bruce Drop-'em-off watcher. Like, you're not. Like, I look at half of the shit that they're saying and they're like, they'll drop the N-word. Like, all these fucking little Zoomer Nazis will be like, that's cap, on God, and then drop the N-word, but, like, in an incredibly, like, in a way that reveals that they are not black, actually, but, you know, just racist. It's so odd. That's like a totally new thing that I have noticed. They started using it to mock AAVE, and it slowly evolved into adopting the language itself. It was a weird thing. Yeah. Like, I've seen it so many fucking times, dude. It's, like, very odd. I see it in my replies all the fucking time. It's just like, you know. Okay. How is he a Nazi? What the fuck? You have black people in your chat, bud. Sorry. What? I guess black people in Hasan's chat don't exist. How is he a Nazi? Let me fade out. No, what I'm talking about is not even that guy who said the hypocrisy is giving me internet AIDS. I'm talking in general. I see it in my replies all the time. You want me to fucking pull it out? Also, first of all, I guess the black people in Hasan's chat. Are you black? Chatter? Plenty of black people in here. Are you one of them? Don't say Cracker, bro. Oh, this person's just insane. Never mind. Okay. Take your meds. 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 That's it. Take your meds. It's time. I'm reminding you that you should be taking your medicine. It's lithium time for you. No, I just like read some of their content, some of their fucking commentary in the chat, and I realized, oh god, never mind. This is an insane person.
In your community, but that all starts with just changing the content over time. Again, that's not a weak thing to do. That is not a weak or passive approach. The vilifying of your own audience and your previous content, I don't think is the right way of even looking at the content you used to make or the audience that you had. Of course, there were bad actors in there, but not everyone was. And to make them feel like they were if they liked your content is a little weird. And I don't think that's the goal of this video by any means, but it does come across that way.
Like, yeah, this part I don't like at all. Like, what do you mean? He's like vilifying you? Like, did you take this personally? Like, what the fuck's going on?
You weren't a bad person if you were laughing at his content cops or anything like that. And I don't think he was a bad person for making those content cops in the first place.
I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be like acceptable.
You don't deserve to be fucking publicly flogged with tomatoes thrown at you for the rest of your life and skinned alive because you made edgy videos in 2016, man. It's just not that big of a deal.
Yo, what the fuck, dude? It's not what's going on. He didn't say that. Why are you making it out to be like that? What the fuck? Dude, this is so bad. All right, I'm gonna call it. No matter how much Normie Jesus has cultivated a fucking fan base of people on both sides of the political spectrum, I feel like a lot of people are gonna be rubbed the wrong way from this. There's no way. This almost feels like a Sunny V2 Ninja video at this point, where he's just like, this apology is not warranted. You're flogging yourself. You don't deserve this. Like, that's not what he's saying. He's taking ownership over some of the fucking dog shit stuff that he did, which is what men do, okay? You're an adult. You're a man. You took accountability for it. You're matured now, okay? And I think it was the right fucking thing to do. Why is he doing the fallen fan dynamic here for some reason? He stepped up. Like, he did the right fucking thing. Nobody thinks he killed people, okay? If anything, most people who are still shitting on Ian are his old fans saying, fuck you, you are a cuck, you fucking soy lord, you bitch. That's like the overwhelming majority of commentary surrounding his apology is like all these other fucking weird, gross perverts online trying to either unsuccessfully virtue signal. Like one comment I saw was like some dude being like, where is it? Some dude being like, yeah, I can't believe this guy apologized. iDubbbz is 32 years old and finally realized screaming the N-word is bad and accept folks to care/respect them for coming to this conclusion. Like, I'm sorry. Why did you feel to write that? Why are you so pressed then? Why are you so fucking pressed? Why are you so pressed that he did it though? Why? This guy hates you. I don't give a fuck. It's such a weird thing to say because, like, so what's up? Are you woke scolding him then for apologizing? Huh? Is that why? Is that because it reads, if you don't know what this dude's background is, okay? This guy is a centrist anti-essayist himself who wishes it was 2016 forever. His editing makes me want to, oh. Like, I don't get it. What should he have done? Not apologize then? Why are you mad that he apologized? Explain that to me. That's what pisses me off about this shit. He literally made another take that was the opposite. Bro, this is painful. Oh my God. Oh, it turns out that you just don't like that he apologized for saying the fucking N-word. Fucking dog shit humans, bro. Barely human. Jesus Christ. Imagine getting mad at a fucking dude. Getting mad at a dude. Like, he didn't even watch it 4 minutes ago. He just went straight. Dude, he screenshotted it and went straight to Twitter to farm those juicy fucking clicks. Okay? Look at it. It says 4 minutes ago. The video is longer than 4 fucking minutes. I love that. I love how mentally ill everyone is online to like desperately fucking grab as much attention as they possibly can. Considering that it'll end up donating to the ADL, I would consider this a random video. You just made that up. He's not donating to the fucking ADL. His wife is Palestinian. I'm pretty sure they're aware that the ADL as an institution is not exactly too fond of Palestinians in general. But I doubt that this person actually cares about that distinction. He just probably sees ADL Jews. I don't like it. Palestinian roots. Lebanese, but still. No, she has Palestinian roots. Her dad is... Her dad was... I think her dad was Palestinian. Am I wrong? She does. Anyway, these are the kind of people paying for Twitter Blue. Yeah. Charlie's comment section is disagreeing with him crazy. Yeah, because ultimately you want to know was, let me tell you something. You made a 21-minute video about a guy apologizing for saying the N-word. How did you think that was going to go down in the fucking internet? Because Charlie is not a fucking right-winger. Okay, he is the barometer of the center, right? So when you're the barometer of the center, you have a whole bunch of fucking people. You're not just like your audience isn't just full of fucking weird right wing perverts, even though they certainly exist. Okay. Dışarıda. Evet, içeri alır mısın? Thank you. Charlie's a self-reporting fallen iDubbbz fan. He's not as interested, he's a reactionary. No, he is.
It feels horrible hearing this from him, knowing that it weighs so heavily on his mind that he made these videos, so he feels like he's a real piece of shit for doing it. You just made edgy YouTube videos. You didn't ruin anybody's life. You didn't create...
Wrong. I think I think that Ian didn't invent racism, obviously, but he certainly fucking played a not insignificant role in giving people the weapons to fucking be racist as they want to for an entire generation. He was incredibly notable. My house is on fire right now. Not literally, but I have to go fucking look at Kaya again. Jesus Christ. Charlie's doing the "you aren't responsible for your fan base" shit. At a time when you are though. And Ian is saying he is though. How bad were his videos? I've never seen any. They're actually, some of them are very good, except for the incredibly racist parts where he's just like randomly saying the N-word and F-word for no fucking reason. That's why it's like kind of interesting, because he would like make arguments to say the N-word and F-word. Wait, no wonder the wavy web surf called his apology painful. This was his content this time 5 years ago. Does Ethan have a problem? H3H drama's over. Who won? Is PewDiePie still the face of YouTube? Is Alex Jones really that bad? Does Game Theory deserve the hate? How Keystone redeemed himself? The death of Trap. Take it at him. I mean, that's not even that bad. I'm willing to bet that dude is like way worse now.
It's a fucking army of racists, and
I'm willing to bet that dude probably was better back then. I'm willing to bet that dude was probably better back then and he's worse now.
Bigots. The content itself isn't bigoted content either. You used edgy shock humor, and I don't think that makes you a bigot that you're going to have to atone for.
No, it absolutely does. It does. It does. It's not 2016 anymore. Come on. And you knew that it did back then too, which is why you didn't do it. Sorry. It does. Come on, Charlie. You didn't fucking say the N-word. You said titties, cum, dicks. You said all the other fucking things. Why didn't you say the N-word then? If it didn't make you racist. I wonder why you didn't say it. Why didn't you say it? You should have said it back then too if it's like fine. You know what I mean? It's not. No, absolutely not. Everybody knew that it was. It was. Saying the N-word as a joke all the time is not racist. You're joking, right? Oh, yeah, you are. Okay. No. You were willing to excuse it for a certain center-left program yesterday? Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, famously. You did defend a certain center-left program yesterday. Yeah, dude. Cumtown, most notable for saying the N-word. Like, literally. That's what you're saying here? First of all, I don't excuse it. But as far as I know, they don't say it. Even they don't say it. And they say everything else. But good one, dude. You got to fucking own. They do? They do. Go ahead, post some links. And even if they do, by the way, fuck them. They're wrong then for saying it. There you go. Unacceptable and wrong. I hope that was good. Does that help you out? Do you think that I think it's okay for them to say it? I don't think it's okay for them to say it either. You know this because you're a fan? Well, I don't know if you know this, but I've literally had a person on Cumtown who used to be on Cumtown on my broadcast all the time. Far left puppet, soft doughboy weasel. You're a soft doughboy puppet parrot with no originality or opinions on your own. You're so soft. Yeah, dude. Totally. I hope this makes you feel like you're a big bad boy because like you're like an edgy guy, you know what I mean? And that you keep just repeating that I'm like soft or whatever. Maybe you hope that like other people will also see it that way. But at a certain point, you're going to realize that all the fat, sad, lonely sacks of shit that you yourself are and your best friends are in your little Discord circle that use, like, I don't know, sick-ass anime avatars are not actually like those anime avatar characters, okay? And that in the real world, most people don't see things in the way that you do, but you have already whipped yourself into such a manic fucking state that you're thinking, well, this guy actually fucking advocates for leftist values, so he must be a soft boy. But my favorite type of right-wing commentary is always when dumb motherfuckers say, you're a puppet with no originality or opinions on your own. I'm just seeing how easily triggered you are. Fairly easy to be honest. Thanks. Yeah, I was just pretending to be stupid. There you go. I was just pretending to be a fucking idiot, dude. You're triggered. Your kind has died off on the internet, and it must be so fucking sad to experience that every fucking day, that most people moved on and you stayed behind, motherfucker. You know what I mean? You're the guy who's like, no. This car thing, this car technology, it's not actually going to fucking change the world. No. I got the horse and I got the cart. I'm staying behind. You're stuck. You're perma-stuck. All these assumptions, lol. You can learn a lot about a fucking human being. So he only pulls toxic chatters, all these assumptions, lol. I'll ban a 12-month subscriber for making idiotic fucking takes before I ban a dumbass gray name to make an example out of them, for the record. I hope you understand that. If someone is... If someone in here is like coming in here just to like create a sock account and putting a lot of effort in just to be like, you're so soft, and everybody agrees with your opinions and that's why you're saying them, you're basically just owning yourself. Okay? You're goofy motherfucker. Literally has never been an unjust ban done by HasanAbi VOD. Thank you. Well, you know, there are sometimes unjust bans. I just hopped into the stream, but I don't know who's been addressed, but Charlie takes a rare L with some of these takes. Well, no, this is a big L for Charlie. Wrong, Hasan has banned me 3 times. Ninjite, you are the most justifiable bans of all time. You are such an aggressive simp. That like you deserved every single fucking ban you've ever taken. And you're aching for one right now. Imagine how psychotic it would be if Eddie Murphy apologized for using the F word in his acts back in the 80s and people responded like, no, it was totally fine. You have nothing to apologize for. Yeah. Why are your chatters horny for bans? I don't know. Because they're desperate and starving for attention, and this is the only way they feel they can get it. Because, once again, it's difficult to craft like a good, solid chat that I will read and laugh at, and then the rest of the community will look at and go, that's a funny guy. That's hard. That requires hard work. That requires dedication. That requires charisma. That requires a lot of thinking. But you know what's easy? Say some incredibly stupid shit to try to fucking piss me off, and then I read it, and I, yell at you. Everyone in the chat yells at you, and for a brief moment, you feel like you're alive, that like other human beings do actually acknowledge your existence. You know? That's it. So yeah. They go over the lowest common denominator bullshit. So anyway. Yeah, I don't agree with literally bringing it back iDubbbz style of humor and why he did. Wow, chef's kiss. Exactly. The major reason why iDubbbz said all the fucking edgy shit was not because he was like ideologically a Nazi or whatever. Because if he was, then he wouldn't be like, targeting all these fucking people that he targeted in the way that he was. The reason why he did it is because he was, unfortunately, desperate for fucking laughs. Okay? And it's an incredibly fucking cringy person to be. He also, obviously, much like many of the chatters even back then, was completely fucking blind, like completely blind to the white supremacist attitudes that he was reinforcing in his content. Okay? But because he's a fucking man, and because he is, an adult, he took ownership over his actions and openly said that it was fucking pathetic. That's it.
For those sins for the rest of your life over.
I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video, I'm going to match and donate to an organization that would have been particularly affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing. This is just the start.
You'll get no complaints from me here. I'm always on the side of helping people, so anything charitable, I'm always for. Though I don't think it was necessary or anything, I still think that's a nice gesture regardless. But he uses the word rhetoric here. And that again makes it sound like these videos were coming from like a legitimate racist, which I don't think they were. I really don't.
Bro, intent versus like outcome, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't need to say any of this, bro. What are you saying? The question I have for Charlie is literally this. If it wasn't that big of a deal, why the fuck didn't you say the N-word and F-word all the fucking time and make arguments as to why you should be able to say it back then? Why? Perhaps you understood that you would look a certain type of way. And like, there is a part of this that he just completely fucking wiped out of the video in his reaction for some reason, which is like one of the personal consequences that Ian experienced. A trans fan of his coming up to him and thinking that, suspecting that he might be transphobic. That was like a pivotal moment in the video, in my opinion. It kind of like puts the narrative together in a perfect way. He also mentioned, like, I'm not your cup of tea, like what he was trying to say. And when he was crying and delivering a statement at the end of his boxing match at Creator Clash 2, like that was the pivotal moment. That was the moment that he was just like, this is why I said this. You have the worst political... Oh, come on. I want to see what he had to say. He said you had the worst political takes of all time.
At least I don't want to believe that iDubbbz used to be a racist and he was using that to try and...
I mean, don't people think that of you? Where's your apology? Of me for what? You think you want... Who do you want me to apologize for? Let me ask you, actually. No, I want to hear this. Don't ban this guy. Who do you think I should apologize to? White people for saying cracker? Is that who I should apologize to? Who? No, I do think this is fun content. I mean, I'm sorry. Should I apologize to your mom for not calling her back last night? Is that who I should apologize for? Like, well, who should I be apologizing to? No, I need to know what he's going to say. Instant reward is Pavlovian and you're the puppet, Hasan. Oh, God, another one of these fucking losers who's like, haha, I am actually personally owning you. I am the puppet master. No, man. You're getting a... You think you're getting a rise out of me, but what you're doing is making content for me. We are all laughing at you. You might go back to your Discord and be like, look, dude, I just destroyed him. Like, I got him fucking owned. I got him to react to me. But you don't understand what the power dynamic looks like in that situation. I will never think about you ever again. After this conversation is over, you're gone. And that's how fucking big of a deal it was that I reacted to your worst moment for a brief moment. Think about that. Think about how pathetic that makes you seem. You know what I mean? That's sad. That's a sad existence. You don't have to be like that. You don't have to live like that. I don't think you should just trans Twitter thinking you should. No, trans Twitter is not thinking I should. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. That's not a thing at all. No, that's not even true. See, you just fucking had to make up some dumb shit. They said FD signifier sucks on. Yeah, this smells like a particular chatter from a particular community. Yeah, you can clap them if you want. Now go back. Go back to I know where you probably came from. Go back to the fucking stinky ass circles that you're in and be like, haha, fucking owned them, dude. There were some people pissed about the Wizard game, but I don't think they were trying to cancel you. Yeah, also, like, you can have convictions. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have my own personal convictions. I don't give a fuck what, like, some random trans content creator thinks about my particular takes on Hogwarts Legacy. Okay? What do you want me to apologize for? That, like, they misunderstood or they were in the wrong? I'm not going to do that. Are you trying to say that me having the correct take on Hogwarts Legacy is identical to Ian constantly fucking saying the N-word and F-word? Are you that stupid? Or do you perhaps think that Ian was right to say the N-word and F-word all the time and he should stand by his convictions? Or do you not recognize that people have the capacity to change? Or maybe, and this is probably the real reason why you wrote that, you just wanted to fucking say something in the chat to be heard so that you think you could fucking drive some clout in a hyper niche circle that you're in where you routinely debate age of consent laws and incest being morally neutral. And you thought you cooked up a really spicy, logical take when in fact, once again, you did not. It was a very stupid take. It did not make any kind of logical sense. In your mind it did because you're stupid. I'm stupid too. Sometimes I make stupid arguments like that as well. Okay? I do it too. The difference between you and I is that I recognize I'm stupid and, you know, am a little fearful of coming across even dumber than I actually am. You, on the other hand, have Dunning-Kruger out the fucking ass. Anyway. And just like every other 15-year-old, he went through this insanely woke process called growing as a person. It's a chemical reaction that occurs when you touch grass. Yeah. He was 27, though. So what? So what? Okay, he was 27. Are you not allowed to fucking make mistakes? Are you not allowed to grow? Like, because right now, you're saying, oh, he was 27. Okay. No, I don't get it. Like, so what's the point? Why did you bring that up? So, like, he should keep being racist. That's what you're saying. Like, that's because that's his argument. That's his side. His perspective is like, no, you should literally keep being racist. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't even make sense from their own perspective.
You know, propel his beliefs forward. He really it seems like he was really just using these words as shock humor, which is cringy, sure. Very cringy, and that is absolutely fine to point out. But it doesn't strike me as something that was genuinely ruining people's lives hearing that kind of shit. It's just kind of like an eye-rolling thing to look back on now, like, ugh, that's fucking lame.
Yeah, I think that's the main point of contention here is that, like, Charlie made a fucking 21-minute video being hypercritical of Ian's apology because he thinks it's not that big of a deal. Like, what he did was not that big of a deal. It was. It's not just cringy. It was a fucking big deal. Routinely making arguments about, like, why you should be able to say the N-word and F-word is a big deal, okay? Especially if you personally are against that sort of thing, okay?
And that's really it. I just don't think it goes too much deeper than that. Like I said, I have no doubt there really were some dangerous weirdos that did hold dangerous beliefs in his community. But I don't think he made them. I think they were there when they found his content to begin with, and they stuck around because they just liked hearing the edgy words spoken out loud. That's it. I don't...
Yeah, he's trying to say Ian was so much more than just saying the N-word and F-word, which is true. Okay? That is true. He is. He is more than that. But it's a fucking pretty important component of his content. Like, yeah. I don't disagree with that. His content and what he stood for was more than that. But ultimately, he still recognizes that what he did back then was really fucked up. No, Shaw, he says slurs are edgy words. Yeah, I think that's like undermining what he was doing too. And those people were threatening his wife is a personal enough reason to do it. I don't think it's just that. I think it came before that. I think his change happened before that. It's not as like cynical as the way you try to make it seem.
I don't think he made them. He wasn't the Frankenstein to their monster. Now, I don't want to just keep dissecting every single piece of the video here. I want to kind of branch this out into a broader talking point about when a creator starts to resent the audience and community they've fostered. Because that's fundamentally what's happened here. iDubbbz has grown up now. He doesn't like what he made when he was younger, and he doesn't like the audience that he made along the way, along the journey. He mentions a couple of times in the videos, like some of these eureka moments where he's like, man, this is really fucking frustrating.
What did moistCr1TiKaL say about... Wait, hold on. Maybe he has a consistent perspective on this, but... Did moistCr1TiKaL ever cover Andrew Tate being banned from social media? I wonder what he said, because the reason why I'm talking about this is because he thinks that'll actually make Tate more popular. Good, okay, I want to watch that. Here's why I want to watch that. Okay, because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? That's why I want to watch that. No, the reason why I want to watch that is because this whole actions don't have fucking negative consequences take is silly. Okay? Like, oh, words don't mean anything. They're just content. Like, I am also critical of people that just like exclusively focus on content. Okay? Also, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. So, hey, Bozo, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. No, this is Andrew Tate got arrested. I'm talking about when he got banned off of all social media platforms.
On the planet, and I think adds to the comedy of Andrew off his corruption and a bunch of baloney.
Gaucho Marks, thank you for the 10 gifted. Hypo Rave, thank you for the 5 gifted. Listen, the counters that Tate was actually trying to be that way is content, but iDubbbz was just using edgy humor. So his take kind of sounds like Ben Shapiro's facts, not feelings. The reason why I'm looking at this is for this reason, okay? Wait, what is this?
So moistCr1TiKaL gave his opinions on Andrew Tate getting banned.
I, for one, am
Thank you
never
for
on
the
the
10
side
subs.
of censorship. But Andrew Tate's in a really weird position because he's being investigated.
I 100%.
No, he's talking about he's being investigated and shit.
New video on Tate's scam. What?
Hey.
or something.
The School of Hard Knocks and graduated hustle.
Wait, I gotta
varsity
pee. I'll
with
be back in a
PhD.
second. Fuck.
Wait, you're a doctor? No, that's the pimping hose degree, which is something, by the way, I didn't make up. It's a course that Andrew Tate himself sells. But I don't think you want to take advice from someone who's in the middle of a human investigation.
Hey,
and that's not
hey,
even to mention accusations of beating women. Or him allegedly
those accusations
could
happen to anyone.
Was, quote, Andrew does have one undeniable skill that seems to be responsible for most or all of his success so far. He's just really entertaining.
I hate everyone equally.
I've said that since the get-go. He is the most entertaining clown you can find in the alpha male space. And that's why it's probably worked so well. Between TikTok promotion, the MLM stuff, and just him being so enjoyable to laugh at, it's popped them off. Wild. Do you think the guys paying for this think it's a joke? I think there's a good balance of people who pay for it, like ironically, like, haha, I'm part of Hustlers University, and people who actually believe it. And I think the believers probably outweigh the former, which is sad, but it is what it is. It's the same for every other alpha male we ever looked at. You remember the guy who's a self-admitted cuck? Oh, fuck. It's only been a couple months. It's the big guy. He sells the course on, like, so your wife doesn't want to fuck you? That's okay. No, I'm talking about alpha males, bro. Is it Jack Murphy? It might be Jack Murphy. Oh, yeah, Jack Murphy, right? This he's literally a cuck. But he's also an alpha male. So he's teaching you how to be an alpha male while also being a cuck. It's this guy, right? A lot of these guys kind of all look the same, like bald and a beard. Is it this guy?
Don't come at me and call me sexist or racist or any of these things. I hate everyone. I don't care if you're black, white, straight, gay, man, and woman. I hate you anyway. I do know how to administer CPR. However, I will not administer CPR unless you're a hot female. If you're some fat dude and you just had a heart attack and I don't really know you.
Is that lady billing you and you back and rearrange your bones? Why is it being misogyny for 4 hours straight, bro?
I have a lot.
So the reason why I wanted to show this is because I want to know what his take is on like Andrew Tate's misogynistic and like oftentimes violent commentary towards women. I don't know what Charlie said about it, but I would like to find out because I'm sure that he wasn't like on board with him being deplatformed, but he certainly didn't have. He probably did not like that Andrew Tate was saying all this shit, right? He has defended Ian during the whole simp drama. Yeah, of course. The point I'm trying to say is this. Okay? The point I'm trying to say is this. I mean, it is funny. There are parts of it that I've said that too. Okay? I've said that too. Listen to me. Listen to me. Fostering an environment that revolves around like beefing up misogynistic fucking takes over and over again goes beyond just jokes. Okay? That's why you had like little fucking kids running around and saying like, I don't know, at the age of like 12, saying stuff like, go back to the kitchen, bitch, to their fucking teachers. You know what I mean? Where's my bagay? It's like, because that has an impact. It has an impact. People watch that, especially if it's like, especially because the systems are patriarchal, especially when the systems are white supremacists, and you are highlighting that as like this, you're highlighting that and you're supporting that. A lot of people are going to lean on it and repeat it. Okay? You are not solely responsible for this. Okay? But you certainly didn't help. And acknowledging that and making amends and trying to offer some kind of like correction to that behavior is perfectly valid. So the reason why I was looking for that is because Charlie here is making it seem like, oh, well, he was just like,
Jesus. Got a hair in my mouth.
He was just, saying some edgy shit. He was just doing shock humor, completely removing the secondary reason for why that's not just shock humor. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just shock humor. It's, a lot of people were motivated to be, a lot of people got the go-ahead to be extra racist when they were young because they watched Ian's content. Ian recognizes that. That's why he's apologizing for it. That's why he's trying to separate himself from that crowd that he fostered. Go to 130. He makes it kind of clear.
Yeah, so they finally took down the top G. Weird position. I never support censorship, and even in this case, I don't think I'm really on the side of it. When you, Jesus, got a hair in my mouth. When you take down someone like Andrew Tate, that just makes him appeal more to his demographic. He's going to make more money from this.
He was wrong. He didn't.
He won't have as big a reach on new audience members, but the ones that already know his name are going to spread it to like-minded people, and he's going to make more money. Like, this idea was too dangerous for mainstream media. They don't want you to succeed. Take the red pill. Break the matrix. Here's Andrew Tate's $50 a month Discord server. There's really...
Wait, even then, first of all, if deplatforming didn't work, people wouldn't fucking actively talk about it all the time. Okay? They wouldn't constantly complain about it if it didn't fucking work. That's number one. But that's not what I'm talking about. Look, he said it himself. He recognizes that Andrew Tate's content is bad. Okay? Not bad enough to deplatform, in his words, which is fine. Okay? That's his perspective. I don't agree with it. It's fine. But he's openly admitting that, like, if you make shit fucking content, you can have a negative impact on your audience. So if you recognize that, then that's it. Then you recognize that Ian and his rampant racist rhetoric in his videos had a negative impact on the audience. It's not just Edge. That's my point. He's literally saying, like, oh, well, his fan base are going to be, more inclined to, like, give him more money and join his, like, scams. You know what I mean? It can mean a variety of different things, right? I wasn't actually looking for him justifying the ban or anything. I'm looking for him talking about intent versus outcome. Okay? Because it doesn't matter what Andrew Tate's intent is. The outcome of it is still negative. Charlie literally understands that slurs are bad. He himself has said that the only perma bans in his shadow for using slurs because it creates a racist, hateful community. So I don't know why he's against Ian's apology when he literally thinks the same thing. Exactly. And the irony is that, like, I know Charlie doesn't think slurs are good because he was a content creator at the time Ian was, and he wasn't fucking using the slurs Ian was using. And it's not like he wasn't edgy. He was. So why didn't you use it? You know what I mean? That's my point.
The people that are in my audience. Well, he doesn't blatantly say that, but he tells a couple anecdotes about, going to conventions and meeting fans and it being kind of like this mirror held up to him that he didn't like the reflection of. And that's a very interesting and unfortunately pretty common thing to have happen online, where someone spends a long time building their brand and building their audience. And as they grow, they start to really resent the audience that they have. And usually this comes in one of two forms, where you have someone like Darkside Phil. I've used him as an example before, but he has an audience that he doesn't seem to really like, but he needs them because they pay his bills. So he has to constantly keep doing the same things in order to keep the lights on. And I imagine he feels trapped by his viewers because he has to keep doing this song and dance in order to get the money from them, but doesn't like what he's doing. And it also happens to other creators as well who spend a long time building their identity online, but they don't like what they're doing and they don't like the people that are watching them. So then they try and make some kind of change and then get eaten alive by their community, which only further reinforces their disdain for them, which leads to a really toxic community where everyone's at each other's throats. There's countless examples of that. Point is, that experience online is all too common. And when it does happen, a creator's left with a choice. They either just suck it up and keep making the shit that they clap for, even though it doesn't make them happy and they don't like the audience that's clapping for them, or they try and change the content and grow a different kind of audience, which is always...
Isn't it weird that your fans IRL are chill, but iDubbbz or Charlie fans are toxic? I don't think Charlie fans are, like, all that toxic either. He's just a very normie, so he does have toxic people. But he has a lot of normies as well, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for that. I don't know what his experiences have been with his fans. But mine have been incredibly fucking pleasant. Hasan has toxic fans as well. It happens everywhere. Yeah, I've never fucking met a toxic fan. My experiences with my fans have been the most pleasant. It is something I talk about quite regularly. It is something I talk about with great frequency, especially because I talk about how it is a really refreshing thing to see how different people are and how normal people receive me in comparison to the metric ton of shit and dick I eat on a daily basis online. And you're correct, mostly because the weird ones don't go offline. They don't go IRL.
Always the scarier option. That's always the more uncertain one, because maybe no one likes it, and now you've lost that audience you built up, and now your career is in jeopardy. You might not be able to keep the lights on by doing this career anymore, because now you've alienated them, gone in a different direction, and it hasn't worked out. So the majority of creators in this position just kind of suck it up, rub some dirt in it, and just keep doing the same shit over and over, even if it makes them miserable. And that's why you'll see a lot of creators burn out.
Wait, don't you feel like that's precisely the reason why what Ian did is like brave? Like he's literally saying that like iDubbbz did this instead of fucking like eating dick and just constantly fucking, doing something that he doesn't personally agree with. And he made that personal growth. He made that personal changes in his real life. And he inevitably could not stand that he hadn't openly addressed that change that happened in his life. And the kinds of fans that he still had that reflected the old opinions that he had.
Out. So I'll always respect the creators that choose the harder path here of pivoting and changing their content, doing what makes them happier, even if it means taking that huge risk of losing the audience you've built up over time. Even though I disagree with iDubbbz's perspective on his older content being damaging or dangerous or indoctrinating, I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So, but anyway, just kind of wanted to talk about this whole situation. That's about it. So, yeah.
I got the opinion that Charlie thought Ian was a little too hard on himself. Yeah, that would be fine if it was just that like Ian was a little too hard on himself. He also moved beyond that by making it seem like, some of the things that he said was just like for shock value and edgy, and he wasn't like actually racist. A 21-minute video talking about why a 17-minute apology is bad is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, saying the N-word is not just edgy, okay? It's wrong. Justifying saying it and constantly saying it and writing fucking cutting videos on why you should be able to say it is insane. It was insane. And he's grown out of that, and I applaud him for it. I applaud Ian for it. Okay? It's wild to make a 21-minute video on a 17-minute apology on why saying the N-word is wrong was actually a bad apology. I don't know what to say about that other than that.
Ron DeSantis is expected to launch his bid for the Republican nomination next week. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl has the latest. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. Ron DeSantis is prepared to announce that he is running for president Wednesday of next.
Oh, before I forget, yeah, we've moved on now. We're done with the internet drama portion. We're done with the, iDubbbz portion of the broadcast. Like I said, I support Ian. I'm proud of him. I think it was very brave of him to come out and make this distinction. He did the right thing. Don't go out of your way and praise him as like the fucking heroic savior or whatever if you don't want to. I'm not saying that either. I'm simply stating that he did fucked up shit back in the day, recognized that it was fucked up, turned around and apologized for it. That's what being a man is all about. That's what being an adult is all about. So anyone that's like still fucking going crazy over it and yelling at him over it and freaking out over it is a weirdo. Okay? They're weird. You're weird. You can grow too, though, so don't worry.
Next week, in a private call yesterday, he told top donors that the race already comes down to 3 people, him, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. And he suggested on that call that Trump doesn't have a chance of winning. At least initially, Ron DeSantis would enter the Republican race as the most formidable challenger to Donald Trump. Sources tell ABC News he is expected to launch his campaign next week with an online video and a meeting with top donors in Miami before holding a kickoff event after Memorial Day, possibly in his hometown, Dunedin. DeSantis has made a name for himself as Florida's brash and uncompromising governor. He's banned abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy and barred classroom discussion of gender and sexual orientation through high school, picking a legal fight with Disney after it criticized the move. Disney, the parent company of ABC News, announced yesterday it has canceled plans for a $1 billion new campus in the Orlando area, citing, quote, changing business conditions. A spokesperson for DeSantis dismissed the move, saying the state was unsure whether it would come to fruition anyway. DeSantis faces some big challenges going up against Trump. He came into office openly portraying himself as a Trump clone.
Build the wall. Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired."
Oh my God, they're ripping into him.
Trump has called him disloyal, nicknaming him Ron DeSanctimonious.
Instead of being grateful, DeSantis is now attacking the very man who saved his career.
DeSantis has already looked like a presidential candidate since he won his re-election by a near 20-point landslide last November, making frequent visits to early primary states. But he's already made some missteps, including saying Russia's invasion of Ukraine wasn't vital to U.S. interests and stumbling during a trip overseas.
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
The attacks from Trump may be hard for DeSantis.
Bro, it's sugar, man. Let me tell you something. First of all, this video just ripped him a new asshole. But the funniest part about this is that the funniest part about it is that ABC News thinks that like the Republican primary base, not the national Republican base, not the general election voters, but the Republican primary base thinks it's a misstep for him taking a pro-Russian stance originally. No, man. That wasn't a fucking misstep. That was actually when he had the right instincts. When he turned around and was like, I'm so sorry, actually, we need to give Ukraine more money. That's when he fucked up, dumbass. No, saying that Russia, us getting involved with Russia is like fucked up is actually exactly the type of commentary that Trump engages in all the time that is very successful and very marketable to the base of Trump supporters. Okay? Of course, Ron DeSantis can't say that, though, because he's the Trumpian alternative that he is the Elizabeth Warren to Bernie Sanders, okay? That's it. He is the electable Republican guy who is a machine politics dude. He's a machine politician within the GOP. He's a controllable factor. He's what the Republicans think is a good way to address Trump. It's not. They're wrong. For the record, yesterday on the Ethan Klein broadcast on Leftovers, I personally said, I can't wait. The Abe N Preach guys are going to go fucking buck wild and directly, you know, they're going to fucking immediately make a long-ass video about this for a 10-second mention. And I was, of course, right.
Thing about
fucking literally 93,000 views 53 minutes ago. Every single time, dude. Every fucking single time, dude. I hate it so much. $90K in 50 minutes is kind of wild, though, not gonna lie. Do you know how much we got? Do you know how many fucking haters we have, dude? Are you kidding me? Ethan and myself together? Oh, my Lord. This is gonna be a fuckfest of all the weird incels, all the fucking NATO guys, all the worst people of all time in the fucking chat here. Ethan is the only person who can make Hasan look rational. Ethan and Hasan are perfect for each other. They have this insane need to be right. They had to loop me into it. They had to loop me into the drama because they are so hungry for clicks. They're so thirsty, dude. Of course they made a video about it. It's free clout. Yeah, that's another banger. That's going to get like 800K views easy. Most videos they have probably get around like, what, 500, 600,000? That video, million clicks, easy. Stop showing this. They're jagging out to this. Yeah, they love that shit, dude.
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
The attacks from Trump may be hard for DeSantis to fend off, but the mere fact that Donald Trump...
Are you using React content? Bro, Popcorn and Kettle here, you make React content too? Okay. While I agree with popsicles being mid, what I can't agree with is how fucking stupid of a person you can be. That's not React content, you fucking jackass. That's drama. Okay? There's a difference between React content and drama. Why are some of you so interested in coming across like you are actually smarter than you are? Like you always, I hate when they do this. I hate when motherfuckers go, got you. I fucking got you. You're not a fucking huge fan. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Take a week off. Drama is fun and you're really easy to bait. I know. It's not fun for me. I hate it. Which is actually not even true. I actually don't engage in fucking drama as much as I used to. I've been doing pretty well so far. Then ignore it? I am. I'm not going to watch that fucking video. I am going to ignore it. I don't give a fuck. You can't stop yourself? Brother, there's probably actively 35 different fucking YouTube videos online right now shitting on me with that have been written and popped off on the algorithm in the past week. You didn't hear about any of those because I don't respond to any of those. So shut the fuck up. That is the one time I pulled it up. Why did they put me on there? I do stop myself. I literally mentioned that I don't want to be a part of this fucking war or whatever. I don't like it. I want to be left alone.
Is hitting him so hard shows that the former president clearly, at least now, sees DeSantis as his biggest threat to the Republican nomination. George?
And there are more challengers to come. John Carl, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click.
You are a part of the culture war? Yeah, I know. I represent homosexuality, nail painting, men being soy, and transing your children. That's what it is. So I'm like a perfect person to fucking yell at if you want to cover all of the broad issues that I talk about and shit on it. And oftentimes you can't actually address any of the things that I'm saying. Like, you can't address the talking points. So you just hit like, he's a hypocrite. He is rich but a socialist. Look at how much of a hypocrite he is. Or clipping me out of context and being like, look, there you go. That's it.
This morning, we are getting a much clearer picture of how Florida Governor Ron DeSantis plans to position himself as a presidential candidate.
You forgot the classic Hasan denies the Armenian genocide? Yeah, that's my favorite one. Because it's like, I never have. Like, you're just making shit up. But you were also, at that point, making shit up that I have, like, openly spoken out against. You know what I mean? It's like, saying that is basically like saying, like, Hasan actually loves, consuming white supremacist content. He's like a white supremacist. Like a big fan of fucking like Nick Fuentes or something. Like it's like saying that. Like people just like you because you're racist towards English. Shut up, bitch.
Official announcement coming next week. But he laid out these plans in a conference call with big donors. We're going to have much more on that in a second. But there is also this new development that plays into all of this. His feud with Disney, the huge entertainment company and major Florida employer, announced that it is canceling plans, they did this yesterday afternoon, to build a new $1 billion office campus in the greater Orlando area. Disney cited changing business conditions as the reason for not moving forward. CNN's Natasha Chen has much more on all of this. Natasha, this is what, like 2,000 jobs?
Yeah, John, 2,000 jobs. It was supposed to be a regional hub for parks and resorts. So some of the Imagineers that design all the stuff you see in the theme parks, as well as some corporate jobs, consumer products, support functions like finance, technology, marketing, communications. This was going to be...
Go ahead. Say that it was relocation, though. Come on. They're not doing that, which is a lie.
At a complex in Lake Nona that Disney purchased. It's just east of Walt Disney World in Central Florida. And the move was going to take over the course of several years, and the company was giving people some flexibility about this. I'm now hearing that some people who did not want to move to Florida actually left the company and found other jobs to avoid that move, and now it's not happening at all. About 200 people already did make that move, and so yesterday in a memo, the chairman of Disney Parks Experiences and Products said they'll work with those individuals, including the possibility of moving them back here to Burbank in the Southern California area. Now,
to be fair, moving from fucking even Burbank to Orlando is such a major L. Like, that is a gigantic fucking quality of life L. Like, you're living in sunny Los Angeles, California, and then you have to move to Orlando, which is like the absolute fucking ass cheek of Florida. Like, sure, California's got its problems, but like, who the fuck wants to be at like the third best place in Florida? You know what I mean? Orlando got better weather than LA. No, it doesn't. What the fuck? I think you're forgetting I literally lived in Miami. I lived in Florida, chatter. Fuck do you mean? Florida is the first place I chose to live in the United States of America. I got into a bunch of colleges and I chose the University of Miami. The notion that Florida weather is better than California is so fucking psychotic. Unless you like weirdly have a kink for warm, wet rain and humidity levels so high that the moment that you step outside of your house, it feels like you're stepping into like a wet room. It feels like every orifice you have is just pouring fucking wetness out of it. Like your sweat glands are on overdrive. And then this is before we talk about the fucking hurricanes, dude. I love living in Florida, brother. The weather is so good. I love swamp ass. It's like, I love feeling like I have swamp ass all the time.
Now, as far as reaction goes, Governor Ron DeSantis did release a statement through his spokesperson, and I want to read that to you. This was acquired by our colleague Steve Contorno. He did say that it was unsurprising that Disney would cancel the project given the company's financial straits, falling market cap, and declining stock price. Unsurprising they would restructure their business operations and cancel unsuccessful ventures. So when we did hear from other local leaders as well, Orange County Mayor Demings and the Florida Democratic Party chair.
First of all, they're not even wrong, right? Like, that's the real reason why Disney did this, right? It's not because, like, they're fighting against Ron DeSantis and they care about gay people. But the real reason is because it was probably too expensive of an endeavor. They got too much internal pushback. If you had 200 fucking people say that they don't want to move to Florida out of 2,000 people that were slated to relocate, all of a sudden you're rethinking the project, right? It's just cost benefit. Exactly. It's just cost benefit analysis. There's nothing other than that, right? But what are the chances that Trump actually says good shit about Disney to dunk on DeSantis? He already did say that. He said that last night. Because Trump has better political instincts than Ron. Here it is. Let's find it. I said this last night. I said, Trump has much better instincts than a career GOP company man like DeSantis who somehow forgot the purpose of anti-woke culture war battles. It's to distract the base as you help defend corporate profits, not the other way around. DeSantis, which, by the way, is better than DeSanctimonious. I don't know why he said DeSantis, is being absolutely destroyed by Disney. His original PR plan fizzled, so now he's going to go back with a new one in order to save face. Disney's next move will be the announcement that no more money will be invested in Florida because of the governor. In fact, they could even announce a slow withdrawal or sale of certain properties or the whole thing. Watch! That would be a killer. In the meantime, this is all so unnecessary and a political stunt. Ron should work on the squatter mess. Yep. Ain't nobody is thinking about this like Ron DeSantis taking a brave and bold stance against a pro-LGBT company. Everyone is thinking, what the fuck are you doing? You're a Republican governor. We hired you. We appointed you to deregulate businesses. We didn't appoint you to fuck up the bag for the biggest business in the goddamn state. Told you. Ron's got bad instincts, dude. Bad instincts. Doesn't understand. He is way, way, way too dependent on his own fucking, on his internal team. He is behaving like a fucking Democrat. Well, except Democrats never actually follow through on policy promises. But he's behaving like a Democrat in like the wrong, in the way that he is operating in the wrong way. He thinks if I make a promise and I follow through on it, people will actually respond positively. Not realizing that historically speaking, the reason why the red wave in the midterms turned into a red puddle is precisely for that reason. Because Republicans fucked up and did follow through on a promise that they had made about criminalizing abortion. And then they suffered the consequences of that. That's one reason. Let's continue.
Are all saying that this is really because of the DeSantis-Disney feud that they feel that they've lost these Florida jobs. In the meantime, the Trump War Room official campaign account on Twitter also put up this tweet yesterday, quoting this story, saying Ron DeSanctimonious gets caught in the mousetrap. The culture of losing continues. So this really played into the politics of the moment. And of course, a lot of business decisions went into this as far as what made sense for the company. But you can't help but see this in the greater context as well of whether they will thrive as a business as they are having this feud with the governor of the state. John.
All right, Natasha Chen for us, thank you very much. As we said, this is part of a much bigger moment for Ron DeSantis. In the new developments are. Last night, he laid out his vision of a presidential...
Idiot. Banning abortions after 6 weeks, effectively banning all abortions. Stupid. The migrant e-verify bills that will punish businesses $10,000 per head. Stupid. 60% of his agricultural output in the state of Florida is undocumented. Dumbass. Why would you do that? Dumbass. You're dumb. Florida is not as red as you think it is. Dumbass. Pretty fucking red, but it's no Texas. You're so stupid. You're so stupid when you fucking turn around and do that in Florida and you go against like Republican values, like core Republican values, like government interference in businesses, dude. You did two major fucking bills that undermine business interests. Immigration laws, and I talk about this on the second part of my tweet. Same goes for his new immigration policy. The entire purpose of immigration laws are to create a permanent underclass that has no legal protection and will work for cheap. If you actually fine businesses $10K per migrant worker, you'll effectively wipe out your agriculture sector. Okay? You're supposed to just say you don't want migrants, not actually make businesses legitimately purge all of the undocumented immigrants from their ranks by financially threatening them. The financial threat to businesses hiring undocumented immigrants has historically always been cheaper. The fines you have to pay have always been cheaper than actually not hiring undocumented immigrants for years and years and years. That's the whole point. It's a calculation that businesses make. It is deliberate policy designed to just basically give you a slap on the wrist when you're working your fucking undocumented migrant workers to the goddamn bone. And then when they ask for back pay or when they complain about like sexual assaults in the workplace, then you call INS or now ICE. And then you pay a fine to the fucking, federal government for basically taking them out of for basically making it somebody else's problem. Only to then immediately go back and refuel with a new wave of migrant workers. I'm not even joking, like this is the express design for why our immigration laws work the way that they do. And I have said time and time again, if someone was like genuinely like a fucking fascist or ideologically someone was just like straight up not interested in having any migrant workers in this fucking country, then they would attack businesses. They would actually attack the businesses that hire immigrant labor. Some states have in the past, and they've suffered financial consequences for it. Alabama comes to mind. Georgia did it at a certain point as well. Those states went back on these legislative changes that they'd made. You want to know why? Not because they like undocumented migrants or decided it was inhumane. It's because there was no agricultural output. That's it. When you make it so that businesses can't hire migrants, you literally are basically fucking ruining the main reason why you have immigration laws to begin with.
Potential campaign to major donors. With us now from Florida, CNN's Steve Quinterno. And Steve, I've been on conference calls with campaign strategists that sounded like what Ron DeSantis did last night, where he laid out his case for how he's going to win, and he sort of made it all about electability.
That's right, John. And we know that DeSantis has been meeting with donors for several weeks now leading up to this expected launch. And one of the reasons he has been meeting with them is to shore up their support, because a lot of them are concerned with some of his recent moves and some of his recent stumbles. There are Republican donors who object to the fact that the state signed this 6-week abortion ban. They're concerned about his waffling on whether he would support Ukraine.
What's going on? Is there an issue with the audio? I can't hear it. I don't hear any issues.
And whether this Russia is in the right in this war. And so he has taken a more direct role in assuring these donors that he has a strategy to beat Trump. And that strategy is to say, look, I am much more electable, especially in the states that are going to matter in the presidential contest against Joe Biden. Listen to what he told those donors, according to the New York Times. He said, you have basically 3 people at this point that are credible in this whole thing, Biden, Trump, and me. 2 have a chance to get elected president, Biden and me, based on all the data in the swing states. So not only is he clearly saying, look, it's between me, Trump, and Biden in a way that just totally did.
Oh my God. Does Ron DeSantis think he's in the Democratic Party? Like, what the fuck? Bro, Republicans don't talk about electability like that. Because Republican politicians don't run away from their base. They run towards it. My boy, you're not supposed to say you're the most electable. That only works for the Democratic Party who's watching MSNBC. That only works for the Democratic Party primaries, by the way. You're in the Republican primaries. In the Republican primary, you're supposed to, like, do hate crimes and stuff so that they understand, like, you're with it. You know what I mean? You're supposed to say a slur and then go, fucking gay-ass liberals getting mad that I said the N-word. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're supposed to do to win prominence. They don't give a fuck about electability, idiot. And by the N-word, I mean nuclear. Yeah, Jeb Bush, dude. Supremely electable Republican candidate.
Dismisses the other Republican candidates in the field, but he's saying Trump can't get elected. And that's not necessarily surprising to hear that from a candidate who's trying to curry support. But DeSantis has really avoided going directly at Trump throughout most of this run-up to his campaign.
Oh my God.
And yet
Oh my God. I just realized something. This is a callback. Even Trump realizes the severity of the N-word more than Charlie. He literally always says, the N-word, you should never say it. Very bad word. It's not just edgy, folks. It's very bad. Oh, that you should never say it. Yeah, he equates the N-word to using a nuclear weapon. God, he's so good.
here he is in very stark terms saying, look, this guy can't get elected again. I'm your best bet if you want to get a Republican in the White House in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it's very blunt language. Even more interesting, as I said, coming from the candidate himself, not a strategist there. So, Steve, where does this whole Disney thing fit into it, with Disney making this announcement just days before Ron DeSantis is going to make it official that he's running for president?
Well, it's just another sign that this back and forth between Disney and DeSantis isn't going away. It's been such a huge part of his narrative. And on his terms, he wants to talk about Disney. He made it a whole chapter.
Man, I'm just excited for the content.
In his book, he frequently discusses it on the trail when he's in political events in Iowa and New Hampshire and all these other states. But Disney continues to punch back in a way that puts this in a negative light for DeSantis, just as they did when they outmaneuvered him earlier this spring, and now suggesting that they are going to cut 2,000 jobs, high-paying jobs from the state, really is giving his opponents an opportunity to ding him as anti-business as he prepares to enter this primary, John.
Yep.
It'd be very interesting to see if DeSantis
Told you. Straight up. Oh, by the way, there was a really funny thing that happened today during the G7 talks when they were like, how many more billions do we need to give to Ukraine? The Defense Department came out and was like, oh yeah, by the way, we fucked up. We actually over accounted for $3 additional billion because of an accounting error. So now we even have $3 billion free dollars that we can give worth of weapons to Ukraine now. And I was thinking, like, $3 billion is a rounding error to you? And you want to still use that on Ukraine? Like, just come on, give it back. Give it back. If $3 billion is a rounding error, if it's an accounting error, then come on, you have to give that to the American people. You have to fund like free college or something. That's crazy. It's old weapons sent to Ukraine, not cash. No, the $3 billion accounting error was actually for the restocking fee. Are you just saying that, or did you actually look into this? Like, why did you just say that? It's true? No, it's not. They do give them old weapons. That part is true. But the $3 billion accounting error, as far as I understand it, was a miscalculation on the restocking fee, where they miscalculated that they were going to have to restock some of these old weapons, which they added on to the cost of the $150 billion. And they openly admitted it is funds. Yeah. And they're, by the way, dumping it back into funds, additional weapons for Ukraine. So to the NATO Andes, I must ask, why did you immediately, because it wasn't overvaluation. I know, because I did read. But the NATO Andy didn't read. The NATO Andy just went in. The NATO Andy did not read. The NATO Andy went to immediately rush to defend it for some reason. I don't know why. So tell me, why did you feel the need to do that? Self-admitted article head? No, I didn't read it. I'm lying. I did not read it. They're calling it the R word. Restocking weapons, folks. You wouldn't believe it. Restocking it like none other. The error was in the valuation of the equipment that was sent. It says it right there. No, the error was in the restocking fee of the weapons that they sent over, not necessarily in the actual. Look, when the miscalculation was discovered, the Pentagon's comptroller reissued guidance clarifying how to value equipment to ensure the services use the most accurate accounting methods, defense officials said. The process is now underway, meaning there's a possibility additional savings could be found. The overvaluation has not constrained our support for Ukraine nor impacted our ability to flow capabilities to the battlefield. In some cases, oh, here it is. The department discovered inconsistencies in equipment value for Ukraine, Pentagon spokesman Sabrina Singh said in a statement. In some cases, replacement cost rather than net book value was used, therefore overestimating the value of the equipment drawn down from U.S. stocks. So again, there it is. They added that. And first of all, by the way, when you send old weapons, like, you're still paying for that. For the record. No, they literally said that's not restocking. That's not restocking? What is that? Replacement cost. What is that? Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Are you baiting? Like, what the fuck? Replacement cost and inventory valuation method. Yes, I know. In the easiest way to describe it, it is fucking a restocking fee. Like the cost of how much you have to spend to refill your arsenal, like Trump says. Believe me, our arsenals were depleted. Yeah, look, the mistake which the Defense Department discovered after an internal audit in March occurred because the military services were using cost estimates based on new hardware rather than depreciated older equipment that was pulled from U.S. stockpiles. Exactly. What's your point here? They're moving on for a formulation that doesn't account for replacement on the back end, which is good, I think. No. They're moving. No. They still have the replacement on the back end. It's just that the dollar value assigned to it is not for new weapons to replenish the stocks. It's for the old weapons that have the same exact valuation. So they're basically accounting for a $3 billion amount for overestimating. Dude, I don't even think this was an accounting error, by the way. I think this was deliberate. It was not an accounting error. It was done by design. Every business does this. Because at the end of the year, you need to make sure that you spent all the fucking every dime that you got in your department, lest you want some cutbacks. What does your account give me malware? What account? You are conceptually correct without getting into obsolescence and other accounting minutia that matters in the fine details, but not needed to explain what occurred correctly. Can't explain the adjustment that needs to be made, but says every company does this. Yes, you fucking idiot. The principle behind it is the same. If you suspect that this was done deliberately, which I do, then you arrive at the conclusion that it's done in the same exact way that people fucking, move dollars around to ensure that they've spent all of the money that they got. It's very strange listening to you talk about this just after listening to you on the Graham podcast. Oh. Yes, net book value is the original purchase price less the accumulated depreciation. The replacement cost would be buying a new weapon today. Exactly. So they're giving stockpiled military weapons over, like older weapons over, whose value has depreciated over time, right? But the restocking, like the dollar value assigned to basically replenishing your stockpile, was done off of the estimate of new weapons in order to replenish the old weapons. So that's the reason why there was a $3 billion hole in their, there was a $3 billion budgeting error. It's just, I think that it's a trick that normally they wouldn't look after, that normally they wouldn't really care about that much, because the military has, what's the amount of billions that they don't have any account for at this point within the DoD? Like, the military can get away with doing this shit. That's a conspiracy theory, bro. What? It's a conspiracy theory? Wait. On. Hold on. Let's see. Pentagon can't account for $220 billion worth of gear given the contractors. The actual total is probably higher, according to the Government Accountability Office's new report. This is from January 2023. $220 billion worth of weapons and gear they have no account for. The Defense Department fails another audit, but makes progress. The Defense Department has failed its 5th ever audit, unable to account for more than half of its assets, but the effort is being viewed as a teachable moment, according to his chief financial officer. The Pentagon can't keep track of its money. Do you understand why the $3 billion is nothing? Oh, here, this is it. This is what I was looking for. The Pentagon's $35 trillion accounting black hole. Oh, no, this is not what I was looking for. The $35 trillion is the F-35. That's not what I'm talking about. There's like literally a straight up fucking black hole in here. This is the F-35 program, right? Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no, it isn't. This is the one. According to Bloomberg's Anthony Carpaccio, the Department of Defense made $35 trillion in accounting adjustments in 2019, easily surpassing the $30.7 trillion in adjustments recorded in 2018. Carpaccio notes that the number dwarfs the $738 billion of defense-related funding in the latest U.S. budget, spending a plan that includes the most expensive weapon systems in the world, including the F-35 jet. So whenever you think like, oh man, why is healthcare so expensive? Like, why the fuck does the government not provide that when they do it in like countries like France? You know what I mean? Like countries like Germany. Why can't I get subsidies for the top of the hour ad break and have to wait for someone to gift me a sub? And that requires me to be lucky. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, if you have opinions like that, yeah, the F-35 was only $990 billion. Yeah, it's only $1 trillion, the F-35, which you can't fly if it's raining. North Shark Saboteur, thank you for the 5, get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Speed Racer, thank you for the 5, get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. So, here's the 3-minute ad break now. CurlyTop.com. Thank you for the 531. Get the subs as well. Yeah, here is Jon Stewart grilling the DOD lady, fucking ripping her a new asshole on this exact matter.
Questions of somebody within a department of that size and scope.
I
do you feel that it's somewhat unfair?
You have a particular thing you really want to talk about, and you're asking me other questions. But I don't think it's unfair to ask me about the audit. It's absolutely the case that the United States military should be able to pass an audit, and we've got to be on that pathway to get there.
But don't you think that does speak to the larger point that we're trying to get at, which is good journalism uncovers corruption? And
okay, I mean, good journalism does uncover corruption, but I'm not sure these two things are linked. An audit is not.
But they are.
Okay, so you need to explain.
This psycho. The defense deputy secretary has the audacity to say that like trillions of dollars of rounding errors is simply not an indication of corruption. I don't know what to say about that. Like, I just explain that to a human, dude. Like anyone that is not literally inside of the asshole of some fucking DC staffer, explain that to like a regular dude in middle America. Be like, what? It's a fucking $35 trillion, unaccountable, unelected budget that we took from you, actually. We took that from you in the form of taxes, and actually, we have no idea where it is. So shut the fuck up.
To me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they ordered. And
that is any audit. That is any audit. That is true.
But generally, those audits aren't $400 billion for Raytheon and $1.7 trillion for a plane that doesn't seem to be doing. Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces for a moment.
Please educate me on
Sure.
What
so an
the
audit is
difference.
exactly what you just described,
Yes.
which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
Loki, the fact that you can't even fucking account for that, by the way, when you're the United States military, is psychotic. Like, you're the Defense Department and you can't account for that? That's crazy. Like, oops, where did we send the nuclear bombs? Like, I don't know. Fuck it.
Pass an audit, or the fact that the DOD has not passed an audit is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now
what
it's a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So in my world,
yeah,
that's waste.
It's such a funny fucking moment because she's literally like, no, just because the United States military is wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive doesn't mean that there's an indication that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. It doesn't work that way.
Waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure
that
I didn't cause it.
an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went, like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see...
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good... we should be talking... I mean,
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
all-
understand
is-
where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when
me,
I
tell
look...
me that story. Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see...
He's like, please, parachute cord. Thank God. We can talk about something else. Because... my browser told me your stream has malware. It doesn't show it in other streams, only yours. Is this like a new meta or something? Is this a new joke? There's like a couple people that have said this so far. How could I have malware? I don't really understand. Like, explain to me how I could be doing, like, how I could be giving you malware. Did some Discord weirdos report your Twitch link to Google or something? Maybe. Your stream does act funky for me a lot more than other streams. I don't know. It's out of my hands. That's the point. Because I'm not like I'm not Mr. Twitch. Click my name and read the messages. Can you tell me what your browser is and I could try to figure out? He said it was a Twitch extension. He got timed out, but that's what he said. So it's a Twitch extension that you use that may have had some malware issue somehow. What Twitch extension do I use? See users Hasan Kayapix. Got him, boys. No! There is just no way that I could like give you malware. Like I don't know how I would actually have malware on screen. It would quite literally have to be Twitch doing it. You know what I mean? Oh, let's just continue.
A State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that. And I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services. And then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind.
Bro, he's such a lib. He's like, wow, the fucking imperialist war machine that is taxpayer funded. Don't say based. That's the dumbest fucking argument against this. Like, no, man. I mean, that's fucked up, certainly. But like, this is why liberalism lacks imagination. Okay? This is why liberalism lacks imagination. Like, he looks at the internal budget of the Pentagon and says, man, how fucked up is it that you can't even account for like hundreds of billions of dollars of, hundreds of billions of dollars, right? You can't account for that. You don't know where it went. But you got, hungry soldiers. No, man. The bad part about it is not that like the soldiers are going hungry. Like what? Do you think that if they didn't have rounding errors, or do you think that it would be fine that the U.S. military exists as this fucking behemoth if there were no hungry soldiers, but they still had these, accounting errors? Like, what kind of fucking take is that? No, the main issue isn't that the military has this like accounting error and like soldiers are still hungry. The main issue is that the military is getting an unlimited amount of funds when people are hungry both in the military and outside of the military. Okay? Like, American taxpayers are paying for this shit. We don't know where the fucking money's going. Teachers can't pay for like school supplies out of pocket. They have to take second jobs. This country is fucked up. It's fucked up. And this behemoth is just sucking all of the taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, we're nickeling and diming on the limited amount of benefits or entitlements, if you want to call it that the government already refuses to offer usually. Like, that's fucked up.
And if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
Okay. On food insecurity, major priority for us. A lot of funds are going.
Yeah, there you go. She was excited for that because she has talking points to address that. That's why she was like, oh, thank God we're changing the topic to something that I can talk about Because I already have the talking points for it. And that's what you fucking get if you do not have an antagonistic relationship with the military existing in the way that it currently does. And your only anger is that, like, the rank and file are starving. Yeah, they should be fed better so they can be better killers. Like, what the fuck does that mean, dude? No, everyone should be fed better, and they shouldn't have to join the fucking military. Okay?
Toward that, the biggest issues we have found, first of all, we have significantly increased funding on food insecurity. And we do think we are getting much better on that. We believe some of the challenges we face are not what you often think of as, food insecurity as hunger. They're really around, do we have food available? For instance, as people come on and off shifts, is it healthy food? Those are the types of food insecurity issues we are seeing in and around our military installations. We have increased pay 2 times in a row here. We've done 4.6% pay raise last year. We've asked for a 5.2% pay raise this year. We've also increased basic allowances and increased housing and pay.
JD Pond military bureaucrat starving the American imperialist forces. Yeah. This is some fucking fifth column shit, dude. Infiltration by, from within. Yeah. She said these American pig dog warmongers are bloodthirsty, and if they want to pick up a weapon and kill the fucking children of the laborers of the third world, that the hyper exploited global South, then they have to really want to do it because we're going to starve them every step of the fucking way. I mean, think about it. She's also, like the housing availabilities are dog shit too for the military. They're doing it. They're already doing it. Food insecurity is based. Unlimited first world genocide. This woman.
Other allowances. So overall, we definitely think we need to increase the spending that we are putting forward toward our service members and their families. We're putting our money where our mouth is. Another big area is childcare. Spending a lot more money on childcare. That includes both childcare facilities and it includes benefit that allows folks to go out on the economy to get childcare and have that subsidized by the government. Those are all examples of ways we're trying to put money forward for our service members and their families.
You understand that, like, this is just about, like, more recruitment, right? Like, Jon Stewart could have just literally been like, yeah, because of these actions, like, the military can't recruit anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's so stupid, bro. That's not the fucking problem. The problem is that, like, where's the money going? Not that, like, oh man, I can't believe we don't know where the money's going and the soldiers are hungry. The problem is, where's the fucking money going? And everyone's hungry. What the fuck are you doing? Anyway, he still owned her.
Families.
But I liked that because I liked watching that because I wanted to show you, like, the difference between my way of thinking and Jon Stewart's way of thinking, even though I do like Jon Stewart a lot, right? It's probably my most liberal trait. I like Jon Stewart. I think Jon Stewart was important in my development to a certain degree. Like, I acknowledge that. I'm not one of those people who's like, yeah, fuck Jon Stewart. Like, I'm so much more left than he is or whatever the fuck. Like, I think he did a lot of great work, and he had some really corny, cheesy fucking things that he did as well. And, ultimately, yeah, criticizing the military for not feeding the soldiers enough is like criticizing them for not offering a better education. It's missing the entire problem. You're just advocating for them to improve their recruitment. Yeah. Which they are. because they know that that is like a structural problem because recruitment numbers are low. So they are going to use that as an opportunity to do PR, and I'm sure they're like trying to fix that issue as well. For the record, he's done actual practice what he's done for veterans, but it's still not enough. Yeah, for the record, that's why I do like Jon Stewart, regardless of my differences in opinion with him, especially as it pertains to, liberalism versus like being anti-capitalist or having a perspective on like, what to do with the military. That's the reason. Do you understand? Had a very John McCain was the best anti-imperialist activist type beat. Yeah, that's a designated HasanAbi classic right there. That's one of my old bangers. That John McCain. How many planes did you drop in Vietnam, bitch? John McCain dropped 6. Okay, exactly.
Began with important news just into CNN. The debt limit talks on Capitol Hill hitting a snag. This morning, the top Republican negotiator walking out of a meeting, saying the White House stance is unreasonable. Congressman Garrett Graves says talks for now are, quote, on pause. That just a few hours after President Biden was briefed by his top negotiators. The president.
Dude, I'm so jealous that they're in Japan, by the way. Can I just point that out one more time? I know I've said it a lot and you guys have heard me say it a lot, but like, it actually irks me. It actually pisses me off that they're just like having the time of their lives in Japan. I wish I was there. I mean, fuck you. Actually, fuck you.
President leaving a G7 leaders dinner in Japan early for that update. And less than 24 hours ago, Team Biden and the Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy both voicing optimism, saying they were seeing progress in those.
Also, the Japanese are the most cuck nation on the planet. It's like kind of a major L to hold like the G7 in Hiroshima. I'm going to say it. Like, it's so insanely cucked. Where the entire conversation is like avoiding the next nuclear war. Like, dude, come on. Do you think Biden's going to visit Akihabara? I fucking hope so. Do you think Pelosi is petting otters right now? I don't think Nancy Pelosi's there. I'm imagining Biden buying One Piece Figma saying Nami is best. Nami is the best girl, Jack. Why? Yeah, Biden went to Akihabara and was like, God damn it, Oda. I haven't watched this episode yet. These fucking figurines these fucking figurines spoiled it for me. I'm in a different arc. I haven't seen what happens to Frankie yet. And now I know. What the hell are those shoulders, man? Cut the malarkey.
Those talks. So did one member of the centrist Problem Solvers Caucus.
Everyone's not going to be happy with everything. That's, to me, always a good deal if everyone's a little upset. And, it's not going to be perfect. But the bottom line is we're going to make sure that the full faith and credit of the United States continues.
This guy. We have our best guy in the talks. Josh Gottheimer.
Great to see CNN's Melanie Zanona. She's live on Capitol Hill. Melanie, early in the morning there was optimism. What happened?
Well, this is a huge setback for these talks. There was optimism, as you noted yesterday, and even heading into this meeting. Negotiators did meet this morning on Capitol Hill, but they briefly broke up. And coming out of that meeting, Garrett Graves, one of the lead negotiators for Republicans, told us we decided to press pause because it's just not productive. So I talked to some sources who.
It's so stupid because like the Republican demands for okay, the Republicans have a gun to the global economy. Okay, they're pointing a gun at the head of the global economy. It's not just the American economy, it's the global marketplace, okay? Everything will fall apart. It happens all the fucking time. It's incredibly fucking stupid, okay? And what are the demands that they're making? Oh, that's right. They want to cut entitlements. They want to add more, like, work conditions to welfare. Like, just deeply undesirable and unpopular things that you are pointing to specifically so that you look like you're doing something, anything. Just so that there's, like, JD Pond GOP going to cause the U.S. to default based. Yes. Yes. JD Pond GOP. Now I understand the MAGA communists. They are terrorists that want to destroy the U.S. from within. The largest superpower responsible for the most bloodshed in the third world. And the global south is the United States of America, and the MAGA communists are trying to fucking destroy that from within.
Who said there are a number of issues where they just feel like they're at an impasse right now. And as of right now, there are no additional meetings scheduled for today. So, look, John, you've seen these negotiations play out before. Usually there are legislative blow-ups before everyone
Dude, I love this.
can finally come together. There's a lot of posturing that
I already
goes on
watched the
both sides. And as we've
iDubbbz
seen,
apology reaction
both
by Moist
Republicans
Critical, and I
Democrats
disagree with
are
it.
facing a lot of pressure and getting a lot of heat from their right
would
and
be
left
down to talk to
flanks
him,
to
too.
not cave and to dig in. But in terms of a timeline, it is very problematic because they were hoping to reach a deal by this weekend. That is something that Speaker Kevin McCarthy said is needed in order to get this bill through the floor and get it over to the Senate by this early June deadline. And so it is all but dashing hopes that negotiators are going to be able to reach a deal in principle by this weekend. That's not to say that they can't eventually get it done, but this is not a very welcome development on Capitol Hill, John.
And Mel, any details? Sometimes it's one little thing that can set these things off the rails for a little bit. Sometimes it's kind of a combination that they're stuck on everything and they just say, let's take a break. Do we know?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter. It's a combination of issues. The talks had been slowly but surely moving ahead. Some of the issues that have come up in the last 24 hours, according to our sources, is the White House has been pushing for a debt ceiling hike that would last into 2025 because they don't want to have to deal with this again until after the next presidential election. But in talking to Republicans, that is something they said, if we're going to entertain that, we need to see a lot more savings and cuts put on the table. The other issue at play has been work requirements. That's something Republicans are pushing for. Biden seems to be open to some form of work requirements for TANF, which is the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families programs, but nothing has been finalized. So still a lot to go and a lot that could go wrong between now and early June, John.
Melanie Sonona, appreciate the hustle and the breaking news on Capitol Hill. Keep us posted if we learn anything else. With me in studio to share their reporting and their insights, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Mariana Sotomayor of the Washington.
We're going to end up with that stupid fucking $1 trillion coin, and when Trump gets back in the office, he's going to pocket it. Yeah. He'll be like, bye-bye. I put it in my pocket. Don't care who minted it. It's mine now. Bye-bye.
Washington Post and Zolan Kano-Youngs of the New York Times. So this is both expected, I would say, because the issues are so important and the divide is so big, but also potentially troubling if you're a CEO, if you're financial.
I literally just haven't followed this at all because I think it's so stupid and it's just the same bullshit back and forth over and over again with like Democrats basically looking at the insane, unreasonable demands of a Republican Party that is like throwing up empty threats unless you like, I don't know, keep punching the fucking murder poor people button or else we won't fund the government. You know what I mean? And then we have to play the song and dance over and over again. It's so dumb.
Financial markets. If you're the president of the United States who's overseas right now telling people, I got this, America will not default.
Without question. I mean, all signs had been pointed to an agreement, which was actually a little surprising because that does not usually happen sort of going into a weekend. But I think that one thing this is doing, we've only known about this for a short time, but already the sense of urgency, I think perhaps from Wall Street may change on this. We'll see what the market does today. But heading into the weekend, this is not the place where the White House thought they would be. You heard the optimism from Josh Gottheimer there, the congressman from New Jersey. So look, this often happens. There are some hiccups, but it is the work requirements that is causing the White House a lot of grief from the left. So that's the vice here that they find themselves.
And to that point, when you see Josh Gottenheimer saying, I think we're going to get there and get there soon.
It's like IMF conditionalities, except America's doing it to itself. Dude, it's always like that. The violence that you experience every fucking day, the violence that you see on television, domestically, is happening as a consequence of like doing it everywhere else all the fucking time. So much so that like that violence inevitably comes back around and hurts you. Yeah. Same goes for austerity. Like we have been forcing other countries to do austerity for decades and decades, only to have that inevitably come back here. We write countries' constitutions, especially while simultaneously undermining their labor protections, right? Like in Japan, the Japanese Constitution is written by the United States of America. Did you guys know that the Japanese Constitution has a clause where the government cannot interfere in business decisions? Who came up with that idea? That seems like a good idea. Why did they do that? I mean, obviously there's workarounds from it. Just do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying that like the Japanese government never interferes in business decisions, but the reason why they do that is because it makes it easier to exploit. Okay? Because our capitalists here that wrote our Constitution has the same class interests as the capitalists over there, and that makes for easier collaboration. So understand that if Americans actually did not care about, if the American wealthy, the American bourgeois, the American corporate benefactors, the people who hold the levers of power, if they actually cared about like, I don't know, only fucking over the working class overseas and not fucking over all working class, they would make sure that our Constitution has like legitimate protections, right? No, wrong. If that was the case, America's unionized employees in the workforce overall, the rate of unionization, the rate of union participation in the American labor force would not be a lower percentage at 11% than Chile, whose labor union participation in the workforce is at 15%. We wrote their fucking constitution. We made it illegal to do all that shit. We forced them into austerity. I mean, we put a fucking dictator in a position of power. And yet, even after all of that, Chile has a higher labor union participation rate than the United States of America. Korean institutions are the same name with a K in front, like KCIA? Yeah. Nintendo's older than the Japanese Constitution? Bro, Nintendo's almost older than the American Constitution. That's not necessarily a good argument, to be fair. Nintendo's older than a lot of things. What is it, like 1885? $1889? Yeah. Brother, one of the things that I find personally to be super sick, because I'm a disgusting fucking weeb, I will admit, is the fact that like there are family-run onsens and shit in Japan that have been going for like 2,000 years. No, you do not misunderstand me. Yes, that I said it. I said that number on purpose. I mean, if you don't find that to be cool, I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy. Tom Scott has a video where he visits it. Oh my God, I kind of want to. Okay, let's do this fucking lame ass debt limit, and then maybe we'll move on to that.
When you see both the president and the House Speaker saying we're suddenly making progress, that's a conversation in the middle.
This story.
And so both the left and the right say, oh, no. And so let's start with the left. You have Democrat, progressive.
The oldest ryokan in Japan is 1,300 years old. Okay, it's not 2,000 years. It's 1,300 years. Shut up, loser. It's cooler when I say it the way I said it.
Stop negotiating, Mr. President. Invoke the 14th Amendment, never really been tested in the courts, but just say, you know, the Constitution says, the amendment says the public debt can never be questioned. Bernie Sanders among the progressives who's saying, we don't want cuts. Take a chance.
Using the 14th Amendment would allow the United States to continue to pay its bills on time and without delay, prevent an economic catastrophe, and prevent devastating cuts to some of the most vulnerable people in this country. It should be exercised if necessary.
So again, we go into the details, but if you're the White House team and you're walking back into the meeting today, even though you're making progress, you know the phones are lighting up with progressives saying, stop, don't give away too much.
And they have been, right? I mean, they've already been feeling the pressure from the left flank, particularly after last weekend when the president cited the fact that he did vote for some work requirements as a senator. Right before he left on his trip as well, he had comments where he said, look, you know, we're talking about work requirements, but it wouldn't be of anything of serious consequence. He has dropped hints that that is a subject, a point of focus now where there could be possible consensus, which has led to a frustrated left flank of the party at this point. But remember, in terms of using the 14th Amendment, this is also somebody in President Biden that came into office and often celebrated, talked about his ability to strike deals with members on the other side. So would you, when you look at that context, is he really going to go for this option? Karine Jean-Pierre the other day also said that he didn't think that would be an ultimate solution for what we're seeing.
Right. They want to talk it out. And again, just yesterday, the House Speaker, so we could put the negotiators back up. Number one, Garrett Graves is his trusted deputy among House Republicans. But the House Speaker complimented the White House team, saying, I like these people, I trust these people, we can get it done. That sent a signal to McCarthy's right. And of course, he is just tenuously Speaker of the House Freedom Caucus yesterday, saying the U.S. House of Representatives has done its job. There should be no.
I have been forcibly trying to get myself to care about this, and I just can't. I just don't think anything bad is gonna happen. Maybe I'm wrong. It's such a stupid fucking thing. Why do we have a debt ceiling? Why do we have a debt limit? Like, we are the only country on the planet that has like an actual debt limit. The other one doesn't really have a debt limit. It's so high that it doesn't matter. It's just so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. Oh. It's America, man. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Something bad is happening already. Something bad is happening all the time. Not related, just thought you would like this funny tweet. This video is 9/11 for men in their mid-20s that are still in their 2016 edgelord era. Yes. It's true. But the saddest part about it is not men in their mid-20s. It's usually men in their mid-30s. They were in their mid-20s when they went through Gamergate. I don't know, man. Losing my SNAP and Medicaid is going to be pretty devastating for me. First of all, the reason why I say it doesn't matter is because it's not going to that's an insane thing to happen. And if the Republicans want to cut your SNAP and Medicaid, they're going to do it regardless. They already have. Like, what do you mean? They literally already have. The reason why your fucking SNAP benefits or your Medicaid is dog shit to begin with is because they've done that already. They already cut it. They cut it all the time. Anyway, let's get to some fun shit. Sexy ass Senate Dianne Feinstein. And then I'll talk about Pokimane leaving offline TV, graduating from offline TV, and a whole bunch of other stories. Okay? Our SNAP benefit per month is $256. Doesn't cover a month's worth of food at all. Yeah.
More about the health of California Senator Dianne Feinstein, calls for her to resign. Those calls continuing today. The 89-year-old Democrat recently returned to Capitol Hill in a wheelchair after a nearly 3-month absence due to a bout of shingles. Now her office confirms that she's dealing with some serious complications. Nicole Killian joins us now from Capitol Hill with what's at stake for.
What do you mean? She looks perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Look at this, dude. It's so fucked. Oh, no, dude. There's nothing to worry about. What are you guys talking about? What the fuck? You just hate to see a sexy-ass woman have it all? I'm going to hell. How about the people that are propping her up with a fucking stick behind her back? You think I'm going to hell for laughing? What about the people that are like, no, dude, don't say anything is wrong. There's literally nothing wrong with this. Everything is fine. She literally looks like she's like, kill me. She looks, every photo, she looks like she's saying from the not stroked out part of her mouth, she keeps saying, kill me, and my abuse. And it's like, we're just going to act like that's normal. It's so fucked up, dude. Oh, the Feinstein staffers are gluing parts that fall off back on with Gorilla Glue. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Next model for Sports Illustrated. Oh, that's great, dude. Okay, so a single McDonald's Sprite would turn her to dust? Yeah.
What's at stake for Democrats and President Biden's agenda in addition to the senator's health? Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. And Senator Feinstein's return has given Democrats a critical vote back on big issues like the upcoming debt limit and confirmed.
I think it's funny because, like, she 100, I'm locking it, I'm calling it. She is going to vote the wrong way on a critical vote because she's demented. I'm telling you right now, there is going to be a very funny moment where Dianne Feinstein doesn't understand what's going on and votes for a vote that is critical in the opposite direction. Okay? It's gonna happen. It's literally gonna be the funniest fucking thing. And everyone's going to come in here and all the liberals are going to be like, why are you laughing at this? Like, I can't believe you're laughing at this. This is really fucked up. Democracy is crumbling and you're laughing. It's like, dude, democracy crumbled a long time ago, okay? Like, we currently have just the human version of crust, okay? Sitting on a fucking wheelchair, being wheeled around, where they actually have, like, a stick propping her up. They, like, taped her back to a fucking stick so that she looks like she's alive. And, like, you know, we're just acting like that's fine and normal. Who do you think is responsible? Random Twitch streamer for having that happen? Or literally the entire Democratic Party apparatus? Huh. Yeah, okay, bring her in here. Oh, we're going to talk about this in a second. Hold on. I just wanted to say one thing, and that's about cops on the beat, Senator Dianne Feinstein said in her extended public remarks as she returned to Washington, D.C. after several months at home in San Francisco with shingles. I was mayor of San Francisco for 9 years, she said. There was no program more favorable with people than police on the streets. They got to know them. There was a positive relationship. The crime went down. Yeah, you know she remembers that. That's like dementia. Hiya. I never hear him say. Can you give me the treat? Hiya. She is so wet. I don't know what she did. Mom, please, quick. I can't tell if this is piss. It's just like literally feels like she just fucking pissed, but like it's too much piss. Like it's too much for it to be piss. You know what I mean? Check Discord mod chat to see what the extension thing, malware thing. Okay, fuck. Anyway, let's get back to Diane
judges here in the narrowly divided Senate, but she is keeping a much lighter schedule, missing some votes in meetings, prompting some within her own party to consider whether she should step aside.
California Senator Dianne Feinstein came back to the Capitol last week to a standing ovation.
I want to welcome back our colleague, Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye.
After battling shingles for nearly 3 months, a spokesperson for the 89-year-old Democrat confirmed Thursday she suffered from additional complications, including a rare neurological disorder called Ramsay-Hunt syndrome and encephalitis, or inflammation of the brain.
How is your recovery going, Senator?
Earlier this week, the senator faced renewed scrutiny over her health after a Los Angeles Times reporter asked her about her return to the Senate.
I haven't been going. I've been working.
You've been working from home, is what you're saying?
No, I've been here.
I think she should step down.
California Congressman Ro Khanna is one of several lawmakers demanding Feinstein's
No, I've been
resignation.
here. I've been working from home. I mean, here. That's crazy. Okay, she's out of control with cuteness. It's fucked up. She was doing so good, and then I left her in the front yard, and she somehow escaped the front yard and made her way into the backyard. And then my mom brought her inside to the pen in the living room. And in the living room, she pissed and shat. She was there for a long-ass time. Spent all of her goddamn time in the backyard and the front yard, did never shat, never pissed. Only to hold it, to come inside and do it. She like fucked up so big. Yesterday, she didn't fuck up at all. Every fucking day, dude. Every day, it's like I have to reset. It feels like every day I am resetting. I thought you were talking about Feinstein for a second. No. Kaya. No. Stop biting the fucking shelf, dude. New and creative places to shit.
She's representing 40 million people in California. We need someone who's going to be on top of the job.
Feinstein holds a seat on the powerful Senate Judiciary Committee where Democrats now...
Bro, the photo they're using for Feinstein is literally from when the machine was first invented to take photos. Like, that photo is literally colorized. It's originally a black and white photo from when the camera was first invented.
Have a one-vote advantage over Republicans. So missing one vote leaves Democrats short of getting President Biden's judicial nominees through.
What kind of accommodations do you have to make?
Well, we schedule things that work for her to make sure that she's able to attend.
Dude, Dick Durbin is so ridiculous. It does not make sense why they're holding on to this like so much. I don't know. I don't know why they are literally holding on to this. I know Nancy Pelosi's daughter is actually Feinstein's primary caregiver, but like, I don't understand it. Like, cut a deal with gruesome Gavin Newsom to like put whoever you want in that position. What the fuck? You can't control gruesome Gav? Like, what the fuck is happening? Because that's the only fear here, right? The only fear here is that, they're worried that like if Feinstein is gone, because you can replace her position in the Senate committee without Republican votes, as far as I understand it, but they're fearful that like they want their person in that seat in California, and Gavin Newsom said he was going to put a black woman there, which is, yes, likely Karen Bass. And it seems like the Pelosi world wants Adam Schiff. Or not Karen Bass. I read the fucking chatter. Karen Bass is the mayor. Barbara Lee. Racist chatter that I read and also did racism. Adam Schiff can be a black woman. What's the issue? It is Barbara Lee. It's not Karen Bass. Katie Porter is running for it, but Katie Porter has some oppo on her already. It's not going to work, I think. Plus, she's too much of a loudmouth, even though, like, I'm not saying that I like that she does the attacks, but she's too much of a loudmouth from the perspective of, like, the DNC. She's too much of a troublemaker. No, is not as straightforward as you think. I don't know what it is. It makes no fucking sense. There's got to be a reason for it, but... Anyway. Kaya refuses to lay on the bed. I know. I think it's because she's like warm and the ground is colder. That's why she refuses. They can't replace her on the committee. I think that's literally it. No, they can. I'm pretty sure they can. I'm pretty sure they don't need they need Republican votes for some of the things. You're wrong, they can't. I think they need Republican votes they can replace her, but they need Republican votes to like actually force her out, and the Republicans won't vote for it. They literally refuse to vote for it. Yes, they can replace her on the committee if she resigns. They can't replace her if she doesn't resign. They can't force her out because Republicans won't vote to force her out. They actually tried that before. She is the committee? No, she's not. I mean, she's right behind Dick Durbin in terms of seniority in the committee, but still. How would her replacement happen if it should just Krogs? I don't know. Don't they also need 60 votes to approve any replacement if she did resign? Why would the Republicans give away an easy way to block any D majority? No. No. I think she can vote for her own replacement. Like, if she resigns and votes for her own replacement in the Senate committee, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, they could technically still have whoever Democrat. They can replace her on the Senate, but not the committee? No, of course they can replace her on the Senate. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Let's see. So, here. Republicans have the capacity to block temporary replacement for Senator Feinstein on their Judiciary Committee. This happened on April 18th. They have the capacity to block a Democratic request to temporarily replace California Senator Dianne Feinstein. But if Dianne Feinstein herself voted for a replacement, they would have enough votes to technically replace her with whoever the fuck they want to. Okay? Do you understand? Dianne outlived 3 husbands. That's not how it works. 60 votes to replace an empty seat. No, it's not an empty seat. It's not an empty seat. Dianne Feinstein is still in the seat. I think she can pick someone else to replace her within the committee. It's they could put someone else in her position, and she could play a role in voting for that. What the hell is Time Magazine doing? What Ron DeSantis means for America? What the fuck? You're not quite right about voting a replacement. Even if they had all the Democrats vote on a replacement, it still wouldn't be enough to avoid the ads at the top of the hour, which can only be decided if they get together to vote on spending $5 or whatever Feinstein thinks is necessary. You're a fucking asshole. You're actually an asshole. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. The process of replacing Feinstein 89 on a high-profile panel. Okay. Ravi Sharon X, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. According to Senate sources, Schumer next week will bring up a resolution that will call for a temporary replacement. He will first try to do so via unanimous consent, meaning a single senator can object and block the effort. If that happens, the resolution will be subject to a filibuster and need 60 votes, including at least 10 Republicans. The big reason for the complicated process is that the committee assignments are handed out at the beginning of every Congress as a part of an organizing resolution between majority and minority parties determining the formation of each panel. While some committees have had members temporarily step aside as chairman or ranking member due to an indictment like Senator Bob Menendez or an investigation like former Senator Richard Burr, altering that agreement in the middle of a Congress has not happened in recent memory. 2 House Democrats took the stunning step to call for Feinstein to resign. Her absence from the upper chamber has left the Judiciary Committee deadlocked between Democrats and Republicans and prevented it from moving nominees to the floor. Feinstein, who has been away from the Senate since early March, announced a few hours later that she would not be returning to Capitol when the Senate reconvenes after a 2-week recess due to ongoing health complications. I love that this literally doesn't explain the problem. That is if she's still in the Senate. If she retires, Dems can assign another Democrat to the committee. I think so too, but Chatter's saying that that's not the case, and now I'm questioning it. I think Republicans can keep her seat open as long as she's there. No, not her seat, by the way. Her committee chair. Her position. If Feinstein were to resign immediately, the process would be much easier for Democrats since California Governor Gavin Newsom would appoint a replacement. The Senate regularly approves committee assignments for new senators after their predecessors have resigned or died, but a temporary replacement due to illness is a rare, if not unprecedented, request. By all accounts, the arrangement is rooted in a long and friendly relationship between Feinstein and the Pelosis, twin pillars of San Francisco politics. But among some of those who are aware, it also has raised uncomfortable questions about whether Nancy Pelosi's political interests are in conflict with Feinstein's personal interests. The intrigue surrounds the future of Feinstein's seat. Pelosi has endorsed Adam Schiff, her longtime protege and former handpicked House Intelligence Committee chair, to succeed Feinstein after her sixth and final term ends next year. Schiff, California is a household name in California, has already have $50 million campaign cash advantage over his nearest competitor. But if Feinstein were to bow to pressure and retire early, Schiff's advantage could disappear. Gavin Newsom is pledged to appoint a black woman to serve out her term, and one of Schiff's declared opponents, Representative Barbara Lee, would fit the bill. If DiFi, what the fuck? Calling Dianne Feinstein DiFi is so funny. They gentrified her, bro. Yo, they gentrified Dianne Feinstein, dude. What the fuck? By the way, I forgot to fucking run the top of the hour after that piece of shit debated me. Here, I'm running it now. Fuck you. If DiFi resigns right now, there's an enormous probability that Barbara Lee gets appointed, thus makes it harder for Schiff, one Pelosi family confidant told Playbook, adding that the relationship between Pelosi and her daughter and the senator is being kept under wraps and very, very closely held. She's making the weirdest noise while she's sleeping right now. Boff the Immortal, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift of subs. Pelosi's office confirmed in a statement to Playbook that her daughter has been supporting her in her shingles recovery. Bennett said that Prouda has been friends with Feinstein for decades, as has Pelosi herself. But Bennett rejected suggestions that Pelosi was seeking to influence Feinstein's decisions about her future. Anyone who knows Senator Feinstein knows that her service in the Senate is entirely her own decision, and Speaker Marita Pelosi would never suggest otherwise. Yet Pelosi's been among Feinstein's most vocal defenders. Yeah. What was, does anyone have the Pelosi video of her talking again? I've never seen them go after a man who was sick in the Senate, Pelosi told reporters. Shut the fuck up, they have. Fucking idiot. Why Dianne Feinstein shouldn't quit. The 89-year-old icon has made it clear, at least for the moment, that she would ignore the merciless drumbeat of calls for her to cede the seat immediately. Philip Elliott? Who the fuck is this guy? Replacing Feinstein can be complicated, Senate history shows. New York Democrat said, no, all of this is from April. Wait, no, this is from last month. Chat, this is if she doesn't resign. Every single article from that time frame is about, like, can we replace her temporarily? Skip to if she resigns, dies, or is expelled. If a senator resigns, dies, or is expelled from the office, does the replacement automatically fill the senator's committee assignments? No. There's no guarantee the replacement will fill their predecessor's committee seats. Once there's a new senator sworn into the vacant seat, he or she only gets committee assignments after the Senate adopts a simple resolution. Opponents can, in theory, hold up that process with a filibuster, continuous, often unnecessary debate on the floor to cause a prolonged delay to vote. It would take 60 votes to end a filibuster. For Feinstein, who serves on the Judiciary Committee, that question is particularly important. Even if she left office, Republicans could prevent her successor or any Democratic replacement from filling her seat on the Judiciary Committee under current Senate rules. I mean, that would be insane. They would have to stop all Senate duties from taking place, specifically to make sure that there's like that committee assignment does not follow through. That would be they would do it, but it doesn't matter because Lindsey Graham said they'd allow it. It doesn't matter. It would be so fucking, it would look so bad for the Republicans. Like, I know they don't give a shit, but like, no, this would actually be harmful for them because they have bills they want to pass too. Like, they're not going to fucking filibuster the entire process. Specifically so they can stop someone from joining a committee. Maybe. I mean, they wouldn't block a replacement if she resigned, they said. Oh. Yeah, see? Manly. Oh, there it is, dude. This is like right here. Senator Lindsey Graham, the leading GOP senator on the Judiciary Committee, said in a recent CNN interview that Republicans will follow President if Feinstein resigns. They'd never lie about that? No, this is like one of those things where like you have to look at what benefits they have. I know Lindsey Graham has lied a lot, but I don't think they gain anything from blocking this. Yeah, they just held the Supreme Court hostage for half a presidential term. Yo, they held the Supreme Court hostage for half a presidential term. They didn't disrupt the entire Senate proceedings for it, though. Because once the person is reelected to the position, the committee assignment part is pretty fucking it's pretty cut and dry. Like, stopping a Supreme Court appointment does not mean stopping the entire fucking Senate from operating in the same way that this does. Like, they're not going to filibuster every fucking Senate session permanently, which is like effectively like the debt ceiling. You know what I mean? It's like, as the article says, the majority can change the rules, so committee assignment is no longer subject to 60 votes. They already own the judiciary, and it's not like Democrats are assigning woke justices or woke judges anyway. I'm telling you, there are ways around that. I mean, obviously, will the Democrats follow through on that? I don't know. They can't even get fucking Dianne Feinstein to resign. So, but saying you're going to filibuster saying you're going to filibuster a piece of legislation and stopping that piece of legislation from ever going forward or arriving at the fucking Senate floor is entirely different than directly stopping the Senate from operating when there's like a ton of bills that have to get passed every day within the Senate that you don't even think about. Okay? That would be the only way that you can like try and stop this from happening. If she resigned, they probably wouldn't do that. Because that's like a nuclear option, which apparently the Democrats have a counter for by possibly with majority change the rules. Also, the Congressional Research Service has a report that explains how the GOP couldn't stop a committee replacement in the event of Feinstein's resignation. The idea that the seat needs GOP votes regardless of whether or not she resigns is misinformation being spread to make calls for her to resign seem irrelevant to the reason why people want her to resign. Yeah, I don't think that that's like... I think that articles that are written on this matter are being like deliberately obtuse. It does truly feel like they're maybe not lying, but like kind of omitting key parts of this process. You're more wrong on this than you've ever been. Republicans absolutely do not care if the Senate grinds to a halt. Oh my God. Okay. Stopping the government from operating is literally the Republicans' end goal. Yeah. Is that why every time we have one of these like debt ceiling conversations, they always stop the government? Oh, wait, that's right. The government hasn't stopped fucking functioning. So what the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not their goal. Their goal is to just, eradicate the government, the useful parts of the fucking government, while simultaneously making the government basically become a money cannon for their corporate benefactors. No, they still have to pass bills, man. They have bills that they want to pass too. You're wrong about this, okay? Stopping the entire Senate from operating is entirely different than saying you're going to filibuster a bill and then moving on. And it doesn't even matter because I'm pretty sure there are ways to get around that regardless. Let me see.
Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Okay, so this is... But Democrats are struggling to find a solution for the other nominees, and there's zero chance of subpoenaing Justice Clarence Thomas to testify about the reported ethical violations. We know all that. Let's see. Like almost all Senate rules, though, the committee's membership could be changed via unanimous consent, where all 100 senators leave their fudge things up a little bit. Alternatively, the body could pass a resolution to shift committee assignments, which would require 60 votes to break any potential filibuster. In the last several days, though, the GOP has said that they're not going to make that happen. They have slowed down Senate proceedings, at least in the Judiciary Committee, and they've eviscerated it due to Dianne Feinstein being a fucking vegetable. With no timeline for Feinstein's return, limbo, while she says she will not run for re-election, this term doesn't end until January 2025, leaving open the untenable scenario of her seat laying fallow for over a year and a half. If Feinstein resigns entirely, though, California Governor Gavin Newsom, a fellow Democrat, could appoint a replacement to complete her term. From there, the process is much better established in the ad hoc swap that Feinstein's office proposed. There'd be no way for Republicans to block either Feinstein's successor or another senator from taking her spot on the judiciary. Thank you. Exactly. Daniel S. Holt, assistant historian at the Senate Historical Office, points to a report from the Congressional Research Service, bolding added. In filling vacancies that occur on standing committees after the initial organization, Senate Democrats follow the same procedure used for each new Congress. Committee vacancies may occur during the course of a Congress because party leaders decide to change a committee's size or party ratio, or because members die, change parties, or resign from the Senate. A new senator replacing a late or former senator may be chosen to fill the vacated committee seats. However, if the new senator is the opposite party from the departed senator, adjustment in sizes and ratios are often needed to make slots for the new senator. Moreover, incumbents may also seek to compete for the newly open committee seats, especially if they occur on one or more prestigious panels, such as the Appropriations Committee or the Finance Committee. Like, if she resigns, they can actually make the switch happen fairly easily. There are no ways that the Republicans can really combat that. But if she doesn't resign, which she's not currently, then it's actually complicated because they can't fucking get her to be replaced. It's ironic then that the Republican opposition to a temporary switch removed a potential pressure valve against the growing calls for Feinstein's resignation. The option was only floated as a possibility after several Democratic lawmakers began openly saying what had only been whispered on Capitol Hill before then. Senate Republicans are gambling that her reticence to retire will outweigh her commitment to achieving broader goals for her party and country. That includes even supposed moderates like Susan Collins, whose audacious claim that she's acting against a concerted campaign to force her out of the Judiciary Committee must be taken with a grain of partisan salt. It would be in the interest of her health, her constituents, and her legacy for Feinstein to defy her expectations and do the right thing by stepping down. Tuberville has been filibustering Air Force officer promotions for months because their abortion policy makes him mad. Instead of saying Republicans won't stop Senate business, remember the first rule of... Wait, whoa. Wait, first of all, that's, again, one singular bill. You're wrong. Once Feinstein resigns and she is replaced by whoever the fuck Gavin Newsom has appointed in her seat, the process is much more clearer. They can't stop that from happening. I heard she's dating Colin Kaepernick. No, she's dating John Moran, according to journalist Felix Biederman. It's not just the Air Force. He's stopping all officer promotions that need congressional approval. Yeah, that's different. That's one thing, okay? I think you're coping if you think she will resign. I don't think she will. I'm not saying that she will. We're currently talking about like what's going on and what could potentially happen if she were to resign in the unlikely scenario. Does that make sense? Also, Feinstein doesn't know what the fuck's going on in the world right now. It's not up to her. It's up to, it seems, whoever has power of attorney over her, which seems to be Nancy Pelosi's daughter. Okay? It's so fucking weird, dude. It's so weird.
Physically.
I feel bad. No, don't feel bad. She's a fucking demon. I just feel bad for, like, you know, the marginal changes that you could fucking make. Or at least, like, maybe starting a fucking investigation on Clarence Thomas's financial misdeeds. That's what I want. Even if that goes nowhere, they can't even start it because Dianne Feinstein is a vegetable.
I was mayor of San Francisco for 9 years.
As the longest-serving female senator, the five-term legislator announced in February that she would not seek re-election next year. Congresswoman Katie Porter is running for her seat.
Any concerns about her ability to serve out her full term?
I think it's very, very clear that it's time for a change in California. That's why I declared to run.
Now, there are several others running for Feinstein's seat, including California Congressman Adam Schiff, who is backed by former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. If Feinstein were to retire, Governor Gavin Newsom has pledged to appoint a black woman. But that is why some are questioning the relationship between Feinstein.
Like, oh, God, imagine if the Democratic Party operated against Pelosi right now in the same way that they operate against like Bernie Sanders, by being like, Nancy Pelosi doesn't want a black woman to thrive. Nancy Pelosi has, cut down black women within the party. They don't want, she's just afraid of Barbara Lee.
And Pelosi's eldest daughter, who is now assisting her here in Washington. The former speaker has defended Feinstein's decision to stay and serve out her term, although a source close to the speaker tells CBS News that there is no political agenda here. Back to you.
Yeah, okay.
Nicole, thank you.
So the agenda is what? That, like, you legitimately think that Dianne Feinstein is a girl boss? Yeah, the Tommy Tuberville situation isn't even the same. He's just blocking unanimous consent. Yeah. Military promotions impasse drags on as Senator Tuberville defends the blockade. I don't even know why they're not pushing this through regardless. Like, God, he's so stupid. When reached for a comment, a Pentagon spokesperson in the statement said that Lloyd Austin and the department continued to engage Senator Tuberville in his office in good faith and directly relayed how this hold on our general and flag officers is risking our military readiness. I don't care about that at all. Dude, Tuberville is so fucking stupid. It's awesome. Okay.
The roughly 2-minute video starts with a white woman wearing hospital scrubs straddling a city bike, screaming.
It's time for Bike Karen. New York, dead ass, has a problem. Okay? And that problem is everybody's got a fucking phone camera and everything gets posted on Twitter and everything makes national news. Okay? Now, originally, pregnant New York City. This is Bicycling Magazine. I'm going to read. Wait, what? Oh, they deleted the article. Fuck, because the new update makes them look silly. Anyway, here. Where's the OG video? Does anyone have the OG video? So many people calling her racist, if I recall correctly. Well, I mean, she was being weird, for the record. Like, she was in the right, it seems. Okay, I just want to show the OG video. I want you to watch the whole OG video. Like, she was doing the whole like fake crying and shit. Is this it? Oh, here.
Help! Help me! Please help me! This is not your bike. Please help me! This is not your bike. This is not your bike. Please help me! Help! Please get off me! Wait, what the fuck? What's going on, bro? Please get off me. Yo, don't not take it, bro. Now you're not getting the bike, bro. Yeah, now you're not getting the bike. Help! You're not getting the bike. I'm not. Bro,
why you took his phone? What's wrong with you?
You're not
Don't touch his phone. You're not touching his phone.
I'm not touching you.
You say you're hurting my fetus.
You putting your stomach on my hand.
My dude, stop. No. My dude, stop. No. I said no. I said sit down.
Please help. She's just crying.
You're not crying. You're not crying.
Wait, one of the dude's names is Hasan? Am I crazy? Wait.
You're not crying. You're not crying. I got your video. Wait, you pulled it out? Hey, Hasan, you pulled it out?
Hasan, wait, what? Yo!
Hey, Hasan, you pulled it out? Hasan.
I don't give a fuck.
Hasan, you pulled it out?
This is my bike. It's on my account. Please move.
All right, so why don't we reset the bike?
I'm not resetting the bike.
It's his. It's his.
Reset it. I'm going to pull it out on your account.
You are active.
I don't give a fuck.
Stop fake crying. He's fake crying. Stop fake crying.
Hey, stop touching me. I don't touch you.
Hold up.
Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me.
You're not touching.
I will.
Exactly. So take it.
Fuck out of here.
So take it.
You're stupid ass. Fuck out of here. Dumbass. Your baby gonna come out with
Wait, how you stop crying?
He said the baby gonna come out R-worded. Yo! Chill, dude. What the fuck? Cancel him. Cancel this man.
I will.
Exactly. So take it. So take it.
You're stupid ass. Fuck out of here. Dumbass. Your baby gonna come out with
Wait, how you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss. Not a tear came down.
Wait, this is not the full video. She starts crying. Doesn't she? She did cry here. I missed it.
She's fake crying. Stop fake crying.
Hey, stop touching me. I don't touch you.
Hold up.
Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me. I will.
She immediately starts crying and then stops crying like that. So when this first popped off, it went super viral for like 2 days. Everyone on Twitter was like, "This is just like the bird watcher lady who called the cops on the black dude." Right? She charged the alt, and I don't think she timed the window correctly. So that's what happens. Like, yeah, she just got alt canceled. You know what I mean? Pretty sure she said the N-word on Twitter. Okay. She's in control of her emotions, unlike you. So, she missed the QTE. So, yeah. So the dudes were like, this dispute originally started I mean, the video starts in the middle of the dispute with her like lying, with her yelling help. It's just like odd. It's yet another circumstance. It's yet another circumstance where it's like you could just like talk to each other. Why are you guys fighting over an electric bike? There's multiple electric bikes over here. I don't really understand. Okay, I've made a bunch of new fans off that post as imposter edits. What do you mean? Why, is this your post? Like, I don't understand. There is a $1,200 charge if it's not returned. No, I'm saying like that one is electric. Maybe they both wanted the electric one. We have recently become aware of an incident that occurred off campus over the weekend and appears to involve one of our employees. We're sorry this happened and we're reviewing the incident. Oh, you put the original video up. Oh, imposter edits HasanAbi head. Okay, that's where the video came from. How many views does these get? Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. We have recently become aware of an incident that occurred off campus over the weekend. It appears to involve one of our employees. We're sorry this happened. We're reviewing the incident. New York City Health and Hospitals Bellevue is committed to provide the highest quality of care.
Stop out of here. Dumbass. Your baby gonna come out with
Wait, how you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss.
Hello, Sarah Jane Comrie. Absolutely disgusting and revolting move you tried there. Shout out to those guys there who showed absolute restraint. This tactic is used on men of color quite often, and what's really scary about it is
it's kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of wild. Like it's kind of wild to just like post photos with her baby like you're a hitman. Like, even if it's that thing where white women feel powerful over black men trope thing. That's not half the chat says the chick paid for it. The other saying the dudes did it. It came out, at least according to, listen. It came out according to her legal team, at least. Like she basically hired a lawyer, and it came out that she had a receipt for the fucking bike. The only evidence we've seen so far is basically this, pretty much. Bike Karen was right after all. She has shown proof she paid for the bike. Her lawyer posted a pic blurring out the timestamp. How could they prove she had the bike? You would need to prove the ID to bike she was on the... Could be any receipt for any bike. No, the receipt for the bike number is right here. Now, of course... Okay, so there's multiple updates. There's multiple updates. Oh God, I love drama like this. So first of all, it's crazy that like any altercation at any given moment can lead to like those dudes getting fucking beaten up by the police. So that's number one. So if you personally think that like her screaming like that is not to like try and get someone to fucking call the cops on them, and that if you think that like those kids deserve to get their fucking asses beat, maybe even killed, for this, what I understand is confusion, okay, is ridiculous. It's wild though that any altercation online then immediately gets posted with like millions of fucking views, with you know multiple different viewpoints that turn into like a national news story like that. Okay. So the original story was absolutely on the side of the kids. Everyone did the whole like, this is another indication. This is another like, Karen fucking trying to get young black kids in trouble with the law. It seems like they are the ones who have ownership over the bike. He's like standing on the bike. Why is she trying to steal it? Blah, 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 right? Anyway, then she hired a lawyer who then came out and claims now that she actually has receipts. A New York City hospital worker caught on viral video quarreling with a group of young black men over a city bike is now receiving threats to her and her family, the woman's lawyer said Friday. Okay? Sarah Comrie, physician's assistant at Bellevue Hospital, became a target of internet ire over the last week when footage of her arguing over one of the popular bike rentals was shared over and over again on social media. Her lawyer, Justin Marino, said there's much more to the story than the video depicts. I'm trying to stop the threats to her family by clearing her name and letting people know what actually occurred. This video shows Comrie, who's white and 6 months pregnant, shouting, "Help, help me, please help me." And she and a black man wrangle over who paid for the city bike. "This is not your bike," the man says. "This is my bike on my account. Please move." "Get off me," she replies. Comrie can then be seen grabbing the man's cell phone, which he yanks back from her. She then says to him, "You're hurting my fetus," which is such a funny thing to say. Okay. Since the video was posted last Saturday, Comrie has weathered an onslaught of criticism and vitriol, with some labeling her a Citi Bike Karen. A Karen is a term for white women who put black men in danger over trivial disagreements. Civil rights lawyer Ben Crump posted on social media that Comrie tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat, but appears to have taken the post down. Marino said Comrie has two main goals at this point. One, she wants her job, and two, she wants to walk the streets safely. As the furor escalated, the City Health and Hospitals Network, which oversees Bellevue, announced on Tuesday that Comrie had been placed on leave. Marino said he has warned the hospital and the Health Plus Hospitals Corps that he will stand up for Comrie's rights. Companies are permitted to do investigations when they see a concern, he said. I will have an issue with them and if and when they move to terminate her. A spokesman from Health and Hospitals declined to address Marino's specific concerns, but a statement posted by the agency on Twitter earlier this week called the video of Comrie disturbing. The provider is currently out on leave and will remain on leave pending a review, the H&H statement says. As a health system, we are committed to providing an environment, blah, 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 blah. We know a bunch of liberal shit. Marino also says he and Comrie have receipts to prove that she did in fact pay for the city bike in question. Marino accused other news outlets of outrageously portraying his client as a racist who was trying to steal a city bike from a young black man. Marino contends that Comrie paid with the city bike app, the city bike with an app on her phone, and then removed it from the docking station. During this time, a group of about 5 individuals approached her, saying that the bike was theirs. Remember, this is the lawyer defending his client, for the record. So, like, the fact that they just address all of this without, like, taking into account, like, the other parties here in question is kind of wild. Okay? But, it is what it is. Has Ben Crump addressed the R-worded kid allegations? No. He's like, Your Honor, my client simply did not want this visibly pregnant woman to engage in physical actions that would leave the baby R-worded. It was for the health and safety. The consideration on behalf of my client was upon the health and safety of the baby. Okay. Anyway, during this time, a group of about 5 individuals approached her. One or more individuals in that group physically pushed her bike with her on it back into the docking station, causing it to relock. One of the individuals then covered the QR code on the bike, which is visible in the video, preventing her from paying for it again so she could leave. Bob Rowe, Comrie's uncle, set up a GoFundMe page for his niece, which has so far raised more than $43,000. This seems insane. If this is true, it's like a fucking wild thing that they did. It doesn't make sense. Wow, that all sounds really fortunate for her story. So they set up a GoFundMe, which raised $43,000. I don't know what that's about. Rowe contends that Comrie is far from racist and knows that she holds racial justice and equity dear and has dedicated her life to serving New York City's most challenged individuals. My niece, Sarah Comrie, a physician's assistant at Bellevue, became embroiled in a much publicized incident with a city bike that is unfairly painted her as a racist Karen, he wrote. The facts have since proven this is a lie, but the damage has been done. So, New York Post has been going crazy bananas mode over this. They've written so many articles. First, they wrote articles shitting on her, okay? They wrote articles calling her like a fucking dumbass Karen. Then, now they're writing an insane amount of articles being like, look at these violent black thugs. They hit both sides so fucking hard with maximum intensity, okay? Like, it's incredible. The way that they operate is actually incredible, okay? Play both sides and you always come out on top. That's what the New York Post motto is. The Manhattan hospital worker embroiled in a fight over Citi Bike by blah, 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 blah. We already covered this. She received death threats. Enraged viewers jumped to conclusions. Yeah, I mean, she lawyered up and is like doing full court press now. And if the incident is even close to like the way that her team is depicting it, then yeah, it's kind of fucked up that, like, I mean, she doesn't deserve to have her life ruined, right? For this incident. Of course, Twitter conservatives have immediately run with this narrative, and now this has become like a race war, okay? As always, fueled by the media that loves this kind of narrative as well. This is the fucking GoFundMe? Help Sarah Comrie fight being branded a Karen? What? 63. We don't deserve health care. I'm going to be honest with you. Nah. Americans have too much disposable income, I've decided. No. Remember when I said, like, everybody deserves health care? I've decided nobody deserves health care, okay? If you live inside of the borders of the United States of America, you are unwittingly or willingly participating in the idiocy that is being an American citizen, and therefore, none of us deserve health care. We all deserve, J.D. Pond style permanent first world genocide. Okay. We deserve Dianne Feinstein. We deserve all of our senators to be Dianne Feinstein. Wow. So there's an update, I guess, from Tizzy Ant. Let's see.
So the New York Post did an article on this situation, and there were a couple of people who were very excited to send it to me because New York City Hospital Karen paid for a city bike at center of viral video with black man. You know, they sent it with messages like, misinformation, and you didn't know the whole story, and you see, proof. Some of y'all, it's very clear, don't read beyond clickbaity titles. Because I read this article, and let's discuss what's in it. So it tells us that she's retained an attorney, and that attorney allegedly provided receipts to the New York Post, proving that she had paid for the bike. Only here's the thing. I'm certain that those receipts have timestamps on them. You know what doesn't have a timestamp on it? The video itself. Like, how do we know that those receipts exactly coincide with this situation as it happened? See, the story was she paid for it on the app, and then she went and pulled the bike out of the rack, and then 5 men appeared out of nowhere, and one of them grabbed the bike, pushing it back into the rack so it locked, and then was claiming he paid for the bike. And she's saying she paid for the bike, not him. We don't have evidence that either one of them are absolutely the purchaser of the bike. All we have is a video, and I see a bunch of things in that video. You know what I don't see in that video, however? I don't see her ever claim she paid for the bike. Like, if I buy something and I go to grab it and someone else grabs it and says...
She did, though. I mean, I don't know. It feels like a little bit of cope here. Am I wrong? She definitely did. Not once? No, she kept saying it's my bike. You can pay to reserve ahead of time, but you don't get charged until you scan the QR code and pull it out. So it's technically whoever gets to the bike first. I can't believe how dumb this drama is. It's fucking awesome. Let's
They paid
continue.
for it. My response is, no, I paid for it. And we probably go back and forth about that. That man claims 8 to 10 times in the video that he paid for it, it's on his account. And all she ever says is, help, help. I mean, she has no problem informing him that she's pregnant. My fetus, you're touching my fetus. But never does she say, I paid for this bike. Not even when other people come around. Wouldn't she go, I paid for this bike. Here's the app. On the app, it should say like a serial number, right? Assigned to the bike that she unlocked. Wouldn't it be easy to go, 2497, 2497. I paid for this bike, but she doesn't do that. Instead, she goes, until the fake tears.
Okay, this is not the own that like you guys sent me on this issue at all. What the fuck? Why is the main talking point about this not surrounding the R-worded baby discourse? Wait, what? Because no one would be able to take the issue seriously, even though it's not that serious of an issue at all. Especially when everyone would be too busy laughing at such an insane statement to be uttered in that circumstance. Say your baby's gonna come out R-worded. Did she unlock the bike though, or did she just pre-rent the bike? Apparently the receipts have little context and the statement is really supported. What is this? Debunking the harmful, inaccurate narratives about Citi Bike Karen. What the fuck? The harmful narratives. Yo, TikTok is awesome, dude. We're not getting healthcare. I'm gonna be honest. China is winning the culture war. Oh yeah. Everybody's so serious about this. This is how I felt when everyone in the chat was talking about fucking Matt Healy in the 1987 and you know, Taylor Swift and the Adam Friedland show yesterday. I was like, what? They're like, Hasan, you're not aware of the harmful narratives that you're repeating. It's awesome. I like it. I like it because like people get so serious about it. Like, bro, she's getting death threats. Do we laugh off your death threats? First of all, no, I think that is fucked up. I'm not even laughing at her. Well, there are certain parts about her behavior that I'm laughing at, but I'm laughing at how serious these people are taking it. I don't think you understand who I'm laughing at everybody. Okay? That part is unacceptable. See, we're back. He's been blatantly racist and xenophobic multiple times. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Let's watch this very serious.
Today in the New York Post, in which her attorney asserted that she had receipts for having paid for the bike. The New York Post published the article. They did not publish copies of the receipts, but of course everyone ran with the narrative, oh, she paid for the bike, she paid for the bike. I, being a journalist, reached out to the lawyer in question. The lawyer in question is named Justin Marino. Justin Marino is an employment attorney. His job is to help Sarah Jane Comrie keep her job with NYC Health and Hospitals. So, and he told me this himself, that he was brought in basically to make sure that she's not mistreated by her employer and that her rights are not violated by her employer.
Yeah, she's probably, is Bellevue under, Bellevue's probably unionized. She might be like a union lawyer, I assume, like on retainer. So that's his job. His job is to make sure that like a union nurse doesn't get fucking fired over this bike drama. Okay.
Employer. He's here to help her keep her job. That said, what he presented to the New York Post were 2 receipts that he also sent to me upon my request. He asked that if he sent me the receipts that I not publish them. So I honored his request. I did not publish the receipts. However, I did look at them. The receipts are inconclusive. You can't tell who rented what. That's first and foremost. There's no information indicating an account or anything about who rented the bike. It says nothing about that. One receipt shows a bike.
That's journalism, dog. Journalism rules. He's an entertainer. Please do not let him influence your opinions. Hasan is a Twitch streamer. He doesn't know any facts. Guys, please do your own research. Never mind, you can't rent pre-rent city bikes from down the streets. Hasan is making light of the fact that a woman can get black man killed just like that. She tried to commit attempted murder, but sure, it's funny. She deserves her death threats. Hasan, your take on this is so bad. Never mind, you can't pre-rent city bikes from down the street. What? Guys, please do your own research. Hasan is a Twitch streamer. He doesn't know any facts. He's an entertainer. Please do not let him influence your opinions. Okay. The part of this that is correct is that, yes, if they legitimately brought cops over, and the reason why she was screaming help was so that she could get someone to fucking call the cops. Okay? That part is true. Trying to get cops called over a minor disagreement over who should have the fucking city bike is ridiculous. Okay? She does not deserve her death threats. You're ridiculous. I hope you understand that. Like, I don't think a 6-month pregnant fucking nurse, doctor, whatever, deserves death threats over this. Okay? That's insane. This person consistently kind of sucks. I know. She is... Clandestiny is one of my favorite, like, TikTok style viewers. That's why I like hearing her out, because she has some of the silliest takes usually in the chat, but with the severity of, like, you know, it's like she's talking about, you know, constitutional law or something. Like she's like an attorney representing immigrants that are about to be deported from the country or something. Like, it doesn't matter how you know, nonsensical the story is. It's like the most important story of the time. So I always like it, and it always ends up with me being like, you know, not aware of the negative implications that this might have on a black person, which is ironic because no, I am very perfectly aware of that. Okay. You didn't care about their lives. I don't care about hers. It's ridiculous. Oh, anyway, let's continue. I want to watch this journalist.
Like that was unlocked and locked right back immediately.
I'm an entertainer. I'm not a journalist, but Journalista is, and she's doing the rules of journalism, which is when you get like material evidence that's important to the story, that's like relevant to the story, but the person you got it from tells you like, hey, please don't show this to everybody. You just don't do it. You don't show the evidence. So I want to see what else she has to say.
Within a minute, the other receipt shows a different bike, not the same number, was taken out, and the person rode the bike for 25 minutes. Again, there's no indication of who rented the bike. Here's what you need to pay attention to. Justin Marino is trying to help Sarah keep her job. So it is up to him to disrupt the narrative that is out there about her right now. And that narrative is that she committed an egregiously racist act by screaming for help and acting like she was being attacked, when in all sincerity, all they were doing was arguing over a bike. I asked Justin why his client didn't at the time say that she had rented the bike. The young man in the video kept saying it over and over again. So why didn't she say she had rented the bike? He said, oh, well, it was a crazy moment. You know, so much was happening. It was stressful for her. She just didn't remember. But that would have been the easiest way to solve this dispute. If she actually had rented that bike and had possession of it, and she could show him that on her phone, because the...
Okay. I don't think this is, again, I'm going to repeat this, but like TikTok is going off on this, but like, I don't think that's like that good of a counter. Like she didn't say that she owns the bike. Yeah, I mean, she did. The video starts midway and she is very clearly being like, no, this is my bike. This is my bike. What is that supposed to imply? It is what she's saying. What would be a good counter? I wish people on TikTok were smarter than this. Fuck no. If her story is true, they literally saw her rent the bike. Why would she have to say it more? Well, there's that too. But also, I don't know what the truth of the matter is, but I do know, bruh, saying this is my bike with entitlement is not the same as showing fucking receipts. What are you on about? No. She's saying like, this is my bike, as in she's saying like she rented it. What are you supposed to understand in that situation? But I don't know. The thing that is like fucked up on her behalf is like very clearly crying, like, and then stopping the tears immediately and yelling help, help. Like, you're doing that because instead of like dealing with the person that you're talking to in front of you, you're doing that because, you know, you want the police to come deal with it, okay? And the police are going to deal with it in a very violent way, as history has shown. And that's fucked up. That's it. I just feel as though, like, we're at a very troubling impasse where things that could be resolved by talking to one another instead get dealt with online by third parties that have none of the information whatsoever. And then everybody fucking jumps down the other person's throat. Like, I don't even think she should be fired for that. I'll be honest. Maybe it's a bad take. Maybe they'll get mad at me. But like, it's like weird that we look at every conflict, every like minor conflict or shitty day that someone's having with the severity of like an egregious act of violence. You know what I mean? The way I see it, you need to get your dog under control. You're right. She's out of control. Guys, she's literally, I don't know if you can tell from over here, but she's literally sleeping upside down. She's just sleeping upside down like this. What is that? Who does that? Why do you sleep like that? It makes no sense. She sleeps like a human. So what did she pay for that bike? Her screaming help, like her life was in danger is what's concerning. Why don't she just pull out her email receipt at the time? Hey, I can show you the receipt. Watch the video back and you'll see how often Sarah puts her hands on the boy or even shoving them and how they avoid even touching her. If she didn't remember that she rented a bike, then she was doing all of that over a bike that she didn't even remember renting. Try again. I ain't even worried about the bike situation. It's just the way she carried out is the bottom line. Not gonna lie, like the situation is stupid, but she lost all the reasons she might have had by screaming and doing that screaming. She did that knowing she was potentially putting those kids' lives at risk. That's my take. No, I agree. I think that was like fucked up. Luckily, cops did not show up on scene because they were probably too busy beating the shit out of like a homeless person or something in a subway station. She also took his phone. That was really fucked up too. This is the reality of modern day discourse in all countries. In China, a video went viral when this lady fought another lady with a baby because she was tired of the crying on high-speed rail and people were defending the lady that hit the mother. What the fuck? Was the baby's vibes fucked up though? Honestly? Like, what were the baby's vibes? Because I always try to get a better assessment of the situation. Depends on the baby. You know what I mean? Was the baby lame? Taking a bike is not the same as almost getting someone killed. I don't think there's any both sides in the situation. No, the only reason why it's not that severe is because cops didn't show up. I mean, she attempted. Luckily, no police showed up on scene. If they did, this would be a very different story. But again, we don't know the whole situation. It's fucking crazy. Claiming that she tried to get them killed is an insane take. Yeah, I know. Cops never kill unarmed black teenagers, especially. Like, that's not like one of the primary that's not one of the primary functions of the police force. So you're totally correct on that. There is no historic precedent for like young black men getting unjustifiably lynched because of white women falsely claiming them of misdeeds. Historically has never happened. Certainly doesn't happen in like modern day America. Yeah. But of course, she's not thinking that in that moment. I think she's probably thinking, I want this to be dealt with by the police. That's what she's thinking. I don't think she's like, oh yeah, I hope they get fucking murdered by the police when they come here. You know this, so why the relaxed takes on her? Because I don't know. I don't know what fucking happened. It's crazy to fucking make this assertion beyond what she did was fucked up, certainly. But I don't know what the fuck happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's in the wrong in the video. But like, I don't know. And you don't either. That's the point. I need to see the receipts. The receipts I've seen so far from their team is like a Reddit post. And this doesn't say anything. It says $0 on the receipt. You know what I mean? It doesn't show what time the rental purchase was made. You know what I mean? Because it was put back in after being pulled out. Yeah, and if that's the case, then like there's more evidence to what she's stating. You already know all of Twitter is just going to be Radfem's justifying the liberal racism, just like Radfem Twitter started to have conversations after Jordan Neely was murdered and how he might have been an archetype of patriarchy or toxic masculinity. Scroll down for the full receipt. Was Citi Bike Karen right all along? Is evidenced by a receipt? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Which is out of context. Box was appended to the tweet. Citi Bike Karen. Insider.com articles were frequently prefaced by bullet points, sometimes labeled key takeaways. One week's excuse to try to take a rental bike. The attorney provided Citi Bike receipts to Insider, saying that it proved that it was her bike to take. The video of the incident drew millions of views. Some comments on the R facepalm thread asserted that Comrie's receipts proved that the number on the receipt matched the number of the bike on the video. Bro, there's a 6-month pregnant woman sitting on a bike providing a receipt with a matching number. Even without the receipt, the alternative is that Super Karen left her job and then forced this dude that's noticeably bigger than her off the bike that he rented and sat her pregnant self on the bike quickly enough for this argument to take place. It doesn't make sense on either party's actions. That's what's like frustrating about this story. It doesn't make sense that like a random group of kids would like go and like push the bike back in to shut it down and then rent it and then be like, no, this is my bike. It's not your bike. Just like it doesn't make sense that like a 6-month pregnant woman would like flop her ass on top of a fucking bike that someone else had rented and be like, no, it's my bike. Does that make sense? It just doesn't make sense at all. Uncensored receipts posted. Fuck you. Why did I click on that? I say cut the bike in half so they can both have it. Off topic, but your drip look familiar. What is the male equivalent of a sundress? Does it exist? I love this shirt. This is my favorite shirt. Can't they subpoena the bike company for actual rental records? No, you can't just like randomly. If there was a civil suit, then yeah, but you can't just like randomly demand bike records from Citi. I mean, maybe like a journalist could probably try and get it if they wish to solve the matter. Yeah, putting the bike back in place is the thing that doesn't make sense. You think the guy would want the bike that the woman already paid for? Maybe it was an accident. Well, the other part about it is this, okay? This is the most charitable thing. Let's say he pushed the bike back in, okay? And then he rented it. Even if that is a misunderstanding, okay? Which, by the way, the real misunderstanding is that you can avoid seeing the ads without subscribing at the top of the hour when the 3-minute ad break is upon us, which it is now. I'm running it now. Why doesn't the lady get the next bike? I mean, seriously. Why is she like, no, I want this fucking bike? Probably fighting over the only electric bike at that station. No, there were other bikes in the video. I don't know if there were other electric bikes in the video, but there were other bikes. The new e-bikes are actually relatively very rare, 1 or 2 per station. Only way it makes sense is both sides actually think what they did was correct, which is certainly possible. Who cares? Disagreements like that happen all the time. Her reaction was the main issue, obviously racially tinged, but this whole thing is just meaningless bullshit. That's how I feel too. It was a group of dudes, Hasan. They probably needed all of them. No, but they're fighting over one specific bike. It's not like the dudes are like, we need all of these bikes. We rented all of them. They're fighting over that one. I think it makes more sense that it was the last electric bike. That's why according to her statement, when the dude pushed it in, she got bent and wanted to get the last electric bike, and she's 6 months pregnant. I get why she would want the electronic one. You know what I mean? Here's the receipt they released with the censored out. She also had a receipt that was timestamped 1 minute after this, where she actually rented an available bike and rode it home. There's been a copy of the receipt posted in the article. For whatever reason, they felt the need to hide the time, and somehow she managed to rent another bike within a minute of this one being docked. But anyway, here's proof nobody stole anything. There were no charges. Yeah, why did they hide the time of when they fucking... That's so suspicious, bro. Why did they post the receipt while hiding the time of the receipt? That makes no fucking sense. Another receipt provided the insider shows payment for a second Citi Bike taken from the same docking station 1 minute after the first bike was relocked. The receipt also shows a 25-minute trip that Marino says was his client's ride home after the incident. That part doesn't make sense. And I don't know. So if white guy should have steal her bike, you think she'd be fine and let it go and not yelled ridiculous? Because she didn't want to give into their bullshit? Did Miss Journalist try to get this receipt? I just want to know. I want to know what the fuck's going on. But how is this racist? I mean, the issue here is you're believing what she's saying without questioning it at all. Like, which I get it. It seems, if you look at the situation, given that there's not enough context for either side, especially when like the evidence that they presented to the media literally doesn't show what time it is. It makes no sense. Nah, the more I think about it, the more I feel like they hid the time on purpose because it invalidates their story. And according to the mentions, it seems to be working. The video was 1 minute and 30 minutes long. So most likely the bike had already been redocked before it started. Continued. And the second bike was reserved 1 minute after the first one, but notice the article didn't say when her ride home started. Not sure if there's a way to determine that, meaning the most likely answer is that she canceled it herself for whatever reason, and they reserved it in that. He has his hands on her abdomen? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He has his hands on the bike. What do you mean? Look. No. Look at the video again. I'm looking at the video. Why don't you look at the video?
Screaming for help, even though she doesn't appear to be in danger.
Please help me!
This is not your bike, repeats the young black man standing next to her who says he just rented that Citi Bike. His friends standing around him.
This is my bike. It's on my account.
Please get off!
While the video doesn't show the young man touching her, it does show her remove her hospital badge, then grab the young man's phone.
Why you took his phone?
The woman then tells him he's hurting her fetus.
I'm not touching you.
When a man...
Like, that's crazy. Like, she... Like, her being pregnant doesn't change the situation all that much when she's, like, saying you're hurting my fetus. Like, what the fuck? And then, like, crying and then immediately stopping crying when, like, no one is responding to her.
Also in Scrubs inquires what's wrong, the woman all of a sudden appears to begin sobbing. When the man tells the woman to choose another bike, she calmly removes herself. Another young man reporting the video can be heard saying,
How you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss.
We do not know what happened before the recording began at this Citi Bike stand near East 30th and 1st Avenue. But many are blasting the hospital worker, a physician's assistant who NYC Health and Hospitals Bellevue say appears to work for them. The City Hospital Group saying they are sorry this happened and are reviewing the incident. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
The other bike is also electric. You can see in the vid. Wait, really? Let me see.
Near East 30th and 1st Avenue.
That's one of the bikes. The other one is like a bike that the dude was sitting on, so I think that's been rented already. I can't tell if this bike on the... No, this bike seems like to have different brake pedals, so I don't know. Maybe it's not electric. I mean, it doesn't matter. She literally found a bike and fucking went home.
Happened before the recording began at this Citi Bike stand near East 30th and 1st Avenue. But many are...
Oh, that's another... Yeah, that's another white bike.
Worker, a physician's assistant who NYC Health
and
Hospitals Bellevue say...
Why the fuck is Ben Crump involved? Yeah, dude, I don't know. Have you been covering this for this long? Yes, bro. This is very important. TikTok news, man. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but Adele should be acting this way with white men around her. Look at the way she's moving around his arm. Here's what I think happened. The both cases would be right to their account. What if he rented the bike just as she was coming up? So she pushed the bike back into the corral after they were fighting and tried to re-rent it. That way, it looked like she would be correct. And they hid the timestamp so they wouldn't see that she charged it after the incident she had started prior to the recording. Dude, this is such a crazy fucking situation. The guy to the right says she could take his. The reservation expires, so people don't reserve when they aren't close to the station. So she grabbed after expiration. Aligns with the receipts and the redocking. And why she said it was hers. He rented it after her expiration. I think Chad is making up hypotheticals to shit on this woman. I mean, she's like very clearly acting in a hysterical manner. Let's be fucking real. To like draw a crowd to get her to get some help. You know what I mean? To deal with the matter. You could say that she's like justifiably afraid of a group of men, right? Around her. They look like teenagers to me, but maybe I'm wrong. But even then, teenagers can be terrifying. But she did overreact. And them being black teens in that circumstance makes it more likely that they would be victim to police brutality. They're high schoolers. We'll find some unhinged radfem takes and send them to you. Okay. Intentionally acting in a manner that she most likely knows will, yeah, like. She's acting like she's trying to intimidate them. No, I think she's acting like she's trying to use her position as an advantage, which is like, you know, I'm a white lady, I'm yelling, scary black guys are threatening me, that type of thing. It does feel like that. I'm looking at my Citi Bike app right now. You can't reserve ahead of time. Like, here's my opinion on the matter. If she yelled like that and she got what she wanted, which is both the bike and also a bunch of cops to show up and brutally, even let's say they didn't kill the kids, but they beat the shit out of one of the kids and arrested him. Do you think it's valid? Even if they didn't beat the shit out of the kid, but they like arrested him, do you think it's valid? Like over a fucking Citi Bike? The reason why I'm being you know, silly about it and covering it with like not the same intensity of a TikToker is because luckily nothing awful happened in that situation. Okay? That's why. But something really bad could have happened in that situation, and it would not have happened it would not have happened to her, especially considering the way that like the kids are reacting versus the way that she's reacting. Like, she was agreeable after one of the kids literally said, there's another bike right there. You gave the worst case hypothetical, good argument. She's hysterical because she's pregnant. Thank you for your take. You gave the worst case hypothetical, good argument. No, I'm saying like the likely scenario of her yelling in that situation is one kid getting arrested. Now you're speaking in hypotheticals. What if they tried to steal the bike? Yeah, okay. That's great. That's actually a great question. What if they really tried to steal the bike? Because that one, you don't have to make a hypothetical over. You literally are seeing it in the video. And you know what happened after the video was done being recorded. But even in that small 1 minute and 30-second video time frame, she basically fucking is... she basically agrees when the dude goes, lady, there's another bike right there. What the fuck are you doing? So yeah, you can't make a hypothetical on that. She also literally took his phone. Like, what do you mean? If the bike was rented and it was active, they don't charge you a fee per minute of activity. The receipt shown said $0. Where is the fee time? Where's the time fee? Yeah, she moved on to the other bike and she biked away. Steal the bike you have to pay for, shows her receipt that she didn't have to pay. Yeah, also there is no theft in that regard because the receipt shows $0 fucking dollars. So they didn't even steal her bike. So you want a hypothetical in your circumstance, you want a hypothetical to happen that already has been disproven. Whereas the hypothetical I'm talking about did not actually happen, which is why it's a hypothetical. Like, yeah, it's like saying, yeah, what if the kids had the gun and shot her? You know what I mean? Like, well, it didn't happen. They had a minor altercation in which she yelled, and then it was solved. You know what I mean? Also, they would not be recording it if they stole it. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, that also doesn't really make sense. Like, yeah, you think they were recording them their theft with the hopes that like an otherwise like pretty fucking white supremacist resentful country would like take their side over a pregnant white lady? Like, what are you, crazy? I guess they fucked up. They thought like, oh yeah, everyone loves black teenagers and would side with black teenagers over a pregnant white lady in the United States of America. So let's like set up a situation where we can get one to be hysterical towards us and film it and then post it online. And then, we'll get her canceled. Like, that's what I'm here to do. Like, do you think that's what happened? It doesn't even make sense that he would like go in and like push the bike back in. Okay, how okay would it have been for him to snatch her phone? Also, yeah, I mean, exactly. How would you be reacting right now if the black teenager if he stole her phone, ripped her phone from her hand? You would be fucking probably screaming bloody murder in that regard. Right? But she did it to him and it's fine. I guess it was a self-defense. You should make a statement.
The Lyft app. Click on the bottom to find bikes. Pick the location you want to pick up a bike. Then either scan the QR code on that bike or manually enter the number associated with that bike. The bike will be released from the dock and the timer on your app will start. The bikes have a bell, tension adjuster, and adjustable seat heights. So you need to adjust this.
There's an updated video, dude.
Forward. Just turn on the screen and follow instructions. Once you've finished your transaction, the kiosk will give you a number. Input this number on this keypad. Wait for the light to turn green and the dock is unlocked. With either the Lyft or Citi Bike app, you can either scan the QR code found at the handlebar of a bike, or you can manually input the ID of the bike.
Oh, so you can manually enter the number? They could have done that for any time for the screenshot then? What if there was a technology glitch that allowed them to both rent it and the Citi Bike is just watching silently, lol? Everyone fell for the claim that she has receipts. So now even people who believe the black guys have changed their minds. When this video first came out, I called this lady a racist, that she was crying crocodile tears because I was under the impression that she was trying to steal the bike. Now having seen the evidence, I realized I made a jackass of myself. I sincerely apologize. Someone posted that video claiming that the woman was trying to steal a bike from the black folks. Receipts later showed that she's the one who paid for it and he was the one trying to steal it from her. No one was stealing anything from anyone else. Like, this is what's so fucking stupid. If anything, you're like cutting in line, okay? And I don't think anyone should be getting killed for cutting in line or getting arrested for cutting in line, okay? That's it. There is no theft happening here. That's what's so fucking stupid, because even the receipts that she showed, which could be from any fucking time, which doesn't even show what time she tried to, what time frame she actually rented the bike for, okay, which would be pretty important to figure out, especially after you figure out what time, you know, this altercation happened, okay? What's fucking ridiculous about this entire situation is that, one, we don't know what time she tried to fucking rent the bike. We don't know if he rented the bike either. But what we do know is there was no theft happening. Like, there was no situation where she actually rented the fucking bike and then the guy came in and swooped in and tried to take it and, like, ride the bike on her money, okay? Like, because there was a lot of people immediately saying, oh, well, you know, it's like $1,000 if you don't return the bike, like, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. She was never charged, okay? She was never fucking charged. Even her own receipts show that she was never charged. There's no theft in any regard. Where are their receipts? I don't even think these kids want additional media attention. I don't know where the fuck they are. I don't even think that, I mean, first of all, we know that they don't have a lawyer, okay? So, you know, I'm not expecting a bunch of black high school kids to fucking lawyer up in the same with the same quickness that this nurse did. But to be fair, the nurse did that because it was an employment lawyer, because her job was in jeopardy. Also, she made a fucking fat bag off of this. She made $65,000 from her GoFundMe so far. There is GPS in there. The bike was out of the slot and then went back in. Yeah. It just kind of, it's just a very confusing story. I'm going to take Kai out to pee real quick because I don't want her to pee inside the fucking, inside her crate right now. I'm going to run this one more time. Okay. Having this go viral is not worth $65K, haha. I mean, $65K in the short period of time that it's been up. Especially since the receipts came out. I'm sure that'll go way higher than $65K now. Especially because it's like black teens versus pregnant white lady, you know? Great dynamic for a lot of like Republicans that just put efforts into. They'll be like, oh yeah, this is fucked up. What is she doing? Okay, I'm gonna run this video and I'm gonna go.
Go, record it. Help me! Please help me! It's not your bike. Please help me! It's not your bike. It's not your bike. Please help me! Help! Please get off me! Wait, what the fuck is going on, bro? Yo, don't not take it, bro. Now you're not getting the bike, bro. Yeah, now you're not getting the bike. Help! You're not getting the bike. I'm not.
Why you took his phone? What's wrong with you?
You're not touching
his phone. You're not touching his phone.
I'm not touching you. You putting your stomach on my hand.
My dude, stop. No, my dude, stop. No. I said no. I said sit down.
Please. She's just crying.
You're not crying. I got you on video.
I'm drunk.
Wait, you pulled it out? Hey, Hasan, you pulled it out? Hasan. Hasan, you pulled it out?
This is my bike. It's on my account. Please move.
All right, so why don't we reset the bike?
I'm not resetting the bike.
It's his.
Reset it. I'm going to pull it out on your account.
You are active.
I don't give a fuck.
This is my bike. Crying. Just fake crying. Stop fake crying.
Hey, stop touching me. I don't touch you.
Hold up.
Hey, stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me. You're not touching me. I will.
Exactly. So take it.
Fuck out of here.
So take it.
You're stupid ass. Fuck out of here. Dumbass. Your baby gonna come out with
Wait. How you stop crying?
That's fucked up. I can't believe he said the R word. He should go to jail for that one, I think. By the way, she turned around, got up, stopped crying, and took the next bike.
Dumbass. Your baby gonna come out with
Wait, how you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss. Not a tear came down.
Bro, what's this guy doing? He's like, ready.
Stupid ass. Fuck out of here.
I got your video. Wait, you pulled it out? Hey, Hasan, you pulled it out? Hasan, you pulled it out?
This is my bike. It's on my account. Please move.
All right, so why don't we reset the bike?
I'm not resetting the bike.
It's his.
Reset it. I'm gonna pull it out on your account.
You are active.
That guy on the bike was like, take this other bike. Yeah. The racists make this video out to be way worse than it is. Holy shit, Lamau. Yeah, the chatters in the chat, every time they talk about how like a group of violent black teenagers were violently and viciously stealing the bike of a visibly pregnant lady, need to watch the video while they say it. Because when you watch the video, it's very different than the way you try to describe the video with your fucking insane words, okay? They are incredibly reasonable. They are like literally being like, hey, there's another bike right there. Like, this is his bike. What the fuck? And she's literally freaking out, going, help, help, crying, immediately stopping crying when called out. Like, it's wild. One of the friends even offers his bike. Like, what the fuck? And she stole his phone. I feel like I watched this video and wonder why it's even news law. I know. That's the craziest part about this story. This is what my first reaction was. I was like, why the fuck is this literally a national news story, man? What the fuck? Like, that's crazy. That is a crazy thing. She made 65 grand so far. She's a PA, not a nurse. What is a PA? Like a physician's assistant? She's the good doctor. Her lawyer claims she got the bike first and they pushed it back in to reset it. No, I know. I know what the lawyer, that's what the lawyers claim. But even if that's the fucking case, why didn't she just get the next bike? Let's say that's the case, which doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? They're like, oh, fuck you. No, you don't get this bike. It's my bike. Okay? What? What? Chatter. What? When was the last time you did shift work? Never. Is that what it is? That's the reason? It's the same as the two girls bullying the influencer. Normal interactions being publicized and blowing up to the max. Just be normal and have an adult conversation, please. Exactly. To be fair, though, like, I feel like she's the one who's not having a normal conversation. Indian Bronson says, fixing the birth rates. 40K followers. She's paid for the bike and these useless thugs ganged up on a pregnant nurse, a mother-to-be whose job is helping heal sick and injured people. Probably no better than more typical summary of modern America. 9,000 likes. 1,000 retweets. Tariq Nasheed is so funny. A suspected white supremacist woman. Bro. What the fuck? They can't take the paid for bike that the lawyer said was reset. Yeah, I know. That's I think originally the guy in the pink hoodie was on the bike next to hers and gave his up when he saw her crying. Why didn't she go to the next bike? Why would they record and upload the video if they were the ones in the wrong? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that makes no sense either. Yeah, dude. They were... No. Okay. They recorded the video. They recorded the video because they, like I said, they thought America would side with, like, 5 young black high school students over a visibly pregnant doctor. That's what they probably, that's what they probably thought. They were like, yeah. Yeah, they were like, surely we're trying to steal this bike, but not a doctor. Okay, I'm getting conflicting information from you motherfuckers. Are we still on the bike discourse? Yes, we are. Shift work breaks your brain at the end of the day. Yeah, dude, I get that. But, like, it didn't turn into the statement released on behalf of her lawyer wasn't at the end of a long shift saving fucking lives. My client was confused and this altercation turned into something that's turned into something that should not have happened. The fucking lawyer literally said my client had the bike and they were trying to steal it. If I see her ass on a bike again, I'm gonna steal it because fuck her. Oh, Jesus Christ. But the internet did side with them, so it's hardly delusional to assume that. No, the internet didn't side with them, you fucking idiot. The internet literally, even before this extra information came out, didn't side with them. What you see on the internet sided with them. There was plenty of people saying the classic, like, oh, the Owen Benjamin song comes to mind immediately. No, there was still plenty of fucking people that were saying incredibly unhinged and racist shit even before the receipts came out. Okay? It's a racist ass fucking song. It's not even I'm more online than you. Everyone sided with them. Okay. But she lost her job over it? No, they put her on leave, which, by the way, she shouldn't lose her job over this, in my opinion, as well. When I think of the internet as a collective, I don't know. I never consider those people, which is probably part of the problem. And there are no goddamn receipts that prove her point. Yeah, exactly. The only receipt is that, like, a bike was rented and $0 were taken out. Like, I legitimately think what ended up happening was, like, while she was in the process of trying to fucking rent it, either, like, something happened where she wasn't able to rent it. I don't think that, like, a bunch of young black teenagers came up to the bike rack and, like, pushed it in or some shit like that. She legitimately thought that she was in the right, that she actually had the bike. And they were like, no, this is not your bike. I rented it. Okay. I don't know that. I'm suspecting that that is the most likely scenario. Okay. I am also maintaining the position that, like, no one should know what happened at all. This should not have been, like, a major issue, a major point of contention, let alone another fucking mark on the light race war. It was also $0, so the bike wasn't on her account. There was a healthy discourse on the situation on r/conservative where I moderate. I just hate that like minor miscommunications like this literally turn into major problems and even make it to national news. And part of the reason was literally because she was yelling. Like she was yelling for help. She was being hysterical. Maybe she was being hysterical because she was coming after a long-ass shift as a PA. Or maybe she was a little hysterical because she was coming after a long-ass shift and she was like scared of the black teenagers. Okay? Oh, also, the best part about this discourse is, of course, this course. That's right. I did a pun there. Karen! I'm going to get those out before Twitch bans me. I'm going to get those out. I'm going to fire them off in rapid fire succession because Twitch is about to start banning motherfuckers like saying cracker.
America, you must see race, and you are required to take the side of any black person in incidents that also involve a white person. Evidence does not matter. And not only do you have to side with the person of color, but you must immediately believe that the incident is racial in nature. So because of these rules, Sarah Comrie is white and the 5 teenagers are black, and therefore Sarah Comrie is automatically racist and at fault. Those are the rules in America. And the media headlines immediately followed those rules, referring to Comrie as a Karen, which is a new racial slur for white women.
Wait, but like everyone can be a Karen. You call... We have XQ Karen as a fucking literal long-standing emote in this chat. It just means someone who has enough power to like manipulate managers or someone else in a position of power to get their bidding done. That's what that means, is having a sense of entitlement. Black women are called Karen too. Everyone is called Karen. We call Austin a Karen all the fucking time. Even though he says he's a white hat Karen. It's so stupid.
But in today's America,
This dude used to be on the Blaze, by the way. Well, I'm glad that he's like doing fucking 14 words and great replacement theory on Fox News now. He's on the come up. Interesting how they removed the audio. Yeah, it's wild. I wonder why. Is the guy trying to replace Tucker Carlson? He's doing the voice and everything. Everyone's trying to do the Tucker Carlson. It's a good cadence. This dude was a big ESPN guy too. What the fuck? Literally played the part where the other kid offered his bike up, but without the audio. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's great. Now Karen is a racial insult. It's actually more racist than the N-word, honestly, which will be our second round of why can't I say it discourse that's going to be played out in mainstream media, which I personally love. I've had those battles. I fought those battles many, many times over. But yeah, that's great. Have you considered applying to Tucker Carlson's position? No. No, I haven't. Who will give me the Karen pass is a real question, and I don't have an answer for it. Yeah, okay. I want to see the receipts. with the actual time matched up with the time of the fucking altercation. But even from this, even what we've seen thus far, with respect to the, like, that's so wild. I can't believe they just like sent the receipt, but like hid the time and no one is asking why they did that. I don't understand. Why would they do that? Legal reasons? No, there's no legal reasons. It's just like random as fuck. I wonder if it's the receipt for the bike she used after the altercation. No, the bike number matches the bike in the in dispute in the video. But without the bike number in the video, there's no way of knowing anything for sure. No, the bike number in the video is this bike number. She did rent it for $0, as in she rented it and unrented it. And I don't know if she like got out of coverage, walked away, or if these guys actually went over and like legitimately pushed it, which sounds a little bit more ridiculous. Or even if they did go over and like actually pushed it in, they probably fucking went and pushed it in because they thought it was like randomly off the fucking rack so that they could rent it while she was away. Like, I doubt that she was on her way over to the fucking bike and like literally had a hand on the bike, and then these big scary guys came in and like pushed it in and were like, this is our bike, ma'am. Because if that was the case, why the fuck would they turn around and literally offer another bike that they had, or point to another bike that they could actually fucking go and rent? Does that make sense? You can hear the thing click as he pulls the bike towards him. It's the right to time privacy is in the Constitution. Maybe I'm dumb, but I don't think the picture could be faked. If she went to a different bike and took the bike that she was crying about, then the original bike wouldn't be at that station. I just think it's odd that she hasn't put the time in there. I don't know why. But there's no animosity towards the men in the video. We frankly wish them the best in the future. The focus is clearing her name and going after the publication of high-profile names that defamed her. A fundraiser for the nurse is raised over $950. Nope, it's raised like 65 grand now. If you look at the video, you can see her trying to push the bike to get it off his account. You can see his friend push the bike away to make sure she can't dock it to take it off his account. Anyway. The document showed that the ride was ultimately canceled and she wasn't charged before booking another bike minutes after the incident. That's what makes it even crazier. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. I don't think that, for the record, regardless of her, like, intentions, especially because nothing further, like, nothing bad happened. Okay, I don't think she should get fired for it. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of wild that they were immediately like, oh, shit, this video went viral. This is the exact scenario that Yeonmi Park usually bullshits about. Yeah. What is this? Let's watch this. This is a new unhinged influencer that just dropped. Socialist, late-stage capitalism entered a moral rot that pervades our entire society. Neoliberal. But imagine if we monetize the rot.
faced on countless obstacles at me this year, from a school shooting to having no idea what life is going to look like after college. In support of Mental Health Awareness Month, I'm partnering with Bior Skincare to strip away the stigma of anxiety.
We want you to get it all out. Not only what's in your pores, but most importantly, what's on your mind too. Anxiety in my life has come in waves. I found myself recently struggling from seeing the effects of gun violence firsthand. I've had to intentionally set aside time for prioritizing my mental health. I will never forget the feeling of terror that I had walking around campus for weeks in a place I considered home, with countless anxiety attacks to crying alone in my room at night. My message to you guys is that it's okay not to have it all together. Life continually changes and your thoughts will too. Do things that make you happy and know everything will work itself out. Join me and Bior Skincare in speaking up about mental health by screenshotting this digital card and filling it out yourself. Every video posted is a step closer to normalizing conversations about mental health.
Yes! Yes!
So countless obstacles that made it here, from a school shooting to having no idea what life is going to look like after college.
Yes! Yes! We did it! We did it! Oh, school shootings are now monetizable. Let's fucking go! This is what we were waiting for. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh my God. Just because there's a mass shooting every day doesn't mean you can't have clear skin. Mass shootings don't sound as bad when you got clear skin as you're ducking the gunfire. No, the next step is literally filming yourself during the mass shooting. And with the severity and the rate of gun violence in this country, I'm expecting that. Dude, oh my God, it's going to be so fucking sick. Reapplying SPF during the mass shooting? Yeah, just because there's bullets flying all around. Just because there are bullets flying all around doesn't change the reality that sunlight can be just as damaging to your skin as bullets are. Be sure to reapply your sunscreen no matter where you are at multiple different points throughout the day. And it's like, pff, pff. Dude, this is sick. Thank God Avino is protecting me from online bullying while this crazed government systematically sweeps every classroom. Dude, that was insane. That blew my fucking mind. Dude, that's so sick. That's cool. Run, hide, fight, slay. Fuck. Advertisers tell their creators to make their ads personal. This was too personal. And like, you can't really shit on her because she's a gun violence victim. You know what I mean? Like, she was a victim of a school shooting. So, like, she survived a school shooting. Like, slay, sis.
What's in your pores, but most importantly, what's on your mind too. Anxiety in my life has come in waves. I found myself recently struggling from seeing the effects of gun violence firsthand.
I'm not the only one who thought that this was, when she fucking showed this, that this was going to be a scene from like her actual mass shooting, right? Because as soon as I saw the school, I literally thought, oh my God, is the music going to cut out? And then like, you're going to hear gunfire. Dude, it's like they're gonna do day in the life of a mass shooting survival edition. You know what I mean? Like day in the life edition, surviving a mass shooting. Like this morning, I got up and filled my book bag to the brim with plate 3 armor plate carriers in order to ensure that I could survive a mass shooting. Now, of course, we don't know if I'm going to have a mass shooting today, but it never hurts to be as safe as possible. And right at the lunch, right as the bell rang for lunch, the quiet boy from our classroom who keeps bringing pet lizards in his bag that suspiciously always die by the end of the day decided to bring an AR-15 to school. This video is sponsored by Smith & Wesson. Mr. Beast style video. All right, guys, today we're going to see how long we can survive a school shooting. That's right. If you survive the school shooting, we are going to give you $100,000. You can do even TV. Like, writer strike is happening. So obviously there aren't that many there's going to be a lot of need for scripted content
this morning.
So guess what? Here's the best scripted content, dude. Mass shooting survivor simulator. Or not scripted content, unscripted content, sorry. Dude, I learned too much about the Citi Bike shit, okay? Fucked up. Fucked up how much what I fill my head with. Oh, this is what we're gonna watch. Well, this is what we're gonna watch first while I go pee. Republican City Council member Matthew Reilly of Cranston, Rhode Island, was arrested after he was found behind the wheel, passed out, holding a crack pipe with crack and fentanyl in the car.
His body camera video shows City Councilman Matthew Reilly passed out cold in his car Monday afternoon. After a few shakes from police, he jolts awake.
Oh, you were literally choking in your sleep. Somebody flagged me down about it.
Oh, I have sleep apnea. I'm sorry.
Well, and then you have a crack pipe in your hands.
This afternoon, Mayor Ken Hopkins joined the City Council president and the Cranston Democratic Committee in publicly calling for Reilly's resignation from City Council Ward 6.
I feel that's in the best interest of the city, his constituents. I also feel that personally it's in his best interest for him, for his family's privacy, and for the constituents of Ward 6.
Body camera footage shows Reilly asking if he's going to be arrested.
Are there any drugs in the car or anything like that?
No, nothing.
An apparent lie. According to the police report, officers say they found crack laced with fentanyl along with other drug paraphernalia while searching his car.
I think there's a little bit of fentanyl in there.
Yeah, all right.
Reilly telling police,
It was a relapse. I claimed 13 years.
All right.
Just went through a really, really bad divorce recently.
now he's going through the judicial.
Divorce, crack smoking dad arc. Dude, Hunter did it best, okay? Hunter did it best. Everybody wants to be Hunter, and nobody has the intensity to be Hunter. This guy had crack fentanyl apnea. I don't understand. Is that a thing that happens? Like, how do you fall asleep while doing crack?
Matthew Reilly passed out cold in his car Monday afternoon. After a few shakes from police, he jolts awake.
Oh, you were literally choking in your sleep. Somebody flagged me down about it.
Oh, I have sleep apnea. I'm sorry.
Well, and then you have a crack pipe in your hands.
This afternoon, Mayor Ken Hopkins joined the City Council president and the Cranston Democratic Committee in publicly calling for Reilly's resignation from City Council Ward 6.
I feel that's in the best interest of the city, his constituents. I want
to commend the bravery exhibited by these Leos here as they were in the vicinity of fentanyl and didn't immediately turn into a cloud of fucking mist, pink mist, okay? Because as everybody knows, that's normally what happens when a cop is unfortunately forced to interact with the powdered substance known as fentanyl. Resign? If the people elected him, we should let him finish. Deal with our mistakes. He said, bro, I got CPAP. I got apnea. I use crack to keep me awake.
Feel that personally it's in his best interest for him, for his family's privacy, and for the constituents of Ward 6.
Body camera footage shows Reilly asking if he's going to be arrested.
Are there any drugs in the car or anything like that?
No, nothing.
An apparent lie. According to the police report, officers say they found crack laced with fentanyl along with other drug paraphernalia.
Yeah, my man's got Nicorette. Yo. Oh my God. Wait, okay. He has Nicorette, regular gum, and also, is that fucking, what's it called? Is that, that could be hand sanitizer, or it could be one of those new snusses. Is that mouthwash? Oh, it's Nicorette with the Fent DLC.
While searching his car.
I think there's a little bit of fentanyl in there.
Yeah, all right.
Reilly telling police.
It was a relapse. I've been clean for 13 years. Just went through a really, really bad divorce recently.
All right, let's take a look at Ron DeSanctimonious.
How are you doing? Good, sir. Wow, look at this. You guys good. Hi, how are you guys? Good
Wow.
to see you. So what do you got? Go right over here?
Yes.
Okay,
Come
good
on
deal.
in.
Good deal.
Thank
wow.
you.
Crowded, huh? Good.
yeah.
Hey,
Nobody
how are you
did
doing? It smells really good, I'll tell you that.
Oh, he is so Rizless, dude. He's ew. 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 Ew.
So we'll do it, okay. How you doing? Good to see. What's your name?
I'm Tim Hampton.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's great to be up in New Hampshire.
How are you?
How are you guys
Good to
doing?
see you. Very good.
Stay tuned, man. I can't do it. How are you?
He said, when's the big announcement? He said, stay tuned, man.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, don't back down. We won't. Crazy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, don't back down. We won't. Crazy.
Still thinking Ron DeSantis was going to be president? I got some bad news for you. He's snot.
TikTok is just so bad. Have you seen this ad? What is this?
Run this sales tax write-up plan to make you pay more. With the sales tax here and the sales tax there. Here a tax, there a tax, everywhere sales tax.
In Congress, Ron DeSantis backed a national sales tax, a 23% tax hike on almost everything you buy, from the gas station to the grocery store.
You'll pay more here. You'll pay more there. Here you'll pay. There you'll pay. Everyone will pay more.
90% of families would get a tax hike if DeSantis replaced the current system, making Biden's inflation hit even harder. We can't afford Ron's sales tax. Fortunately, we have a better choice. President Trump passed massive tax cuts, lowering tax rates for everyone.
Yeah, except that they have sunsetted if you're, not in the top tax bracket or a corporation.
President Trump cut taxes, and Ron's sales tax, well, as the song goes.
With the sales tax here and the sales tax there. Here a tax, there a tax, everywhere sales tax.
Make America Great Again, Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
They soy jacked them? Oh, they're soy jacking him so hard. Are Americans just children now? When have they not been? Looking for a super lefty type person that wants to box a conservative right-leaning person and 185 pounds, no fight experience, first fight for both. Any suggestions? Yeah, no, I'm not fucking doing that. I don't even know who it is. Dude, if you think I'm going to give Keemstar's promotional team any clout or any money to box someone when I don't even want to fucking box anybody, You're out of your mind, let alone the fact that I am 247 pounds. So I would have to cut, you know, around 60 pounds. So that's cool. That's manageable. Ozempic is not going to help. Kai's just feasting on the bed right now. Wait, what is that? What did the video? What's the video?
This morning, an attorney representing the
don't
physician's assistant involved.
I don't want to watch this one. All right, thank you, Pokimane.
All right, can we get everyone to their marks? Places, people.
Welcome to. Welcome, everyone, to the Offline TV Players production of The Life of Pokimane. Please take this moment to silence your cell phones.
Is Pokimane
It's not
dead?
even on me. Thank you. Our story begins on May 14th, 1996, in a small village of Morocco. Iman Enos was born.
Goo goo gaga. Oh shit, my knee's fucked.
Aw, she's adorable.
Oh, she's got your eyes.
And your smile.
Why does she look like us?
Because she's your sister.
At the age of 4, she moved to the small island nation of Canada.
Iman, did you do your homework?
Yes, yes, mother.
Iman, did you finish your chores?
Yes, Papa.
Iman, make sure you act right in public.
We are immigrants, you know.
Yes, I know.
And we're middle class-ish.
Mom, can I go to Sarah's birthday on Saturday?
Absolutely not.
What did we say about parties, Iman?
Can I at least go to Sarah's sleepover?
Why is she trying to go to parties at age 4? What the
Will
fuck's
there be
going
boys
on?
there?
Maybe.
Absolutely not.
No boys.
That's pretty fast.
No boys.
Iman, can't you just be happy we sacrificed everything for you and your brother?
Yeah, make sure mom and dad are proud.
I like this guy. Can people not memorize scripts anymore? This feels like high school. Like what were you expecting? Like it being scuffed is like half the fucking meme, dude. I can't believe that this is not the big budget production I thought it was going to be. Like they're fucking streamers, dog. It's like the point.
They never said it, but yeah.
Motherfucker thought this was gonna be Phantom of the Opera, you know what I mean? He saw the lights, camera, and was like, okay, when did they start singing? Like, what the fuck?
I'm supposed to do stuck at home. Wait, what's this gaming thing?
And at the age of 20, everything changed.
Iman, how's your chemical engineering going?
They just leave me alone and have some fun for once.
Iman, what are you doing?
I'm just studying, like always.
Good. You know how important it is to do well in school.
Yes, mother.
It's such a hot mom.
What is this? Are you wasting your time on games again?
Deus Ex rocking ya. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Darkest Fortune, thank you for the 5 gifted.
I don't understand why you can't just do that at school.
Because you don't let me go outside.
I know it's hard, but you have to focus on your studies right now.
I don't want to just study. I want to do something that I love.
You can do what you love when you're finished with school.
Yes, mother.
Iman has been a pillar of offline TV since it formed in 2017 and helped become the big family we are now. We're excited to see her next chapter and we'll cheer for her all the way. Here's a tweet. Today we congratulate one of our founding members, Pokimane Law, for graduating from offline TV. Iman has been a pillar of OTV since it formed in 2017 and helped us become the big family we are now. We're excited to see her next chapter and we'll be cheering for her all the way. What does it mean to graduate from OTV? As she's the first person to graduate, we'll figure it out as we go. Pokey will still be involved in OTV and Friends and will be in our videos every once in a while. Why is Pokey graduating? OTV is a big-time commitment for everyone involved. After being here for over 6 years and seeing the org is in a good spot, she has decided the next step from her position as a full-time member and focus on the chapter of her life and career. We will be supporting her through it all. What does this mean for OTV going forward? The Dems need to do this with Feinstein? Yeah. Yeah, they should do a play for Dianne Feinstein and maybe she'll leave, but I don't think it's going to happen. What does it mean for OTV going forward? Everything will remain the same. We'll do our best to create entertaining content and experiences for you all and keep working to improve it at the same time. We'll miss having Pokey around as much, but this is definitely not the last you will see of her. Watch the video for the extra juicy bits and a surprise we didn't include here. Linus retires. Pokey graduates. Are they running in the Canada elections or what? Yeah. Leak. Bro, it's over anyway. Orcas have declared war, man. Dude, I saw this article. I don't know what to tell you. Orcas have sunk 3 boats in Europe and appear to be teaching others to do the same. Scientists think that a traumatized orca initiated the assault on boats after a critical moment of agony and that the behavior is spreading among the population. As you all know, or maybe you don't know, orcas are the most deadly motherfuckers in the ocean. Except for the fact that they're brilliant, very smart, and don't actually intentionally attack humans ever. Even though they are, you know, really, really fucked up murderers and they routinely play with their food. They saw Avatar 2. We were so afraid of Planet of the Apes that we never considered the threat would come from the sea. No, the real threat is the top of the hour ad break, which many of you did not see coming. Cannot keep getting away with it. What is this? What is this? Top 3 men I'd be a big titty goth girlfriend for? We're back. Wait, we're not back. This is from 2020, man. You found this and you sent it to me. I thought this was like a new video. I was like, oh, we're back. Finally, people are doing the thirsting after Hasan TikToks and shit again. I thought we were back. Turns out it's from 2020. We're not back. Oliver thirsts scrolling through TikTok. Yeah, literally. Fell off, old man. Yeah. Apparently, no one thirsts for you after you turn 30. Yeah, that's true. Apparently, they are attacking yachts, for the record. So there is that. Orcas are kind of... What the fuck is she doing? She bored. Bro, it's literally every day. Wait, you made a Succession style intro? Oh my God. Yes. All right, let's do with that. On that note, let's move over to okbuddyhasan. Okay, let's do it. That's my house. Docs, what the fuck? It's my clothing. No! No! Oh God, my enemy. Murat. Wow, brilliant. Fucking bloody brilliant. New intro song just dropped. New intro just dropped. Please don't worry if post is removed because of spam. I will still see it when I check post. Don't repost and don't message the mods. Robots revive heroes and ear cams. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Oh my God, where did you even find this? That playthrough is old as hell. I'm back after 7 ads. Kaya has grown so much. Yeah, she grew in the ad time. Kaya is the real main character. The Legend of Kaya, Piss of the Kingdom. Okay, I love this. That's fucked up, but so true. Fuck it, HasanAbi highlights. Oh! New Jersey Kari plus Turkey contact, HasanAbi James. God damn, he's got a floater. He's got a floater. And he can dribble. What is that? That's a triple threat. That's a triple threat. Oh, he's got a lefty. What? He is so advanced. His gameplay is so advanced. What is that? Show this to Rage. Show this to YourRAGE Gaming. Better layups than LeBron. The Lakers called me up. That's crazy. Hello? What's going on? Oh, you want me to replace LeBron? No. I can't take my talents to Los Angeles. I'm already in Los Angeles. I'm doing what I love. I'm so sorry. YourRAGE recovered. He's ready. My knee almost ready to start hooping, and he started doing this. I want to put, how do I post these highlights? You're bad at talking shit on Twitter? Yeah, I'm not. Guys, give me a good, I can't click and download like that. I don't think you can do that. No, it's fine. First time actually doing therapy for my knee in my life. Before I was just not touching a ball. I watched Rage hoop on Instagram live today. You would beat him? Wait. Got that stalker, Riz? What the fuck was that reply? Okay, first of all, that reply is everything. What do you mean? I'm ready anytime, any place. Do you understand? Anytime, any place, dude. The fuck do you think that means? What the fuck? Yeah, it's Khabib. Send location. Exactly. Stop saying stalker, Riz. You guys don't fucking understand. Imagine a chatter says this to you. How you gonna feel? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit different when a random person I don't know is saying that versus me saying this on an incredibly relevant fucking meme on Twitter to a dude that I do know. Like, yeah. Why is chat like this? Because they're incredibly incompetent socially. So they have to project that to me as well. Kaya Gate, don't at me the quality. It's free. What the fuck? What is this? What is happening here? What? Kaya, stop. Stop eating the fucking... Stop eating the shelf. It's not food, that's shelf. In North Korea, in America, we eat chicken. Tattoo Gate? I don't even know what this is. Stop. Kaya. All right. This scammer tattoo artist? You don't know the drama yet? That's another TikTok drama. Going forward, I'm going to be covering TikTok drama almost exclusively. There's plenty of it, Lamau. There's always TikTok drama. Stop the count. What the fuck? This is hilarious. Hasi, just swim next time. Hustle. In North Korea, you charter private jet. A portrait I drew of Kaya. This is incredible. Like the detail. I mean, this was fire. We saw this already. Kaya, that's you. I don't even know. Man legit plays with his puppy and does his job at the same time. Love that for him. Yeah, no, it's pretty awesome. Because last time I had a puppy this age, like I couldn't bring him to the workplace, so it was a fucking mess. Like I had to basically leave. I had to leave fish at home, crate train him. You know, it was hard. It's not Mid-Journey, you fucking weirdos. What the hell? I love people going AI. Okay. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom series trailer.
That was sick. Dude, I'm fucking so sick. This game is so sick. Oh my god. Yeah. No hearts, no weapons, no master sword, no master shield, no... Okay, that's where we're at. We're in the beginning.
You're such a sucker for gaming and basketball edits? Yeah, 100%. DJs will put anything before the drop.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
So stupid. Oh, HasanAbi the Age of One Piece episode 7. This is why I stopped watching One Piece, okay? It's been far too long. I've been waiting for HasanAbi to catch up, okay? Listen. It's like going in the pool, right? You can dip your toes, slowly but surely walk towards from the edge, or you can jump right into it. That's what I did. I jumped right into it with One Piece, and it was... When I see iDubbbz, I am going to say it to his face, no matter what he left his mark on the internet as a racist little bitch. I'd say it to his face anytime, any place. He can't say nothing about it because he took the money for being a racist fuck and is now crying like a little bitch for his actions, Lamau. You're right. I think what should happen in this regard is just like, what should happen in the situation is that he should never actually apologize. And he should just keep being racist. Thanks, chatter. Good input. Mobile chatter came in hot, dude. Fucking hot. All right, One Piece. Good move. I hope I don't become one of those like annoying shitheads who can't shut the fuck up. What is that noise? What the fuck is that noise? Ah! Ah! What the fuck? No, it's nighttime. Oh no, it's nighttime. Oh my god. What is this area, dude? What? I'm a little worried, but I'm kind of excited that there's at least land, though. I feel a lot more comfortable right now. A lot more comfortable, and yet... Wait, is that a door?
My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own in one piece.
Ever since, pirates from
I
all over the world
have officially
for the Grand Line,
moved on
searching for One Piece,
to
the
one
treasure
of
that would make
everyone's
their dreams
favorite
come
arcs.
true.
Yo!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Water 7 arc. It is upon us. That's right. Okay, anyway. I met the Admiral who has like this insane ice power, which is incredible. Like, insane. He's kind of cool, which is weird because, like, you know, obviously. Bro, motherfuckers in the chat saying new Charlie video. I went over. It's not even uploaded yet. Like, it's not even here yet. How do you see it? Kaya does not like One Piece, it seems. The video is not even available.
Well, now, hold on a second there, partner. Why don't you step into the saloon here for a little chit-chat? I've noticed we've got ourselves a little bit of a sour hootenanny on our hands here after my latest video on the iDubbbz situation. It's being hailed as a big L take from old Charles White here, and in the cyberspace, an L take...
Charlie, Kaya thinks it's a fucking L take too. Look at her. Chat is CIA confirmed. Bro, chat literally fucking posted Charlie's video before Charlie posted it. Okay? I need to do something about this psycho who's going bananas mode. I probably need to take her out. I think she probably needs to poop. Hold on 1 second.
Is criminal, and the punishment for the crime is 1,000 different labels. So, there's a lot to talk about after the latest upload, so let's just go ahead and dive into it. I gave my opinion on the iDubbbz apology video, same thing every single person in the world with a keyboard has done over the last 24 hours, and this isn't shocking new content for me. I pretty much opine on everything everywhere that happens on the internet, even if it's like fucking 30-year-old drama from an extinct MMO that I found on a subreddit last week. If I find it either entertaining or if I have a lot to say about it, I'll usually make a video on it just because I kind of treat my channel like a diary, so I vomit out my thoughts. And not everyone's going to agree with them, and people shouldn't agree with everything that I say, because everyone should be their own individual. For a long time now, I've said how dangerous I feel echo chambers are, so I've never wanted my channel to become one of those. And I don't think it has. I know people will disagree, but there's been plenty of instances over the years where I've said things that people disagree with. I think disagreeing with someone is extremely healthy and important. I wouldn't want a community that doesn't think for themselves and just blindly agrees with everything I say without giving it any thought of their own. And in this case, people have disagreed with my perspective on the iDubbbz situation. For those that don't know, I'll quickly break it down. iDubbbz made an apology video yesterday where he talked about how deeply he regrets the content he used to make and how he views it as being just horrible, and that he's very sorry for all of the things that he put out there in the world and the pain that he caused through the content. And that's become a very divisive topic, and I gave my perspective on it. And since then, people have done some very uncharitable interpretations of what I've been saying, and I guess I can't really blame them. If I'm not abundantly clear with where I stand on things, I've learned that everything gets lost with ambiguity, and people run with the absolute most negative narrative they can find and the wildest ways to misconstrue some statements. So I actually can't even be mad about that. I recognize that's my own shortcoming, and this is something that's happened in the past, where when I make a video, I know my intention. I know what I believe and where I stand. But you guys don't. You're not like a little ghost or a spirit over my shoulder that's watching me make a video or in my little noodle up here when I'm delivering my thoughts. which means it's my responsibility to make my intentions known and clear. And I don't always fully convey it effectively. So I definitely think that's played some role here in how everything's been playing out with people talking about me on Twitch and on Reddit and Twitter, but not fully. There's definitely going to be some people that are going to look like Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets that gel that he puts in his hair that makes him really mad and his eyes pop out of his skull and his head explodes.
Oh. You saw Hasan? I missed everything for the past 3 minutes. I saw he said he didn't want to have an echo chamber. We know he isn't talking about Hasan because the black bar is still there. She did not poop. She just said, she didn't say anything. She peed. I gave her a treat. She ran back out. I gave her a treat. She ran back out and hid under the hedges. I had to grab her out of the hedges. And then afterwards, I had to bring her upstairs because she was like barking. So I put her in the crate. Okay? That's what happened. She said the orcas will come for me. Yeah, she just wants attention and she wants playtime.
In the pain that he caused through the content. And
yeah, you know his ass didn't watch my video because at least he would have like fixed this thing if he did.
That's become a very divisive topic, and I gave my perspective on it. And since then, people have done some very uncharitable interpretations of what I've been saying, and I guess I can't really blame them. If I'm not abundantly clear with where I stand on things, I've learned that everything gets lost with ambiguity, and people run with the absolute most negative narrative they can find.
I don't even think I was being uncharitable. Like, if anything, chat was yelling at me for how much they perceived me to be defending him. But I don't know. He might think that, though. Who has talked about it? Other than, like, I don't know if anyone else talked about it. I think his audience was like surprisingly critical of it.
And
they were surprisingly moist critical of it.
There's ways to misconstrue some statements, so I actually can't even be mad about that. I recognize that's my own shortcoming, and this is something that's happened in the past, where when I make a video, I know my intention. I know what I believe and where I stand. But you guys don't. You're not like a little ghost or a spirit over my shoulder that's watching me make a video or in my little noodle up here when I'm delivering my thoughts. Which means it's my responsibility to make my intentions known and clear. And I don't always fully convey it effectively. So I definitely think that's played some role here in how everything's been playing out with people talking about me on Twitch and on Reddit and Twitter, but not fully. There's definitely going to be some people that are going to look like Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets that gel that he puts in his hair that makes him really mad and his eyes pop out of his skull and his head explodes, because there are just going to be some things that I believe that other people aren't. And that's okay. But what I don't appreciate and what really gets my ass twisted is people labeling me horrible things on a complete misunderstanding of what I actually believe. Or them just making up things that I believe, or putting their whole ass in my mouth and filling it with words that I've never said or even came close to trying to express. So let's get into it. By far the biggest thing I'm seeing from the online discussion around my video is people saying that I was attacking iDubbbz for trying to grow, and that I wanted him to stay in that 2016 edgy era. And my take was that of a 30-year-old man with a 15-year-old's brain who still giggles and loves edgy humor from yesteryear. When nothing could be further from the truth. A, I'm not 30. I'm 28 years old, and fucking shame on you, you disgusting.
He's talking about you? I don't think I said that. Did I? That's not what I was saying, at least.
Swine for insinuating that I'm pushing 30. I'm 28 years young. And B, it makes me feel like you didn't even bother watching the video, because I don't know how that could even come across at all. I'll quickly just play a small snippet from the end here, which I imagine a lot of people talking about this didn't even get to. So I really feel like throughout the video I made it clear that the edgy shit is lame and cringy. And that's something to absolutely regret. Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s now. In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to just be spamming slurs for shock humor. I don't find that entertaining, and he doesn't either. So it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that. And that I was also supportive of him wanting to change and grow his content in a different direction. I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So I had a whole section in the video about how important I find it that content creators branch out. Instead of just living in a niche and staying locked down by their audience and their expectations, how they shouldn't just keep doing a song and dance that doesn't make them happy. They should be trying to grow and change as a person and as a content creator and changing their content. I had a whole fucking section about that, talking about it outside of even just the iDubbbz perspective here. So I don't really know how that one got so fucked up here with this whole discussion around my video. The point of my video was never to attack the idea that someone growing and regretting things they've done in their past is a bad thing. I really thought I made that clear, but I must have missed the mark since so many people are saying that the whole core component of my video is to attack the fact that he's apologizing for personal growth and doing things that make him happy, which I never meant to convey, and if that's what came across, then I'm sorry that I missed the mark so drastically. I really feel like multiple times I called out that it's completely normal and fine to regret the shit you said in those videos and want to distance yourself from that content in general. Like, that makes a lot of sense, and I talked about him making different content that makes him happier and how that's great. Like, you should never feel like a prisoner to your audience to keep delivering something that doesn't make you happy. That was one of the broader talking points I used in that video, but people are acting like I never said that and that I wanted him to stay doing the same shit from 2016, which of course I was never arguing for. Now, the next biggest thing by far is me saying that I don't think the apology was warranted. Warrant maybe wasn't the right word, since that's the one a lot of people are really like underlining and highlighting and giving me an F on the book report for. So to explain what I meant, when I'm saying I don't think the apology was warranted, I'm saying I don't think him being a product of edgy internet culture is necessarily something that should have been weighing on his mind so heavily for the last fucking 7 years that he's lived with this constant guilt, this burden on his shoulders where he's feeling as though he created edgy internet culture. The way he talked about in this video really made me feel very bad for him, that he's had this kind of looming disgust at the man he used to be because he partook in edgy internet culture, which wasn't just him. His channel wasn't the genesis of edginess. He didn't create it, he was molded by it, like fucking Bane from Batman. And I feel as though the content he used to make did have a message. He wasn't coming from a place of genuine hatefulness. I don't think he was ever like a real racist or an actual bigot. So when I said I don't think the apology's warranted, what I mean is, I don't think what he did was so damaging and scarring to the online space or individuals that for 7 years he's needed to carry this guilt where he felt obligated to finally apologize for it. If people really thought he held these racist, bigoted beliefs, I don't think many people would have been signing up for Creator Clash 1 and 2, right? Like, this is...
Wait. I mean... that also doesn't make sense because like Keemstar, there's like plenty of fucking people who have who still have like 2016 edginess that, you know, do boxing promotions and plenty of people sign up for it. But also Ian has changed. I get what he's saying, but I don't know why he just like doesn't talk to Ian about this instead. You know what I mean? This is what I don't understand, because like the reception right now to the iDubbbz video is like 60% positive, 40% negative. And it's kind of crazy to think about because it shouldn't be 60-40. You know what I mean? That's like, it should not be 60-40 at all. It's a fucking grown-ass man literally apologizing and taking accountability for racist shit that he said. Whether he was like ideologically racist or not doesn't matter, because like the content and the environment that it fostered was that. And I feel like that's the fundamental disagreement at the core of it all. That like I don't know if Charlie sees or not, but he literally gave people talking points for why he should say slurs. He gave them rhetoric. Yeah, it's like, and that was only one aspect. Like, that was only one aspect of his content. It did not define the entirety of his content, as I stated clearly. Right? But that is the reason why he's remorseful. That's why. And also, a lot of these things could be directly handled by, talking to individuals. And I think that the best thing to do would be probably just like talking to Ian, making a video out of it if you want, but also talking to him. You know what I mean? Charlie doesn't think the slurs were what Ian was apologizing for, though. Yeah, but that is what he's apologizing for. I got into a 5-hour argument at a house party over the original iDubbbz N-word video, which slurs were okay to say. Ian's apology was definitely warranted law. I mean, that's like a minor inconvenience that you experienced. The major inconvenience was the relentless bullying that people withstood, other than just like having a debate over it. You know what I mean? I've done a million debates on saying the N-word and how many people want to say it and why, why they want to say it, why they have to say it, like they're going to fucking die. That's not the worst aspect of it. And also, as I've stated multiple times over, obviously, motherfucking iDubbbz did not invent racism. You know what I mean? He just pushed for it. He was like championing certain aspects of it, which again, he recognizes. And also it thinks is bad and wrong and apologize for. How do you know? How do I know what? It doesn't matter if he did or didn't allow racism is still racism. Yeah, exactly. No, like, that's not, you don't have to like, that he invented racism is a joke, man. Oh, okay. Well, how am I supposed to understand that? You should have maybe clarified it by saying, how do you know he didn't invent racism? Then I could have understood it. Yeah. I grew up in that era, dude. You don't get it. He was at the top of the pipeline. No, first of all, while you were growing up in that era, I was also literally a content creator on the other side, on the opposing side of the edgelord argument. So, no, I do know. I was there. I don't know if you know that, but I was definitely there. I was at the entrance on the other side going, what the fuck is this? This sucks. Not to like iDubbbz directly. I never interacted with this content. You know what I mean? I understand what Charlie is saying. I just don't agree. It feels like Charlie is still sort of fence-sitting, but when the sides are for and anti-slurs, it will come off as unreasonable to many people. Charlie is still conflating impact and intent. He keeps arguing Ian's intent by Ian is apologizing for his impact. Two different arguments. Yeah, it is what it is. But also, intent-wise, it doesn't even matter. Didn't you say you didn't watch the videos until a few years later? Yeah, I didn't. I didn't watch any iDubbbz videos until like literally recently, a couple of years back. And I was shocked at how much he was, dropping slurs. Especially shocked because of the juxtaposition with how good the content was, given that, like, he was shitting on Keemstar or Rice Gum or the Paul brothers. You know what I mean? Like, that is what really blew my mind, because a lot of his content stood the test of time with one major exception. His, like, annoying stubbornness to be this, like, libertarian free speech guy with slurs. If he had taken those things out, like, his videos would have been perfect. For the most part. Obviously, I can't speak on Tana, the Tana one especially. I never even watched that one. But it's just like, he never did a content cop on the Pauls. Yeah, he did it on Rice Gum instead of Jake Paul, which right? That's the one, right? Or Leafy. The Tana thing was about slur, so you can't really separate that. Yeah, no, I'm not even talking about the Tana one. But That overshadows the rest of his content. I don't know. I don't get this part 2. Okay, let's
This is the first time he's publicly acknowledged it and fully apologized for it. He's, of course, talked about distancing himself from it on podcasts, but this is the first time he's really owned up to it publicly. But I think most people knew he wasn't like this evil, racist person. So what I was saying is I just don't think what he did gave a ton of people the impression that he really was a horrible, racist, bigoted person. Now, I used the word obligated to apologize just a moment ago. And that's what I went into the video thinking the motivation was. Like, you know, after all this time, people pointing out, like, the use of slurs in those videos have made them age fucking horribly. You know, this isn't acceptable. You know, it's time you own up to your past sins. That's what I thought it was. But after listening to what people have said since I posted my video and diving a bit more into, like, the actual discussion in general online, I failed to really understand that maybe iDubbbz also treated this video like a diary where he just wanted to get everything off his chest with how he feels about it. So I completely misunderstood what the motivation could have been for this video, and for that I'm sorry. The goal wasn't to attack the whole idea of an apology for content you regret. That was never my intention. So if this is truly like a very personal thing where he wants to just finally move on from this, and in order to do that, he wanted to make this video publicly addressing how he feels about all of it, then that's totally understandable. That's absolutely understandable. And I may have had, like, the wrong lens of viewing the video in the first place, since I may have got the wrong idea about what was even driving the video to begin with. But now I do want to explain, I still do believe that iDubbbz was never a bad person for the content cops he made. That edgy shock humor was very much a 2016 trend. That whole era with slurs.
Yeah, bro, it was still bad back then, though. Like, and, you know, that's the point. Like, it was bad back then. It's definitely bad now, right? And it's not just, like, edgy shock humor. When you're, like, literally justifying the usage of slurs. Like, I'm just saying, this is the reason why people did not receive Charlie's video, I think, in the way that he thought it would be received. You know what I mean? Because, like, it was 2016, not 1944. I mean, it's not even that. Like, yeah, a lot of people were saying fucked up shit online in 2016, 100%. And I am the #1 fucking champion of, advocating for people changing and never fucking weaponizing their past misdeeds against them once they have demonstrated change, right? In a lot of instances, like, obviously people say, what about Ben Shapiro? And it's like, well, fucking Ben Shapiro hasn't changed. He's only gotten fucking worse. You know what I mean? But, like, someone like iDubbbz or someone like Charlie even, he might have some fucking bad takes from 2016. But ultimately, like, his attitude has evolved over time. You know what I mean? Like, what they represent now, what these people represent now are very different than who they might have been. Ethan is my fucking co-host, okay? Ethan is my co-host. He went through a similar evolution and suffers every day as a consequence of that because everyone constantly, all of his old fans from back then, shit on him non-fucking stop. Ultimately, he was atoning for what he was doing, whether it was for a trend or whether it was because he, like, genuinely ideologically aligned with it, which I don't think he's, like, I don't think iDubbbz was ever, like, literally a fucking Nazi or anything. But he certainly had a lot of fucking Nazis in his audience. And the reason why he had a lot of Nazis in his fucking audience was, one, because of the culture at the time, certainly, but also because he was signaling to them, okay? Because when you fucking do justifications for why you say, the N-word openly, and, like, why you should be able to say it, and it kept saying it over and over again, of course you're going to have a fucking audience full of groypers and an audience full of fucking 4chan weirdos. You know what I mean? Of course. You're, like, actively, deliberately trying to normalize saying slurs in public. You know what I mean? That's it. That's the reason why he recognized that. He saw what kind of crowd it attracted, and it's completely unmarried to its intent. He's addressing the impact. He's addressing the outcome. He's not addressing the intent that he had, even though his intent was to even he actually fuck it. He even addresses the intent. He basically says like, I was a shithead. You know what I mean? Like my intentions were not pure. They were not empathetic. It was literally fucked up, wrong. And that's why I cultivated an audience that was bad. You know what I mean? That he lacked empathy, which is right. He did. He lacked empathy. I feel like Charlie sees Ian as a good person and feels like Ian should be forgiven for what he did, and it doesn't represent Ian as a person. That prevents him from seeing that even if Ian was a bad person, he was still doing some bad shit. Yeah. A lot of people have a very black and white liberal understanding of the world where they just think like you're either good or you're bad. You're good or you're evil. You're pure or you're wrong, right? And that's not the case. I say this all the fucking time. Good people do bad shit. Okay? Bad people do good shit. Good people do bad shit all the fucking time. And ultimately, we are all a product of our environment. Okay? It's not a fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe piece. Okay? Not. I think iDubbbz back then was a bit of a shithead. But he still had like a decent foundation for who he thought was being a shithead. So the people that he attacked were actually, you know, people that deserved the criticism, which is why, like I said, a lot of the content that he made stood the test of time with one major notable exception. That was a pretty fucking big one. The justification for usage of slurs. So, of course, he recognized that the audience that he cultivated was toxic and was aggressive, would constantly chase after a lot of these people that he was like, you know, targeting. You know? And that's why he was trying to make up for that. He made the change inside of himself for some time now. And then he wanted to ensure that, you know, others knew that as well. And maybe would be influenced to also recognize that they have the capacity to change too. Hasan, there's a legit criticism about what rehabilitation is. iDubbbz made a bunch of money and career off the edgy stuff that negatively affected people. Understanding you were wrong is a great start, but to make amends, you have to actively work to undo what you did. That's why people are hesitant to blindly accept iDubbbz. First of all, no one in this community and in most communities is hesitant to blindly accept iDubbbz. You are in the fucking incredibly loud, yet incredibly small minority population. Okay? Either people are like, oh, thank God he did this beloved content creator who was like very edgy at the time, who I consumed, who I fucking had similar opinions to, and I grew. I'm glad that he grew as well, and he's, you know, recognizing it. That's the majority. That's the 60%. Then the 40% is like, why isn't he still saying slurs? He's such a cucked bitch, fucking pussy, fucking soy. And then there's like the 1% slim, like, population that's like, there's like a tiny sliver that's like, I don't actually recognize that he changed at all. Okay? I don't recognize that he changed at all. No one cares about your opinion because, like, in this circumstance, it's, you know, it's irrelevant. Okay? It's such a slim, marginal position that, like, no one gives a fuck. It's like 60, 30, 10. No. It's not blind. He's anti-grifting. He's actively saying to his audience he cultivated, I don't want you here, you're racist. Yeah. But he's not saying the entire audience is racist. He's saying that I've changed and I hope you can too. But if you can't change, then fuck off. The majority of people don't know who he is. No, man, I'm talking about the majority of people that watched the video and is aware of him, obviously. I don't mean like, I'm not polling the entire continental United States, okay? I agree with his point back then, so it was kind of hard for me to understand your point when I started watching you, but you totally changed my mind. Yeah, there's plenty of fucking people. Ethan was really close to Ian back then. He went through basically the same, only that way more abruptly. Ian has been making normal content for years now. I don't think he's going to suffer too much from this. Yeah, I don't think so either, but I think people are just going to... But I think people do think that, like, you know, people will be really fucking annoying about it. The point is, you literally, what you're supposed to do is acknowledge your wrongdoings, okay? You're supposed to acknowledge your wrongdoings and start trying to make amends, okay? That's what you're supposed to do, and that's precisely what he's doing. And what you can always look at, if you want to see if this is cynical, if this is somehow another cash grab, if this is another attempt at drama, then if it's cynical, you have to look at, like, where's the money? Like, what is he trying to do? Would he make more money staying the same way? Maybe lightly not advocating for saying slurs, or maybe even continuing to advocate to say slurs and becoming more of a right-wing shithead. Do you think he would make money if he kept doing that? But let me tell you, Steven Crowder left behind $50 million. There is absolutely a fucking marketplace for someone, a content creator of that size, being a right-wing shithead. The Daily Wire is profoundly successful. They were the ones who were offering Steven Crowder $50 million. So don't fucking talk to me about grifting on the left, okay? He could have literally, yeah, exactly. He could have said nothing and lost nothing. That's another thing. He could have said nothing and continued making videos the way he is, and maybe people would recognize it, maybe people wouldn't. In all of my fucking years, in all of my years of doing content, myself changing, my personal perspective changing a little bit too, even though a lot of the fundamentals have been very consistent throughout the past 10 years. I've seen this time and time again, okay? We on the internet have no metric for authenticity on the side of what most people would consider to be morally good or morally righteous. The internet only sees edginess as a metric for authenticity. They never see being a good person as authentic. They think it's inauthentic every single fucking time. If you advocate for things that you believe are right, if you advocate for marginalized communities, you must be virtue signaling. If you advocate for, if you advocate against saying slurs, man, you must be saying this because everyone else agrees with you. It's fucked up. Okay? That's just the case. It's very cynical. We only look at people who are fucking edgy as like authentic. And by we, I mean not this community, but like in general, the broader online sphere looks at edginess as a form of authenticity, never the other way around. Okay? That's because being a good person is boring. It doesn't have to be. And you don't always have to be a good person. Okay? iDubbbz gained nothing by doing this. If anything, he was telling, a big chunk of his audience that fucking mass dislike his videos that are constantly harassing him to fuck off. Okay? Get with the program or fuck off. It's always such a huge red flag when people call being a decent human being virtue signaling. Like, how much of a piece of shit must you be to think that saying using slurs is bad as virtue signaling? Exactly.
Slurs being used willy-nilly for cheap shock humor was not uncommon on the internet. And I don't know why people think that I'm trying to harken back to the glory days of being able to use a bunch of slurs all over the place. I've never fucking said that. I think in the last video, what gave people that idea is I said 2016 era shock humor in all its glory. So they thought that I was trying to celebrate the golden days or something. But I've never ever spoken support for that kind of edgy shit. I've always openly made fun of that whole idea. Even back in the era, I always found it pretty lame for the most part. So that might have just been a misunderstanding of my sarcasm when saying in all its glory in the last video, but I want to make that clear. But anyway, him using these slurs for cheap shock humor in the content cops is embarrassing and something to genuinely regret and look back on like, damn, I fucked that up. Absolutely. And I said that in the last video too. They were videos that were meant to criticize people that did deserve criticism. One thing iDubbbz said in his video that I still very much disagree with is that he made videos criticizing people based on lackluster reasons. I very much vehemently disagree with that. The people he did make content on were worthy of being criticized and called out for bad actions and being highlighted for horrible things they've done. And in doing so, iDubbbz attempted to entertain his audience, and one of the ways he tried to entertain them was through this shock humor with his slurs. Like I said, his catchphrase being 2 slurs strung together is nothing to be proud of. So looking back on that component of content cops negatively and regretting that is a completely understandable and normal thing to do. Now, he did mention something that I also disagreed with initially, but after reading more, maybe I'm just too naive to really have a full grasp on it. I said that I don't think that content is indoctrinating, meaning I don't think him making those videos with the shock humor would lead to people thinking that all of a sudden it's okay to start using a ton of slurs, you know, in the real world or around people or in general, right? I didn't think that, but I also failed to recognize that in 2016, I was still in my fucking 20s, which is sad to think that I'm basically a fossil now. I wasn't a child during this period, so I don't know what effect this might have had on younger viewers of his.
I mean, it certainly had that effect on 20-year-olds too, who are like now in their fucking 30s, who are still half of the motherfuckers who are like, you know, desperately clinging on to the halcyon days of 2016 era, like edgy content. You know what I mean? I think that's what it is. It's not just children, and it did certainly cultivate a toxic space for sure, which is what he was, which is what he was atoning for, I think.
Maybe I'm very wrong in that it did serve as like a fucking gateway drug into racism or something. That is possible. I don't know. And that's what a lot of people did point out that I think is a great point. I was already old enough to recognize that he was never advocating for legitimate racism or bigotry or anything like that. That was never his message. But younger people may not have picked up on that. So I do believe it is possible that he did have a very negative effect on how a lot of the youth perceived slurs and maybe the willingness to use them. That is possible. And I'm sorry that I didn't consider that angle. I failed to realize that I was still pretty fucking old when the content cops were, you know, hitting the cyberspace. So obviously, if you inadvertently became a lightning rod for real racists, that's fucking horrible. Now, I do still believe that his Content Cop series was not a cruel series. Like I said, the whole message behind it was pointing out some horrible things that people have done, and you delivered a message of here's why that shit's bad, and you coded your message with things meant to entertain, but in doing so, you delivered some bad shit along the way with the edgy shock slurs that were thrown in so loosey-goosey throughout the content. But I don't think that changes the actual message of what the video meant to convey. And it was never a message of cruelty. It was always a message of these people are doing bad, and these are people in very influential positions who probably shouldn't be. I don't think that is a bad message. I don't think there's anything cruel about what you were aiming to do. Another thing that always comes up in situations like this is them saying, you cut out important details on purpose, maliciously leaving out information that's crucial. And I always hate that. Like, I'm not just gonna play the entire video and go through each and everything. I just played the ones that I really wanted to focus on for the general point that I was trying to get across, which was A, growing and changing your content is always a good thing, and it makes complete sense why iDubbbz would regret the edginess from those videos and would regret some of the big components of those videos. Like, I don't understand how all of that got so mixed up. Like, yes, I do disagree that the content was cruel, as I just explained, but the core message is still changing is a good thing, always has been, and I've always preached for that. Instead of just living in a niche forever and making yourself miserable doing the same thing forever, changing, growing as a person, and adapting is always great. And he had legitimate things to be regretful of. The edginess, the shock humor, inexcusably cringe, lame, not good. The remaining parts of his apology video were topics that I totally understood his perspective of. I totally got it. But none of them were what I was focusing on for what I was saying about the whole subject. For example, he mentions fan interaction where he met a couple fans and it helped him understand that, damn, my content is really giving people a certain vibe or a certain impression of me that just isn't true. So it helped like show him that there were a lot of things in the content that were regrettable, that he regretted. Like, I get that. Like, I totally understand it. And I didn't exclude them from my video as a way of like manipulating a narrative or trying to hide it or anything. They were just things I totally understood, but they weren't part of like the overall talking point that I was trying to discuss. In the last video, I mentioned that I didn't feel his content created the weirdo losers that disregard the message of the content and instead focused on just the slurs, right? Like a bunch of like actual bad actors who are just there to celebrate the fact that iDubbbz would say the bad words, the real off-limits stuff, the slurs. That's all they cared about. I don't
think that's like a silly take. Like, I mean, I don't think that's unimportant. I think that's kind of very important. It's like you're basically harboring and developing like kind of a safe space for people who do want to do that, and like giving them talking points to do that. And that's, you know, that's what's wrong about it. Like I said, I think a lot of this would get solved if Charlie would talk to Ian probably about his like about his content. A lot of people don't realize that like racists look for safe spaces too. Like nobody ever understands that. Like what everybody always thinks like, oh no, it's only the blue-haired queer teenage Marxists that fucking need a safe space. Oh my God. It's like, no, man. Like, yeah, that's 4chan is poll is a bit of a safe space for saying whatever fucking unhinged shit you want to say because you feel like you can't say it in open society. Stormfront is a safe space for Nazis. So, yeah, and then when 4chan is not racist enough, you go to 8chan, an even safer space, right? So, this description of the content sounds like it was a good videos, a couple slurs. There was way worse, as you said. They were good videos with a lot of slurs, and including justifications for using said slurs. I think you're confusing safe space with an echo chamber. No, I'm not. I'm not confusing safe space with an echo chamber. I'm not. Like it's first of all, it's functionally a very similar thing. What do you mean? You're just like making a semantics argument. You know what I mean? They are effectively the same thing. What do you think happens in a fucking safe space? Echo chambers are what happens inside of safe spaces. No, it isn't, Hasan. What the fuck? There are very minor distinctions between an echo chamber and a safe space. A safe space basically is also not... A safe space is a place you go to when you don't want to fucking... when you're seeking like-minded people and you don't want to constantly debate your existence. Okay? A place where you can shoot the shit. Why am I entertaining the dumbest argument, the dumbest semantics pervert in the chat right now? What the fuck is wrong with me?
I have no doubt that those community members exist, but I didn't think his content created them. You know, I felt like, you know, like bacteria, they just happened to already be there and then found his content and then found a home there to keep celebrating that shit. But just like I mentioned a little while ago, I'm most likely wrong about this. I saw the content when I was in my 20s. I could see the satire in it. I assume the majority of other people could, but I didn't even take into consideration that a lot of the viewers were younger, and there's a very good chance that this content was their first exposure to it, and it may have led to them becoming those weirdo losers. Not necessarily that the weirdo losers had always existed since the beginning of time and then just found his content. There is a very high likelihood that it also just created that atmosphere with those kind of audience members as well, which is something iDubbbz would obviously want to distance himself from. I think that was most of the things people were talking about in relation to my video on the subject, so hopefully I cleared up any misconceptions about where I stand or what I believe, and I'm sorry if things got real lost.
Okay. Racism is learned behavior. We are all products of our environment, okay? Our material conditions impact the way we exist in society, the way we understand the world, okay? The culture that we exist inside of, that we learn from, is built on top of those material conditions, okay? So, of course, iDubbbz is not the singular force of racism for an entire generation. That would be a ridiculous take. But having said that, the way this works is if you are fighting against the pre-existing hierarchies that lean a little bit on the side of white supremacy and patriarchy and things of that nature, okay? If you are fighting against that, very difficult. It's an uphill battle. You're probably not going to be able to directly have the same level of impact as you are, as if you are fighting for those values. Okay? When you amplify the pre-existing constructs and you ride that wave, you often have a much larger impact because you're giving the go-ahead to people that are already geared towards that position anyway. It's not Ian's fault that society is ultimately the social conditioning that many people go through is ultimately a fairly racist one. Okay? It's not his fault. He himself, after all, is a victim of that social conditioning as well. But he certainly, whether intentionally or unintentionally, played a role in normalizing a lot of the most toxic, most awful forms of bigotry with his videos and with the go-ahead and with also the justifications, the arguments that he gave to be racist, to say the N-word, say the F-word, to say that it wasn't a big deal. And a lot of people saw that go-ahead from a content creator that they loved and appreciated because he was making such good fucking content at the time and said, damn, like, well, I like this guy. I'm going to channel what he's saying. My dad says this shit too, so I'm used to it. And now I'm seeing this like young, cool guy that I like who's shitting on all the people that I hate saying these sorts of things. So I'm going to do it too. I'm going to do it at school. I'm going to do it to the black kid, the one black kid in my class. You know what I mean? That's how it works. That's part of the reason why a lot of people were also reluctant originally to even recognize that Ian had changed with it before he made this video. Because I talked about it a lot. I was like, Ian is a different person. He's a good guy. I promise you. And I was battling in my own fucking chat because people were like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. You're wrong. Yeah, okay. And I think for a lot of people that this is what it took. They needed to hear this, which I understand. I think a lot of people in his audience that are reluctant to change and want to desperately cling on to a time when things felt different. A time when, they had a lot of dreams and they were young and didn't have the adult responsibilities maybe. When their dreams had not crumbled and fell apart under the treacherous, oppressive nature of a capitalist organization of the economy, associate feelings of nostalgia and feelings of freedom with his content, with a lot of content from that era. So they are like, no, I want to be like that. Maybe if I keep being like that, maybe if I keep behaving like the way I was in 2016, I'll feel like it's still 2016. It's not. And I think that's what Ian was doing. He was speaking out against people in his audience that were refusing to change as well, which is why he served the top of the hour ad break. 5 minutes into the top of the hour. Pretty fucked up. Fear not. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. On your favorite broadcaster, hopefully that's me. Anyway, I wished Charlie, who knows Ian personally, who's worked with him a lot, who's like consumed his content a lot, would have immediately ran to his defense when he saw so many people shitting on him. Gioforio, thank you for the 5 the subs. That's what I would have expected, especially because at the time, Charlie was a content creator. He could have been saying those things too, but he never did. You know what I mean? So obviously he understands that it was like not that great even back then. Not Christian F, thank you for the 5 the subs. That's it. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Lost somehow. I want to make it clear once again. I was never attacking iDubbbz for apologizing for regretting his content or for wanting to change and grow and do different things. I really thought I voiced support for those things, but I must not have done it effectively. So that's on me, and hopefully this gave all of my perspectives on it much more clarity. That's about it.
Yeah, we literally forget how racist we are. / were when I'm 20 and becoming aware of the fact that pointing out making the blatant effort to change is even harder and more noble than that sneaky fucking segue. Thank you. I've been watching Charlie for 10+ years. It's shocking that he never fell into that edgy area. He was in his late teens, dude. That's what I mean. HasanAbi apologized for Content Cop was a little much in my opinion. I think he apologized for Content Cop because of the Tana one, which was, from what I understand, I never watched it, but it seems like it was heavily featured around saying the N-word directly to Tana Mongo, who he stalked a little bit. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, no, I think that's warranted. Kind of concerning how many people my age say they were racist like 5 years ago. No, man, it's not concerning. It's just the truth, okay? Like, it's just, bro, look at your dad. You know what I mean? Like, look at your uncle. Look at your mom. Look at the fucking manager at the place you work at. Look at the manager at the fucking Jiffy Lube that you go to. Like, the average American's perspective on, like, issues that pertain to black people, whether they are black themselves, by the way, because, like, even then, there's a lot of internalized white supremacy because of the fucking social conditioning that I'm talking about. Like, people say some fucking crazy shit. People believe some crazy shit. It's not that surprising. Maybe Moist didn't make edgy content that no one has seen and he's covering his future house. No, like, what do you mean? He's been around for fucking years and years. You're crazy. Whoa, Hasan, not everyone is surrounded by racism. I mean, really? Really? Not everyone's surrounded by racism? Yeah, maybe white people that don't recognize it. Like, what the fuck? In America? In most countries, like, not even just America. People have bigoted takes, man. It's normal. I truly don't understand the argument. I never thought or acted that way. My parents didn't. The only people in my family that have racist tendencies are my grandparents. I grew up in Germany, though. America might be different. Your grandparents? In Germany? What? What year? Also, whenever someone from Europe says, oh, racism is not like that here, I always like to ask them what they think about, one, Muslim immigrants, and two, more prevalent even, or more important than that, the Roma people. How do you feel about ask your parents how they feel about that. You know? Slavs too, sometimes that too. too. Fair enough. Germans are super racist against Turks. Yup. He said not like that. Yeah, that's another one. I didn't want to say it because I'm Turkish. But like, yeah, that too. Because I've been to Germany a lot, okay? I've been to Germany a lot. Let me tell you, there's some of those motherfuckers are not very open-minded about Turkish people. My parents never made jokes about other races. Yo, you think that's... Wait, what? You think that's the only way to fucking recognize that your parents are like kind of racist? What the fuck? Yeah, dude, that's... Yeah, racism is when you do jokes about other races. What? My dad's not cracking jokes. Or spoke negatively. I'm sure if you examined it deeply, you could find some backwards opinions that your parents hold, which is fine. That doesn't mean they're like bad people even, okay? That's the way I operate, at least. Like, that's it. That's my point. Remember my dad being racist against African Americans, and I asked why he didn't like them, and he was like, too many of their men are bald. I don't like it. Yeah, see, there you go. That's very weird, but... That's a very weird way to be racist. What the fuck? Seems like he's also anti-bald. I don't know, maybe because being black, you're on the receiving end of it so much. Dad grew up in the South too, so we saw it a lot. I don't know. I don't know what kind of life experiences your dad had, but like, you know, ask him how he feels about Mexicans. And then continue your examination from that point on. You know what I mean? He's dead? Okay, well, that's too late. You can't ask him what he thinks about Mexican people then. T. Blasian, stop us on. I mean, am I wrong? Like, what? It's just... It's normal. It's not all that crazy. I just asked my mom about 25 different racial groups, and she called me a fucking weirdo. Thanks, Hasan. Yeah, no, debate your parents, is what I'm saying. The point is this. It's such a pervasive attitude. Xenophobia, for example, is one great example. Ableism, misogyny. And it's so super pervasive that, like, you even do it without recognizing it. I do it without recognizing it. And our parents certainly fucking do it without recognizing it as well. Okay? Like, ask any random fucking normie what their thoughts are about immigration, and you'll hear a million different, like, incredibly unhinged takes. You know what I mean? This is how it works. Hey, HasanAbi, cut it out, pal, because if you see me on the roads, you better run, because I play no games, and I'm a tough fella. Oh, no. I'm scared. Please. All right, let's go back to One Piece now. Myself, just like Monkey D. Luffy, we're A-cab, right? But he is so cool, you know? So maybe some cab. And I really wanted to watch more, but it was so late. Like, as soon as Nico Robin got frozen, I don't know what has happened since then. But this is crazy. This seems like a crazy arc that is upon us.
Ice time.
水上都市の冒険目指せ巨大造船工場
Bro, I fucking One Piece. That's right. Oda is a communist. He is a man who absolutely admires, mythologizes, romanticizes the proletariat, okay? He has made the most goated proletarian squad, the Galley Co. Galley 7? Yeah, Galley Law. They're so sick so far. Don't spoil it. They're so sick. I hope. What is my one take always? The customer is not always wrong, right? As a matter of fact, the customer is usually wrong. The pirate customers were wrong, and they beat their f***ing asses. They were like, oh, we're not going to pay for this. We're pirates. And then they were like, oh, f*** you, bitch. Guess what? Oda is Goda. Nico Robin. What kind of mysteries hold in the background of Nico Robin? I'm excited. There has never been a sexier character ever invented in the history of anime than Nico Robin. I don't know how to describe it, dude. She's so cool. I'm saying awooga. I'm saying humana, 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 okay? My mouth opens up all the way to the fucking ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet, okay? There's steam coming out of my nose. My eyes pop out of its sockets over and over again. Now, I think this is probably where I'm going to deviate from some of the other One Piece enjoyers. There's an emotional moment in the beginning of the Water 7 arc. That moment is not only the fact that they are losing out on the Going Merry, but also on top of that, there's a lot of like drama internally within the group because, you know, everyone's pissed off. No one knows where best girl Nico Robin is. They're remembering all the beautiful moments they had together, all those flashbacks, and I'm just like, I don't care. I just don't like this man. You cannot get me to be sad about Usopp leaving. He put up a strong fight against Luffy, much better than you expect, and then he leaves. And I just did not consider that to be sad. Like, I could not get sad. I get the Usopp post time skip is kind of chill, though. Soji King is good, but Usopp post time skip is great. The emotions actually behind the ship dying, the death of a home, okay? This is not just their ship. This is like a friend. And it's also not just like any ship. It's Usopp's girlfriend's ship, right? As you remember from earlier sagas. So, like, it's hard to let it go, which is understandable. However, Usopp's weakness has been consistently annoying to me. His cowardice pisses me off. Usopp, I'm sure, is going to have, like, more, especially with his dad's connection to, you know, the red-haired pirates. That is going to come into play later on. But, like, I just want him to have a gun. Am I crazy? I just want him to have a gun.
It's a good take. I stand by that.
Gun? Because I hate that he uses, like, that childish... he just throws rocks and shit with a goddamn slingshot. And it's deeply frustrating for me. Because I'm always like, dude, your slingshot is so lame. You are such a goddamn coward. And you got your ass beat by the Frankie family. And those guys suck. They're not even good. They got their pushed in by even Chopper. Okay? Usopp! Sanji is a great, funny character. Why? Because Sanji is powerful. He's like over the top horny. He's a major simp. And he goes fucking bananas over it. Nami! And also Nico Robin and any other woman. And he's like stupid. He makes a lot of mistakes. He makes a lot of mistakes because of how horny he is. Okay? But ultimately, it's a fundamental part of anime. You have fan service and you have horny characters. Sanji comes across respectful in comparison to the average horny anime pervert that's like trying to fondle titties and shit. You know what I mean? He's the best at fucking cooking. And he's the best at, like, kicking, okay? Cooking and kicking. I love that. He's great. is unacceptable. I am very upset at Oda for what he did. And I don't like that my best girl, Nico Robin, is being used like this. She should not be doing bad things. She should only be doing good things. And she should get back to the crew.
Yare, yare. Mada korinai no ka.
Bro, where are these fucking
君たちも焼け死にたくなけれ
3D?
ば速やかに屋敷を出ることだ。もちろん。それができればの話だな。
You didn't like Rob Lucci because he's Italian? International government conspiracies and you know, espionage? Thank you. Yes, I am so on board.
慎みたまえ。いつまで上司のつもりでいる。
バカがご迷惑をおかけしましたね。
Fuck the international government. Fuck the authorities. Oh, dude, haircut. CP9.
こいつはギャンブルで借金がかさばってるもんで、金にがめつく礼儀を知らない。
But also, at the same time, I think this is straight up the coolest group of villains. Because Bluno and Kaku are so sick. They're so cool that you're like, oh man, I just don't want this motherfucker to be a bad guy. Like, why'd you have to be bad?
当然といえば当然の答え。このウォーターセブンで海兵
His
とその他
giraffe
役
shit
人
was
に
whack
100人を
though.
超える重傷者を出した。その犯人がお前だ。
Lucci, on the other hand, is kind of weird. Like, he was always a bit of an asshole. The fucking pigeon shit was like weird anyway, so I never really like grew a liking to him.
それも無理だ。世界中に全く同じ成長をする気があるか。
死にゆくあなたにはがっかりさせられた。殺した。
No! Yeah, I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. I thought Oda is a communist. I thought Oda is a man who loves the working class. And I thought Oda, for all of those reasons, was out there fucking making the working class look good. Turns out he's a leftist in the most like leftist way possible. He did the thing that leftists always do. Accuse people of being CIA. But he literally made them CIA. There's literal federale infiltration in the motherfucking working class, dude. What's happening?
似た船なら作ってやれるが、厳密に言って同じ船はもう誰にも作れねえ。この世に全く同じ船は2つと存在しえねえのさ。
I'm hooked. They got everything. Water 7 has everything, dude. It has like infrastructure. It has trains. It has world government, CIA. I mean, it's got everything. It's got sick ass fucking characters, villains that you don't want to be villains. Like, that's how you know they're good. That's how you know they're well written. You know what I mean? It's just awesome.
さっきまでな。しかし、もう違う。まあいい。どのみち消す命。
帆船はほぼ木材でできているから、船の大きさも曲線も全て木の形に左右される。
この一件は世界的機密事項。お前たちごときが手を触れていい山ではない。
What's he gonna do to me, man? I am a Nico Robin enjoyer. I was so happy when I found out the real reasons as to why she did the things that she did. It made me very happy. As an enjoyer and a believer, I never once actually thought that she was doing things under false intentions.
意気消沈をお察しする。しかし、我々がこの件に費やす時間もリミットを迎えましたので、目的遂行のため最善を尽くす気構え。あまり考えのない抵抗ならばしない方がよろしい。改めて犯罪者としてお前をエニエスロビーへ連行しよう。そこでゆっくり答えてくれればいい。
Dude, how are they like scripting? Usopp hopefully is gonna make a comeback here. Maybe I'll like him more now that he has a Sniper King character. Soja King is not Usopp. It just sure looks like him. Also, Zoro is finally slicing through trains. And I thought to myself, God damn, like season 2, Zoro matched up against someone who was capable of cutting through ships. And I was like, that is an awesome power. How the f will Zoro get this good? He is unmatched. And then after surviving that and like numerous seasons later, he's finally getting to that point where he can actually also slice through ships. And you watch that growth and you're like, damn, that's fire. I can't believe that like a guy that they briefly showed in season 2 is going to be relevant in Zoro's life this much. Zoro is one of the coolest anime characters of all time, straight up. Where'd you stop watching? Time skip. Post time skip. Gotten a little bit slow. $55K likes, 20 vids. 55K likes, 20-second vid. You may or may not have started a safe space or left this One Piece Enjoyers 2023 video, by the way. No, I didn't. No, I don't think I can take credit for it, but I think I like revitalized it a little bit. But I'm on post time skip and I'm at the fucking post time skip. I'm in Fishman Island. We're gonna finish the video, don't worry. What the fuck? Wait, what? I've never seen anything like this. Dude, this is like, here's the thing. I loved Water 7. Water 7 was great. Water 7 was sad. I'm not in the Ennis lobby yet. We're doing Bullet Train, baby. And that's it. Get your dick strapped. That's sick.
NES ロビーあれが世界政府の玄関ね野郎ども全員決戦の準備だサンジ君とソゲキングって人も合流してあとは何もかもぶっ飛ばしてロビンを助ける次回ワンピース上陸作戦始動 NES ロビーの全貌海賊王
NES ロビーだ Damn, what a fucking banger. What an absolute fucking banger. This motherfucker playing Zelda. I won't end stream before I beat Zelda day 2. That's good luck. Part 1 out of 1,000, I'm assuming. I have been keeping up with Vinland Saga, yes. I'm up to date.
Aren't you Patrick Star? Yep. And this is your ID? Yep. I found this ID in this wallet. And if that's the case, this must be your wallet.
This is such a fucking leftist meme, dude. Holy shit. There's literally a Reddit called Lefty P started from a HasanAbi head. Wait, really? That subreddit was started by one of you guys? I thought that predated me, like, actually. I've seen that subreddit. I thought that existed before I started watching One Piece. Yeah, it was created on September 9th, 2021. Don't look, it's going to spoil you. I didn't. Don't worry. I didn't read anything. Ivanka forcibly transing jailers. The One Piece is a group called the Revolutionary Army that is led in part by a gender-fluid drag queen, not to mention all the other trans characters. The central theme of One Piece is freedom, rebellion, and anarchy, all pillars of left-wing ideology. True. So it's a leftist manga. It's about a rubber man. Stop bringing politics into everything. It's true. Some of us watched One Piece before you did, Lamau. I know. Okay, let's watch this Little Joel video. I will continue with the rest of OK Buddy Kaya tomorrow. I wanna see this because Ian actually responded to this and said, "Super well said. I completely agree with your perspective. Thanks for making this."
So recently, iDubbbz, an extremely successful YouTuber, made a video apologizing essentially for his entire career.
This guy is satanic, bro. This little Big Joel guy is fine, but this Little Joel guy seems satanic to me. What is this? Satan.
Actually, for his entire career. He got famous making content cop videos, content calling out other YouTubers, and these videos were often filled with very 2012 teenager talking points. He made a lot of edgelord jokes, he was often kind of mean-spirited, and most importantly, for our purposes, he used the N-word quite a lot and advocated kind of seriously for its political usefulness.
It's literally like the definition of desensitizing society to the N-word and taking us a million steps back.
Tana, you are dumb. It is the exact opposite.
For all this, iDubbbz gave this really serious apology and decided to unlist all of his content cop stuff. These choices have predictably sparked a lot of negative attention on the internet, and that's broadly from two kinds of people. The first is people who liked it when he was edgy, liked his liberal use of slurs, and who are mad about his political cuckening. The second group, the more reasonable ones, I guess, say something like, look, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I liked your content, and while I don't love your use of slurs, you were funny and you were calling out bad YouTubers, and there's a special place in my heart for the work you did. You see this argument in different forms from the top comments on the apology video, from Boogie2988, and from Solar Sands, a YouTuber I quite like. So I disagree with both groups of people. I think it makes perfect sense that iDubbbz wanted to just delete those videos, and here I wanted to explain why in a very personal, non-political way. So one of the deleted content cop videos is about Tana Mon.
I love that this motherfucker looks like he's in that art movie Lighthouse all the time. Like he just straight up looks like he looks like he's just cutting content from the lighthouse that he is operating. Like always. Lighthouse equals art movie. I mean, it is. Isn't that an art movie? What the fuck? Is Lighthouse not an art movie?
A famous YouTuber I barely know about. In that video, in order to, I guess, call Tana out on her racism and hypocrisy, he goes to a convention of hers, pays extra for the meet and greet, and when it comes time to take a picture with her, he says, say N-word. She seems genuinely uncomfortable and runs off. Who wouldn't, right? This video takes center stage in iDubbbz's apology. It's obviously the thing he feels worst about.
I particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person, and then...
Bro, it's probably a good thing I didn't watch that video ever. Like, if I had watched that video, I know the vibes around it, but I feel like if I had watched that video start to finish, especially back then, I don't know if I could be as, like, understanding of who he is now. You know what I mean? Like, I remember that happening because it was in like it was in the space, you know what I mean? And I was like, fucking Hasan, I watched it 30 minutes ago. It was bad. Yeah, don't watch it.
Then harassed her online, and that's deplorable behavior. It's so stupid.
And before you judge him for deleting his videos, I think it makes sense to stop and point out that this was not merely a problematic moment, was not just something that bothers people because using that word is generally bad. This Tana Mongeau thing is mortifying. It's a traumatically embarrassing thing to do. We, as audiences, are so invested in spectacle that it's easy to forget that what happens in front of cameras, what we do for the public, It's real. It has weight. He did not merely make content at this convention. He actually walked up to a real person and heckled them with the N-word. It wasn't a joke. There's no real joke going on here. No, it's portrayed as like a cool gotcha moment, an expression of a kind of political superiority. I don't say this to be mean, far from it, but this, what iDubbbz is doing here, is on its face antisocial behavior that would make almost everyone in the real world think you're a dweeb and an asshole. But
which, by the way, again, and that is not like, oh, it was fine for the time. No, man, that shit was still antisocial as fuck, even for back then. And I'm telling you, okay, we on the internet constantly get trapped inside of these like safe spaces, echo chambers, whatever you want to fucking call it. And we literally think like gross, unhinged behavior like that, just like behaving like an absolute fucking unhinged freakazoid, okay, is actually perfectly valid. Or like, oh, one of our people breached contagion and like is actually out there doing the things that we wish we could do. And like this happens all the fucking time. And a lot of these motherfuckers literally still think like that. Like they haven't been able to escape it. It's crazy. Tana was just as bad with her trashy behavior, i.e. toothbrush gate. It doesn't matter. There's no justification for doing that because you're not shitting on Tana when you say the N-word. You're shitting on random black people, chatter. What the fuck do you not understand? It's 2023. How am I supposed to fucking explain this to people still at this point? Jesus, Lord, mercy on my fucking soul. Holy fuck. Anyway, we're not even talking about that. Listen, the guy who's living in a lighthouse 100% is correct, okay? It is gross. It's unhinged. A lot of people still do that. There are still like remnants of that online everywhere where people would just like, LSF sometimes gets this way. I'll give you an example that a lot of people in here will understand, okay? LSF sometimes gets this way, where they'll whip themselves up into a fucking frenzy and say shit like, well, actually, cracker is an anti-white slur and not necessarily a demonstration of white fragility, and basically another secret way to argue that, like, we should be able to say it if you can say the other bad thing. Okay? Like, and in that very moment, if you, like, are deeply connected to a community like that online, whether willingly or unwillingly, okay, you will look to that and go, fuck, man, a lot of people feel this way. You have to sometimes, that's the reason why I say you got to fucking go touch grass sometimes, okay? Like, you have to get yourself out of that space and just like see the world for what it actually is for a brief moment. It's so easy to get trapped in that fucking echo chamber and like legitimately think that other people don't find this fucking unhinged and actually cool. Charlie said to chat with you in a stream. I don't know if I can right now because my dog is barking. And by that, I don't mean my feet are hurting, but my dogs are barking. I talked to him in the DMs, though. I'm down to do it maybe tomorrow, potentially. Because I do want to do it. I already DM'd him. Deadass, if you go outside, you realize 99% of people don't actually care. Yes, but also, like normal people do not hold positions like that. You know what I mean? Normal people would not fucking see that situation and react in a positive way. They would look at that and go, what the fuck, dude? That guy's fucking weird.
Importantly, this was not how it was received. iDubbbz had cultivated and encouraged an audience to be so detached from this obvious social reality that people just loved it and gave him millions and millions of views. You can say, why throw the baby out with the bathwater? Why get rid of work that has good things to it? But I don't think this is an empathetic response because I think a lot of us in iDubbbz's shoes would feel exactly the way he feels. When you do a nasty antisocial thing and everyone just sees that as normal, the problem isn't just the event itself, but fundamental things about the way you're appealing to people, what you are as a content producer, and why people like you. In other words, if this mortifying thing is something people like about me, if it is in fact part of the reason they like my videos, then they must think being a freak is cool. And seeing that, yeah, I'd want to burn it all down too. It's the obvious choice, I'd say. Anyway, that was my thought. Bye.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. There's a lot more you could get to it. The closer Joel gets to the corner, the littler he becomes. Joel consists from a lot of internet. Dude, yeah, you want to know how you know this motherfucker's a leftist? Look at his top commentators. Look at his top comments. Everyone's writing like Wikipedia page worth essays, man. That's how you know this motherfucker's cultivated a leftist-ass audience. Glad you shared your opinion here, Joel. The consensus from a lot of the internet is that iDubbbz is wrong, and I've seen hardly anyone come to his defense here. It's clear that he's making a very mature decision, but it seems that a lot of people are still stuck in the mindset. I don't think a lot of people are attacking him. I don't think a lot of people are attacking him. I think more people are is supportive of this decision than not. But of course, the weirdos that are in the minority that actually hate this shit are very loud. They're loud and cringe. They're very loud and cringe. They're loud and cringe. Cringe and loud. It is what it is. You're so insanely correct about behavior like this. LSF commenters saying the N-word now but spelled differently when they copy a message from like Kai's to prove how uncivilized they are. It's so bad now. Yeah. People forget the minority on a subject, they're usually the loudest. Yeah. Joel's take is perfectly objective. Comments on this video and the one about fucking fresh are mortifying to me. To see a fan base who I used to identify with so incapable of basic human moral growth or empathy makes me so anxious. When every one of the top comments is calling Ian unmasculine and a hypocrite and a terrible, unredeemable person. Yeah, that's the other part. Like, while on the one hand they say like unmasculine, I see this all the time about myself too. People will always like resurface my old fucking videos that literally, like, I don't even know how the fuck you find them to be like. The satire Brotus videos to be like, Hasan is such a hypocrite. Look at him. It's like, dog, that's literally more than 10 years ago. And you're that loser now. Why are you trying to fucking desperately be like, nah, dog, you're still that loser. I fucking got you. I'm like, no, very clearly I'm not. You know what I mean? Why does that make you so upset? Is it because you feel cringy all the fucking time? Like your existence is pain all the fucking time? Is that what it is? And you feel like change is incapable? But then when you see someone else do it, you're like, oh, they must have changed for some financial component. They must have changed because they just fucking, you know, they want to get the bag because they can't make content like that. No, you can. The people that say, oh, you just changed because you want to get the bag because you can't make money like that, you want to be brand friendly, is so funny. It's like, bro, what content are you consuming? You're watching plenty of that fucking old ass dog shit still to this day. So clearly a lot of people are doing that. Yeah, I'm seeing people say he did it out of fear of being canceled. No, he was never. That's not a thing. Cancel culture is not a thing. Cancel culture is happening to him right now by the audience that supposedly hates cancel culture. When you fucking bring up old ass videos of people that like have atoned for that have openly said, I don't like this. This doesn't represent me. This is fucked up. And you fucking bully them over the head with it. You hit him over the head with it and you say, no, you can't change. You are this person still. You're this person. I don't care. You're doing cancel culture. That was the most annoying, smarmy part about like SJWs. You know what I mean? The most annoying, smarmy part about fucking SJWs online in like the 2016 era was literally this. The way that they behave, where it was like, no, people are incapable of changing. Fuck you. You did a bad thing. Die. But of course, it's only fucking SJWs when they do it, it's cancel culture. When racist edgelords do it, then they're not doing cancel culture. They're doing what? Justice? Yeah, Ian said super well said. I completely agree with your perspective. Thanks for making this. Yeah, look at how many fucking essays were written in the Little Joel fandom. What the fuck? Anyway, I'm never gonna fucking shit on people that have demonstrated the capacity to change, that have shown personal growth, that recognize what they did was wrong, especially when the stakes are so high to fucking admit that shit. Especially when the stakes are high, especially when you are gonna get a lot of shit thrown your way by your old fan base and even people who are not as receptive to your apologies, and still say you're doing it for cynical reasons. And I think that there is, you know, it takes a lot of fucking courage to come out and basically admit that you're a different person and that what you did back then was wrong. Okay? Yeah, I welcome that shit with open arms. Okay? What is iDubbbz's video sitting at now? 1.4 million views from 1 day ago, number 7 on trending, 127,000 likes. How many dislikes does it have? $74K dislikes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, I wanna talk to Charlie tonight, but I don't know if I can right now because Kaya is fucking barking up a storm upstairs. That's a lot of dislikes. Actually, it seems like people are mad. I love that chatters are telling me what Moist is saying on his stream because I'm DMing him currently. Also, it wouldn't be a debate. If I talk to Charlie about this, it would not be a debate. I know a lot of you are like waiting for blood sport, but it's just not going to happen. Like, it would just be a conversation where I would try to understand what his perspective is a little bit better. Okay? If you want to debate, I will have a debate on Sunday, though. I will be debating LOL overruled. I will be debating him on abolition. Yeah. Pro-abolition. I'm not pro-abolition. Literally, who the fuck? He's a public defender, and he's a TikToker. He's great. You get nervous for debate? No, I don't. Why would I? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Love you all. Let's be real. He's a real thirst trap. Yeah. I will do the rest of the Okay Buddy Hasan tomorrow. Okay? Where's America Deserves Hasan? I wanted to play that as my outro today. As a throwback. I can't find it. Oh, America Deserves Love. Here
What a fucking liar, dude.
What a fucking Weasley
Here you
little
go, guys.
liar,
I love you all.
dude.
I will see you tomorrow.
What a fucking
Bye-bye.
Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name.